Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Jujutsu Kaisen, Longing for Immortality Chapter 1-38 Synopsis. Powerful, invincible, and immortal. Having transmigrated into a real person, I am about to embark on the path of an immortal god. Of course, there is a prerequisite: I must first survive. Note: this is a translation. Original name is. All credit goes to the original author. Point 1. The invincible me is born here. Books 39 chapters memo 124,647 word stopwatch tilde for 99-minute read. Chapter 1. The invincible me is born here. 2,961 words. When my hand gently touched the starving old man before me, I knew my cheat had finally arrived. This was the first time since my birth that I exercised my innate ability. When I gently touch a human, I can freely alter their soul. And by altering the soul, I can indirectly manipulate the human flesh. In just a few short seconds, this old man, delirious from starvation, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as bright as a young man's. This was because I had manipulated his soul to force the latent nutrients within his body to take effect. At least for this exact moment, he felt full. Was this a miracle? No, quite the opposite. This was a curse. I cursed him, granting him a sense of satiety. From this moment onward, he would never feel hunger again, but his body's potential had been utterly squandered. In other words, he would simply maintain this feeling of fullness until the day he died. It was like a leaking oil tank. I didn't miraculously refill it with oil, I just shrank the tank and sealed it shut. His potential had been completely consumed by me. But he survived. He lived, technically speaking. I felt no joy in saving a life. Quite the opposite, I felt incredibly suffocated and irritated. I subconsciously wanted to reverse this state, to drag this old man I had saved back into the abyss of death. It was a very bizarre sensation. Before I crossed over into this world, I couldn't be called a saint, but I certainly wasn't a monster who despised humanity. If a dying man collapsed in front of me and I had the power, I'd gladly call an ambulance. If I had the powers I possess now, I wouldn't stingy with them, I would save him. But now, it was the exact opposite. I had saved someone, and the result was overwhelming revulsion. My intuition told me that this act violated my very instincts, like forcing a tiger to graze on grass. Sure, a tiger can eat grass, but it can never become an herbivore. Its biological structure dictates otherwise. A diet of purely vegetation would only lead to a tiger's death. Saving a life didn't threaten my survival, but it left me irritated, maladjusted, and viscerally disgusted. It just didn't hinder my existence. But after that incident, I stopped saving people. I started harming them. Of course, I didn't intentionally set out to harm people at first. I was merely exercising my innate abilities while observing others. I discovered that as I walked down the street, absolutely no one could see me. I deliberately reached out and touched people. They reacted to my physical touch, meaning I definitively existed, but I remained imperceptible to their senses. I briefly suspected I was a ghost, but quickly dismissed the idea since I didn't melt in the sunlight. Granted, depending on the fictional universe, daytime ghosts exist, but compared to a ghost, I felt like a completely different class of entity. A god. I felt very much like a god. Calling oneself a god is deeply embarrassing, but through continuous feedback and testing, I became increasingly convinced that I might actually be one. Before detailing my reasoning, I must first introduce the world I transmigrated into so you can understand my mindset. Let's do a brief overview. This world is nearly identical to the one I originally inhabited. It's filled with modern civilization, towering office buildings, pedestrians walking with their heads buried in smartphones, contemporary fashion. Cars, planes, and trains are everywhere. Supermarkets, ramen carts, and various snack shops line the streets. Naturally, entertainment facilities are abundant: parks, arcades, and toy stores. I'm no historian, so I can't pinpoint the exact divergences from my previous world. In my past life, I was a bit of an otaku. I even saw massive anime posters plastered on the sides of commercial buildings. Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach were immediately recognizable, alongside Dragon Ball and Pokemon. And, naturally, the language spoken here is Japanese, which feels intimately familiar. Now, let's look at my specific situation. I crossed over into this world. In my past life, my Japanese comprehension was limited to a handful of basic phrases. Yet now, I can fluently speak, read, and write Japanese without any prior study. The language barrier is non-existent. Although I have no one to talk to, I assume conversational communication would be flawless. When I mutter to myself, the Japanese flows smoothly. That much is certain. I cannot be seen by other humans, yet I can physically interfere with them. I can touch them, alter them, destroy them, or save them, all at a single thought. I can look directly into the human soul and alter it. I can make a starving man feel eternally full until he dies, and naturally, I can make a healthy man feel eternally starved. By freely altering the human soul, I achieve a twisted form of human domination. I have a feeling that if I mastered my abilities, granting someone centuries of life, or even immortality, might be entirely possible. Innate, unlearned language comprehension, the ability to perceive and manipulate souls, and the racial trait of unilateral interference with humanity. From these facts, I easily concluded, I am a god. Especially regarding the domination of humans, I wasn't just theorizing. I actually tested it. At the time, I was simply pondering how to train my abilities while observing crowds. I suddenly recalled a sci-fi concept from my past life, the thought imprint. As the name suggests, a thought imprint locks a person's mind, ensuring that no matter how much they think or reason, their thoughts remain anchored to a specific absolute belief. In a way, it's the ultimate echo chamber. Normal echo chambers can be broken through debate, exposure to new ideas, and broadening one's horizons. But once a thought imprint is carved into the brain, there is no escape. It's fanaticism beyond fanaticism. Since I could alter human flesh through the soul, I could naturally alter human thought through the soul as well. Initially, I felt a psychological burden regarding this kind of human experimentation. I chose my targets carefully. Luckily, I quickly locked onto a suitable candidate, a degenerate gambler who doubled as a drug dealer. The kind of scum whose death would be a net positive. I openly experimented on him, refining my technique. Surprisingly, altering him was simple. I made him utterly despise gambling and drugs, to the point where any contact with them induced violent vomiting. He didn't just quit his addictions, his body violently rejected them, forcing him to stay away. The underlying principle was unexpectedly straightforward. Anyone who truly understands psychiatric patients knows that mental illness isn't purely psychological, it's physiological. The brains of severely depressed patients in my past life had genuine functional impairments that required medication to treat. Some mental illnesses cannot be cured by therapy alone, pharmacological intervention is mandatory. From this perspective, by simply adjusting the functional structure of the brain, creating a person with specific mental conditioning is incredibly easy. Just like that gambling, drug-addicted scum, by slightly tweaking his brain structure, I induced an intense, sickening repulsion toward his vices. Once the body physically rejects something, psychological cravings are overwhelmed by the agonizing physical response. Humans are creatures of habit. Once this physical rejection became his new normal, no matter how much his mind craved the high, he was forced to stop. Just like that, I spent my days leisurely experimenting with thought imprints. And today, I found my newest lab rat. He was a high school bully. Wearing a uniform, flanked by lackeys, the absolute stereotype. In a narrow alley, he and his goons were kicking a boy in the same uniform. The bully wore a vicious, leisurely smile, utterly enjoying his violence. I didn't hesitate. I selected him as my target and gently stroked the top of his head. Immediately, his expression morphed from vicious cruelty to utter bewilderment, and then from bewilderment to profound shame. Mid-beatdown, he violently shoved his two lackeys away, dropped to his knees in front of his victim, and began frantically kowtowing. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It wasn't just the satisfaction of punishing a bully. It was a visceral, soul-deep euphoria. My entire being felt weightless. I realized then, this wasn't the moral compass of my past life making me feel good. I felt weightless because I had used my hands to harm someone. My instincts were screaming at me that I was born to do this. Whether the target was good or evil, a saint or a scumbag, or just a painfully ordinary person, they were all within my hunting grounds. This was why I had been so active lately. Even without a tangible increase in power, the sheer act of experimenting brought me physical and mental bliss. Targeting absolute scum just meant I didn't betray my past life morals, allowing me to indulge in these experiments obsessively. As I was analyzing my own predatory instincts, the bullied boy I had just saved suddenly spoke to me. He said, "It was you, wasn't it?" I saw it. You gently touched his head, and then he turned into that. Having finished my experiment, I naturally intended to leave. But I never expected someone to actually see me. I had been in this world for over a month. For the first week, out of sheer paranoia, I hadn't even left the sewer I spawned in. But as I grew bolder, I pushed open the manhole cover and ventured out. Since then, I had wandered through dense crowds, and no one had ever laid eyes on me, even as I freely touched them. The conclusion that I was a god was born during this period. Because my abilities genuinely held divine potential. I believed it without a shadow of a doubt. Moreover, influenced by the anime and novels of my past life, even though rationality told me I wasn't invincible yet and still had much to learn, I didn't want to cower in fear like a certain skeletal overlord. I genuinely believed I had transmigrated as the protagonist of some Tokyo God urban fantasy novel. That was why I used my powers so brazenly on the streets. It's why I immediately developed the thought imprint. I was even planning to recruit a shrine maiden. I figured once I perfected the thought imprint, I'd try emitting it through eye contact, like a Sharingan-style visual jutsu. I was confident I could pull it off. Following standard light novel tropes, I assumed the first person to perceive me would inevitably be a beautiful girl. I never imagined it would be a weak, bullied teenage boy. But fine. Even though he looked pathetic, he at least knew how to show gratitude. Not completely useless. "Excuse me, who are you?" the boy asked cautiously. I looked at him. He had black hair, with long bangs covering the right side of his face. Thanks to the beating, his face was bruised and swollen. He looked pitiful, weak, and slightly ridiculous. His uniform was covered in dirt. A classic, tragic victim. A total loser. I thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "I am God," I declared. The boy was stunned, entirely at a loss for words. He piqued my interest. My eyes, capable of peering directly into the soul, focused on him. For the past month, I had used these soul-piercing eyes to observe humanity. My vision could cut straight through to their internal organs. To me, the flesh is merely the outer skin of the soul. Every physical reaction is naturally reflected by the soul. I easily noticed that the flow of his soul was distinct from others. But I couldn't articulate exactly how it was different. The drawback of not conducting unrestrained, lethal human soul experiments was showing. My proficiency with human souls wasn't as high as I thought. I should have grabbed more scumbags to experiment on. Over the past month, I had conducted nearly 100 experiments. Early on, I carefully tweaked the nuances of the thought imprint, doing only 1 or 2 a day. As I got better, 5 or 6 a day was a breeze. I had a gut feeling that if I kept at it, a simple brush of my hand would permanently carve a thought imprint of absolute loyalty into a human brain, impossible to erase. It wouldn't just be an ideological shift, it would be a physical alteration. Their brains would be permanently rewired by me. "It's quite unusual that you can see me. You have potential," I said. The boy blanked again. "Me? Potential? Haven't you noticed? Very few people in this world can perceive me. You are one of them." It wasn't a lie. I had waded through crowds for a month, and he was the first and only person to look back at me. While the fact that he was a boy and not a girl caused a twinge of annoyance, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Up until now, I thought I was a light novel protagonist. Being an overpowered protagonist in an urban fantasy wasn't a bad life, but freedom from generic plot tropes was preferable. The reason I was relieved he was a boy was simple. If this were a standard light novel, the readers would riot if the first companion wasn't a cute shrine maiden. Honestly, if I read a novel like that in my past life, I would have dropped it immediately. The boy's expression strained. "Am I special?" "You look like you're forcing it," I noted. "Because, what kind of special is this?" The boy looked down at himself. Covered in dust, beaten black and blue, weak and easily bullied. If he were gender-swapped into a girl, you could call it mo or soft. But as a boy? Pathetic. I suddenly asked, "Are you interested in becoming a girl?" The boy jolted in terror. "Who? If you were a girl, you could be my shrine maiden. A soft, cute girl crying after being bullied. That type of shrine maiden has its charm," I mused. Yes, I hadn't forgotten the shrine maiden plan. I couldn't. I was a god, I needed a shrine maiden to serve me. What kind of god doesn't have a shrine maiden? It was a mandatory requirement. And my abilities allowed me to effortlessly twist a man's biology into a woman's. It was significantly easier than rewiring a brain to manufacture a thought imprint. I hadn't tested it yet, but I knew with absolute certainty that it was so simple it didn't even require a trial run. The boy's composure shattered. No. I'll pass on being a girl." "Really?" I said, genuinely disappointed. The boy turned green. Why you look completely serious? Because I am, I said earnestly. Trust me, you'd make a much better girl than a boy. And I genuinely have the power to transform you into a girl with zero side effects. You'd even be able to have kids in the future. Don't. Seriously, don't. The boy's pale face turned sheet white as he shook his head frantically. If a girl made that motion, it would be quite adorable. Oh, won't you reconsider? I'm being very serious, I pressed. It's exactly because you're serious that I'm aggressively refusing. The boy's face contorted, his timid voice escalating into a near shout. Why did the topic suddenly shift to me turning into a girl? This is completely messed up. Well, I'm a god, I said leisurely. It's only natural for a god to have a shrine maiden by his side. But as you can see, I currently lack one. Unfortunately, to serve me, you at least need to be able to see me. Right now, you're the only one I've found who can. But you're a boy, so you can't be a shrine maiden. So I figured, I'll just turn you into a girl. See? A perfect solution. It's not perfect at all, the boy shouted, looking utterly wronged. I couldn't help but smile. It might sound twisted, but I genuinely derived a deep, resonant pleasure from this sadistic teasing, and it might not have been just teasing. If he had agreed, I absolutely would have transfigured his flesh. It was strange. Was I this sadistic in my past life? Or was deriving pleasure from malicious acts simply another instinct of mine, just like my visceral rejection of saving lives? The boy took several deep breaths, finally calming down. He bowed to me deeply and formally. Thank you so much, Lord God. I waved a hand dismissively. It was nothing. My name is Junpei Yoshino, Wait. What did you say your name was? I abruptly cut him off. The boy, Junpei Yoshino, flinched again, looking completely bewildered. Junpei Yoshino. My name is Junpei Yoshino. Is there a problem with my name? A problem? That was the understatement of the century. I scrutinized him closely. Long bangs covering the right side of his face. A timid, withdrawn demeanor. A standard Japanese school uniform. If he hadn't spoken his name, the visual cues wouldn't have clicked. But the moment those syllables left his mouth, a massive wave of déjà vu slammed into me, making my head spin. After a month in this world, I finally knew exactly where I had transmigrated. I finally understood what this power to perceive and mutate souls truly was. No wonder my instinct screamed at me to reject salvation and embrace slaughter. No wonder no one in this world could see me, tricking me into believing I was a divine being. I finally knew whose body I had hijacked. Fuck. I had reincarnated as Mahito. Chapter 2, Fanaticism. 2,723 words. I was so stupid. Really. After crossing over, my mind was entirely consumed with the delusion of being a Tokyo God protagonist. I didn't think about anything else, entirely tossing a classic anime like Jujutsu Kaisen to the back of my mind. Mahito felt so much second-hand embarrassment he wanted to claw a 3-bedroom apartment out of the concrete with his toes. But you can't blame me, Mahito complained internally. I literally don't have stitch marks, It was true. Even though he had just confirmed he was the notoriously vile antagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen, his appearance didn't perfectly match the original canon. The reason was unclear, perhaps a divergence in self-perception, though he couldn't be sure, but he merely possessed medium-length white hair and heterochromia, one blue eye, one yellow. The iconic patchwork stitch marks across his face were completely absent. Since his appearance differed so drastically from the original character design, naturally, he hadn't realized he was Mahito. Mr. Mahito? Junpei Yoshino asked, trembling slightly. Mahito had just given Junpei his name. He had briefly considered adopting a fake name, or using his name from his past life, but ultimately abandoned those ideas. He resolved to use the name Mahito. It wasn't out of profound respect for the title, it was purely for convenience. Furthermore, if he ever encountered an innate technique that targeted true names, he could use Mahito as a shield. Whether it would work or not was unknown, but it couldn't hurt. Sorry, I zoned out for a second. Mahito exhaled, forcefully suppressing his crippling embarrassment. Where was I? Right, you were talking about cursed spirits, Junpei said. The moment he realized this boy was Junpei Yoshino, Mahito understood he wasn't in some generic urban fantasy. This was Jujutsu Kaisen star. There was no time to leisurely screw around anymore. He had to start planning for the future. He vividly remembered that the special grade cursed spirits Mojito was the nexus of multiple warring factions. If he didn't want to be exorcised or absorbed, he needed to rapidly accumulate leverage. Furthermore, transmigrating into a world he already knew provided a monumental advantage. The entire power system was laid bare before him. He could calmly integrate and upgrade his powers without fumbling blindly in the dark. He could simply plagiarize established theories. Take his half-baked thought imprinter for example. It never appeared in Jujutsu Kaisen, but similar theoretical manipulations did. He also knew exactly what the canon Mojito was capable of achieving in the future. Mastering those techniques in record time and pushing them to even higher extremes was practically guaranteed. And upon realizing he was a cursed spirit, his immediate, overriding thought was, I need to incarnate. In truth, Mojito didn't know all the intricate benefits of incarnating into a human vessel, but he knew one absolute truth: only by incarnating could he use reverse cursed technique, RCT. Standard cursed techniques use negative energy, RCT uses positive energy. Cursed spirits are entities comprised entirely of negative energy. Therefore, curses don't need RCT. As long as their cursed energy doesn't run dry, they can regenerate even if they're reduced to a severed head. Conversely, because they are made of negative energy, cursed spirits physically cannot output reverse cursed technique. Mojito didn't strictly need RCT to heal, but he needed to experience it firsthand. He could survive without it, but he couldn't afford to be ignorant of it. Every technique requires the accumulation of prior knowledge. To ascend to the absolute pinnacle, he needed to understand as many cursed techniques as possible. As an exceptionally high-tier technique, RCT was the ultimate prize. He didn't necessarily need to use it in combat, but he absolutely had to possess the underlying technology. For that, taking a flesh and blood vessel, incarnation, was mandatory. Aside from RCT, Mojito didn't know what other secrets incarnation held. But he knew that the entities standing at the absolute apex of this world all possessed physical flesh. Even Tengen, who was actively evolving into a higher state of existence, had maintained a human vessel for centuries. He didn't know the exact mechanism behind the advantage, but mimicking the strongest in the verse was a foolproof strategy. He could figure out the details later. And he believed the boy in front of him, Junpei Yoshino, could provide massive assistance. Conveniently, Junpei was currently desperate for his guidance. It was a mutual convergence of needs, and Mojito wouldn't be stingy with his lore knowledge. These calculations flashed through his mind in an instant. A second later, he was eloquently lecturing Junpei. Before we discuss cursed spirits, you must understand a fundamental truth. Mojito walked alongside Junpei down the sidewalk. Neither had anywhere to be, meaning they both had plenty of time to kill, so they simply strolled. Everyone in this world possesses cursed energy. But only a microscopic fraction of humanity has the ability to control it. Those are Jujutsu sorcerers. The vast majority of humanity simply leaks their cursed energy into the world during their daily lives. Before realizing this was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, Mojito obviously didn't know this, as his morbid research hadn't drilled down to the metaphysical baseline. But since he did know this was JJK, the underlying settings of the world held no secrets for him. He could pontificate with supreme confidence. It was highly likely that the ancient scholars researching the essence of cursed energy didn't understand it as comprehensively as he did. Cursed spirits are amalgamations of the cursed energy leaked by humans. Even if a monster isn't real, if enough people share a cognitive terror of it, it will easily manifest as a powerful curse, Mojito explained. For example, famous urban legends or yokai specific to this country. Junpei nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, "Then what about you, Lord God? Are you also formed by something similar to cursed energy?" Mojito looked at him, slightly surprised. Although he had been explaining cursed spirits, he hadn't explicitly stated that he was one. In Junpei's mind, he was still supposed to be a god. Amused, he asked, "What makes you think that?" "Because of light novel lore," Junpei said, looking slightly embarrassed. "Yokai are born from fear, and gods are born from faith. If the real world operates similarly, where cursed spirits are born from the collective negative curses and fears of humanity, then shouldn't the inverse be true for positive energy? According to most novels, that's how gods are formed." This was something Mojito actually didn't know, but he did know of a concept that perfectly matched the description: reverse cursed technique. For a curse born of negative energy, RCT was a lethal poison. But for a human, RCT was a panacea, a miracle that could heal fatal wounds and literally regrow flesh from bone. As long as the target wasn't dead, RCT could bring them back. Aside from those born with the innate talent, this high-level application of energy could be mastered through supreme technical skill. In other words, it was a technology. A technology that rivaled, or even surpassed, most innate techniques. This fascinated Mahito intensely. It cemented his resolve to acquire a physical vessel. Only through incarnation could he study RCT, and he was certain RCT hid even deeper secrets. He intended to unearth all of them. As much as I'd love to claim I am a god born from the beautiful wishes of humanity, Mahito paused, deciding against deception and opting for strategic honesty. Regrettably, I am merely a highly unique cursed spirit. Now Junpei was genuinely shocked. Why, you're a curse too? But you just said cursed spirits are formed by human curses. Logically, a curse born from human hatred should be inherently hostile to humans. Because it's a curse. But you aren't like that. You chose to help those who have fallen. Mahito waved his hand dismissively. Don't dress it up in pretty words. I was just warping minds. I simply target absolute, irredeemable scumbags instead of innocent bystanders. By now, you should have guessed why I can so effortlessly twist the human mind. That's still incredible. You defied your own instincts, Junpei said. Mahito glanced back at him. Junpei's eyes were wide, practically sparkling. He genuinely believed it. Even after learning Mahito was a curse, a species biologically hardwired to butcher humanity, Junpei held zero prejudice against him. He truly viewed Mahito as his personal savior. In the original story, Junpei was manipulated by Mahito with pathetic ease. Seeing the boy act exactly the same way in reality left Mahito momentarily speechless. Yet, incomprehensibly, Mahito understood him. When a person's entire world is suffocating darkness, and a single beam of light pierces through, of course they will grasp at it blindly, without logic or reason, even if that light is radioactive poison. I wasn't finished, Junpei, Mahito said, locking eyes with him. You're right. Widely feared yokai and urban legends easily accumulate negative energy, birthing incredibly powerful curses. Jujutsu sorcerers categorize them as special-grade imaginary vengeful spirits. But there is something else. Something older, more tangible, and far more terrifying than folklore. Junpei blinked, suddenly realizing something. Are you talking about natural disasters? Earthquakes? Volcanoes? Forests? The ocean? Mahito's voice dropped into a low, resonant cadence. Compared to yokai, these forces, often worshipped and granted a divine status, are the true source of primordial terror. If the fear of these forces condenses into curses, you can imagine how apocalyptic the resulting cursed spirits would be. Junpei stared at Mahito blankly, his expression suddenly twisting into terror. He quickly lowered his head, trying to hide his face, his voice trembling. You aren't a curse born from a natural disaster, are you? Mahito asked, thoroughly entertained. Why do you say that? Based on what you just said, a curse born from a natural disaster would wield cataclysmic power. They would embody the disaster itself. But your abilities aren't like that. The only curse I can think of that matches your specific powers is just one thing. Junpei took a deep breath and raised his head again, the trembling gone from his eyes. Like a shonen manga detective dramatically exposing the culprit, he stated with absolute certainty, humanity. You are the curse born from humans' fear and hatred of other humans. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Mahito praised internally. He wasn't actually surprised. In the original canon, Junpei was incredibly sharp. During their philosophical talks, the original Mahito praised Junpei as one of the few humans who could actually keep up with his intellect. Remember, the original Mahito's insights regularly stunned Kenjaku, a 1,000-year-old mastermind, and commanded the utmost respect from Jogo, an insanely prideful special grade. For Mahito to take an interest in someone, they had to be exceptional, if not in cursed technique, then in sheer intellect. And now, after less than 30 minutes of interaction, Mahito completely understood why his canon counterpart favored Junpei so heavily. Of course, the canon Mahito's favor resulted in Junpei experiencing firsthand how admiration is the furthest state from understanding right before being brutally transfigured. But now, Mahito felt a surge of genuine relief. Encountering Junpei again, almost as if ordained by fate, was incredibly lucky. Having such a blindly loyal, yet undeniably sharp follower was a massive asset. This time, however, Mahito wouldn't waste Junpei like his canon counterpart did. Junpei Yoshino was far too valuable an asset to be thrown away as a cheap psychological weapon. Exactly right. You guessed it. I am the curse born from the fear humans harbor for one another, which is why I was born with the innate technique to manipulate humanity, Mahito confessed. He turned his head, gazing up at the sky. A perfect 45-degree angle of melancholy. It was time to spin absolute bullshit. Junpei, I may be a cursed spirit, but my desire to ascend to godhood is absolutely genuine. Did you notice the contradiction in what I just told you? Cursed spirits are born from human curses. In other words, while my instincts constantly scream at me to exterminate humanity, objectively speaking, the moment humanity goes extinct, cursed spirits will vanish immediately after. As a cursed spirit, my true objective shouldn't be to harm humans. On the contrary, I must save humanity. Not for their sake, but for the continued survival of cursed spirits. Mahito spoke with bleeding sincerity. I want to become a god. I want to save humanity. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Because, as you have personally experienced, the cruelty humans inflict upon each other vastly eclipses the harm caused by cursed spirits. To say something that might make you uncomfortable, the worst a cursed spirit will do is kill you. But the depths of agony humans will inflict upon their own kind. I'm sure you understand that intimately. His delivery was flawless, bleeding with empathy. But objectively, it was pure, unadulterated sophistry. It was like arguing that internal political strife justifies inviting a hostile foreign military to occupy your country. Any seasoned political mind would instantly see through the logical fallacy. But Junpei was a second-year high school student. It wasn't that he lacked intelligence or clarity, he simply lacked the worldly cynicism to dissect the manipulation. His school didn't teach psychological defense against cult leaders. Furthermore, the political ecology of this country primed its citizens to accept foreign intervention without much resistance. After all, modern Japan was essentially a semi-colony of the United States. Given that cultural backdrop, Mahito's twisted logic encountered zero psychological resistance in Junpei's mind. Knowing this, Mahito pushed forward ruthlessly. He raised his voice. Therefore, I will become a god. So that humans will never harm each other again. Therefore, I will become a god. So that cursed spirits can exist in perpetuity. Therefore, I will become a god, a supreme, absolute god. Because only an absolute god has the authority to pass judgment on this entire rotten world. I will forge a society where everyone can survive. I will build an eternal paradise where cursed spirits can thrive. I will become the shared god of both humanity and curses, using my power to force an eternal symbiosis. Until this entire planet becomes my divine kingdom. Mahito snapped his head back, locking his gaze directly into Junpei's eyes. He was a master of the soul. He had been actively researching how to weaponize his gaze as a vector for the thought imprint. While he hadn't perfected the brainwashing visual jutsu yet, he had unlocked the prerequisite technology. Mahito could now project intense, overwhelming emotional frequencies through his eyes. A perfectly calm person might be able to shake it off, but breaking out of a fanatical trance wasn't something ordinary people could do. Why do so many people willingly bankrupt themselves for cults? Are they stupid? No. It's because once the fanaticism takes hold, rationality is annihilated. They will sell their children, they will march to their deaths without a second thought. Mahito was currently utilizing his beta test thought imprint. He used his eyes to violently amplify Junpei's fanatical devotion. Actually, wait. He didn't even need to. The blinding fervor radiating from Junpei's eyes told Mahito everything he needed to know. The boy had completely brainwashed himself. Knowing the iron was white hot, Mahito struck instantly. Junpei. Are you willing to help me? Without a fraction of a second's hesitation, Junpei roared in the middle of the street, screaming with every ounce of strength in his lungs. I, Junpei Yoshino, will gladly lay down my life for you. Asterisk brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, asterisk Mahito nodded in supreme satisfaction. Asterisk I've got him completely under my thumb, asterisk. Wait, did someone else's voice just overlap with Junpei's shout? Mahito whipped his head toward the side of the street. Standing there, as if they had been watching him the entire time, was a duo. Or rather, one cursed spirit and one curse user. The voice that had echoed Junpei's shout belonged to the curse. Aho! The curse user slowly smoothed out a look of profound shock, replacing it with an inherently unsettling, malicious smile. He spoke smoothly. I thought we were coming to welcome a new comrade. I didn't expect. We'd be welcoming the future god of the new world. The earthborn cursed spirit Jogo, and the 1,000-year-old curse user Kenjaku, appeared before Mahito without a shred of warning. Asterisk fuck. The final bosses are spawn camping the beginner village, *. Chapter 3. Idol Transfiguration. 3,110 words. Mahito felt his mouth go dry. Upon learning Junpei Yoshino's name, he knew with absolute certainty that he would be targeted. But he hadn't expected to be spawn camped this early. By the looks of it, if Jogo hadn't spoken up, Mahito wouldn't have even sensed him or Kenjaku trailing them. But that raised a critical question: why were Jogo and Kenjaku appearing together right now? In the original canon, Kenjaku sought out the Cursed Spirit faction on his own initiative, and by the time they met, Mahito was already established as their undisputed leader. When Kenjaku and the curses first appeared in the story, Mahito wasn't present, but fragments of dialogue between Jogo and Kenjaku hinted at him. Mahito only formally debuted after Jogo's disastrous fight with Satoru Gojo. But this was entirely different. Mahito hadn't even met Jogo yet, and Kenjaku had proactively brought Jogo straight to his doorstep. The plot was already derailing in ways Mahito couldn't predict. I haven't introduced myself. I am Jogo, the manifestation of the Earth's curses. Jogo stood before the park's water fountain, staring at it. Beside him stood the ever-smiling Kenjaku, whom Jogo proceeded to introduce. And the curse user beside me is Suguru Geto. He sought me out, and then led me to you. Standing behind Mahito, Junpei couldn't help but mutter upon hearing this: the Earth's curses. Jogo glanced at Junpei and suddenly asked, "Human, what is your name?" Yes. My name is Junpei Yoshino," Junpei replied timidly. "You are a human, yet you wish to lay down your life for a cursed spirit?" Jogo asked. Junpei took a deep breath, forcing his voice to remain steady. "I simply want a better tomorrow. And I believe that without a revolution, that better tomorrow will never arrive. You can call me a traitor to humanity, but I don't believe I've betrayed anyone. Quite the opposite. Humanity is fundamentally evil. This kind of evil cannot be overcome by humans themselves. We need a god. We need a supreme god to govern us. It will be far superior to humans governing themselves." Junpei had started off stammering, but the more he spoke, the higher his voice climbed, until his final words bordered on a roar. The light of absolute fanaticism burned in his eyes. He truly viewed Mahito as a god, and himself as his devout believer. It wasn't mindless zealotry, it was born from a deep, calculated despair that humanity could not save itself, leading to his fanatical worship of Mahito's ascension to godhood. In a way, his reverence for Mahito eclipsed even Jogo's. It was a deeply morbid, skin-crawling brand of faith. Jogo nodded thoughtfully and looked back at Kenjaku. "Is this the same method you used to plant that spy within Jujutsu High? Because that spy also despaired of modern humanity and desired an unpredictable revolution." Kenjaku shook his head slightly. "No, I used a different strategy. Admittedly, my previous methods were imperfect. But if I can borrow Mahito's power, my plans will be absolutely flawless." Mahito recalled that Kenjaku's spy in the original story was Kokichi Muta, Ultimate Mechamaru, the Kyoto Jujutsu High student. Bound by a heavenly restriction from birth, his body was agonizingly fragile, forcing him to interact with the world and fight purely through remote-controlled mechanical proxies. He desperately craved a healthy body that could move freely. Because of this, he forged a binding vow with the curse user Kenjaku. He would act as a spy, but in exchange, Kenjaku had to use idol transfiguration to cure his heavenly restriction. Exactly as Kenjaku said, it had nothing to do with ideals or faith, it was purely transactional. Which was why, the moment Kokichi's body was healed, he instantly turned against them. Mahito looked at Kenjaku without changing his expression. A curse user actively seeking out cursed spirits for an alliance. How novel. "You said your name is Suguru Geto." Kenjaku nodded slightly, a placid smile plastered on his face. "Because our interests align. I wish to recreate the golden age of Jujutsu from 1,000 years ago, and Jogo wishes to invert the hierarchy between humans and cursed spirits. Both Jogo and I are dissatisfied with the current Jujutsu sorcerers, which is why we are collaborating." Mahito flatly interrupted his bullshit. "You're lying." Kenjaku froze. Mahito stared at him, repeating it for emphasis. "You just lied." Mahito wasn't bluffing. He genuinely saw through Kenjaku's lie. In the original canon, Mahito could discern lies through the subtle fluctuations of a person's soul. The current Mahito could do it even more effortlessly. It wasn't that his raw power had surpassed canon Mahito yet, it was that his intense focus on mind control and brainwashing made him hyper-attuned to the specific soul tremors produced when a human lied. Jogo glared at Kenjaku suspiciously. What's the meaning of this, Suguru Geto? Kenjaku's expression didn't waver. I didn't lie. I simply omitted the full picture. Just like you too, I find the modern Jujutsu world to be an eyesore. I want to overthrow modern Jujutsu society. Jogo, you want the same, don't you? And you, Mahito? You wish to become a god. The modern Jujutsu world will undoubtedly be your greatest obstacle. What a masterful silver tongue. Not a single lie, yet perfectly concealing his true agenda. Mahito narrowed his eyes and nodded. That part, at least, is true. Kenjaku feigned wiping sweat from his brow, though he hadn't shed a single drop, and his smiling face remained perfectly intact. My. I never expected a cursed spirit to possess the ability to detect human lies. That is quite a formidable power. It seems I will have to be completely honest with you all from now on. Jogo snorted coldly. You should have done that from the start. Mahito's lips curled upward. You're lying again. You're currently calculating how to manipulate us while avoiding the heavy lifting, not how to be completely honest. Jogo whipped his head around, glaring murderous daggers at Kenjaku. Kenjaku raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. You can see through that as well. Who knows? Mahito said with a beaming, sinister smile. That was a lie. Mahito hadn't detected any soul fluctuations that time, because Kenjaku had genuinely spoken those words without active deceit. A novice might have believed him, but Mahito, deeply versed in the treacherous art of human language, knew with absolute certainty that Kenjaku was scheming contingencies. After all, Kenjaku's ultimate goal fundamentally conflicted with the cursed spirit's desire to swap places with humanity. A start-to-finish alliance was conceptually impossible. No matter what Kenjaku promised now, he would inevitably betray them. That was an indisputable fact. Since that was the case, Mahito had to crush his momentum and establish dominance early. Otherwise, he'd be sold out before he knew it. Waves of blistering heat radiated from Jogo. Suguru Geto, what is your true objective? Kenjaku answered with profound seriousness, to overthrow the current Jujutsu world. Jogo looked at Mahito. Mahito sighed. That statement is true. Though I suspect that's not his ultimate endgame. Regardless of my endgame, our immediate interests in toppling the current Jujutsu world are perfectly aligned. I can forge a binding vow with you right now. Until the current Jujutsu society is overthrown, we shall be the stanchest of allies. Neither side may betray the other through direct or indirect means. How does that sound? Kenjaku offered gravely. This statement was true. Furthermore, if he established a binding vow, he would absolutely adhere to it. In this world, binding vows were absolute laws. Even entities as overwhelmingly powerful as Ryaman Sukuna had to abide by them. Over his 1,000-year existence, Kenjaku frequently utilized binding vows with others, fulfilling every single condition he agreed to. Anyone deeply involved in the Jujutsu world understood this absolute rule, which is why Jogo stopped pressing the issue. He merely scoffed, a curse user full of lies. Kenjaku looked the picture of innocence as he lowered his hands. He knew that the moment he proposed a binding vow, open hostilities between them were off the table, at least until Jujutsu society was reduced to ashes. Mahito looked between the two of them and suddenly asked, Jogo, have you already fought Suguru Geto? Jogo looked surprised. How did you know? Yes. The bastard actually has some skill. No shit, Mahito thought. If you hadn't fought him and recognized his strength, an arrogant curse like you would never tolerate a human strutting around in front of you. When Jogo first arrived in Tokyo, he was arrogant enough to challenge Satoru Gojo directly, fully confident he could kill him. It was clear proof that he possessed zero understanding of the modern Jujutsu world's power ceiling. He must have been dripping with hubris. If a random human had approached him without demonstrating serious firepower, Jogo would have incinerated him on the spot. Please, calm down a bit, Jogo. Look, your unconsciously leaking cursed energy is making Junpei sweat profusely, Kenjaku noted. He looked up at Junpei and offered a smile so intrinsically terrifying it sent a violent shudder down Junpei's spine. Jogo frowned, glanced at the sweating Junpei, and slowly reined in his emotions. The oppressive heat wave dissipated, and Junpei exhaled a shaky breath. Kenjaku stroked his chin. This won't do. Simply having the ability to see cursed spirits only qualifies him for logistical support roles within Jujutsu High. He will never climb into the upper echelons. If that's the case, his utility to us is extremely limited. Mahito, what do you plan to do? Mahito replied coolly, "Relax. I'll ensure he is highly valued." Kenjaku nodded thoughtfully. Although he maintained his placid smile, Mahito's soul-piercing eyes saw right through him. In that exact moment, Kenjaku was ecstatic. This bastard is testing my abilities, Mahito realized. Honestly, Kenjaku's probing actually relieved Mahito. It meant that while Kenjaku grasped the core concept of Mahito's technique, he didn't know its upper limits. Kenjaku needed to study Mahito further to confirm if Mahito was truly the key he was searching for. Being viewed as a mere tool naturally filled Mahito with resentment. However, flipping the perspective revealed a massive opportunity. As long as Mahito's growth outpaced Kenjaku's expectations, exceeding Kenjaku's capacity to control him, Kenjaku would be forced to rely on Mahito to achieve his ultimate endgame. The power dynamic would instantly invert. Mahito was playing a high-stakes game of time management. Mahito turned to Junpei. He believed the linchpin to breaking Kenjaku's control lay with Junpei, or more accurately, what he was about to make Junpei do. He placed his hand on Junpei's head, gently stroking his hair. As he did, his soul-altering power breached deep into Junpei's brain. An imperfect, yet relentless thought imprint began rewriting his psyche, ensuring he could never harbor even a single thought of betrayal. Previously, Mahito had simply utilized his soul-altering power without ever giving it a name. He had assumed it was divine authority, and divine power didn't need a label. But now, he knew exactly what it was. He needed its true name. Idol Transfiguration. From this moment onward, his power to reshape the soul would be known as Idol Transfiguration. Junpei, from this moment on, you are my eyes. Every scrap of information you witness will become my nourishment. I am going to mold you into a partial clone of myself. You will infiltrate Tokyo Jujutsu High masquerading as another victim traumatized by cursed spirits. I need you to absorb every piece of knowledge you can access. Analyze your peers' innate techniques. Seize any cursed tools that can augment your power. Junpei's expression was initially tight with anxiety, but as Idol Transfiguration took hold, his vibrant eyes glazed over. His face slackened. His eyes rolled upward, exposing bloodshot whites that looked like crimson spiderwebs. His body vibrated slightly. Layer upon layer of cursed energy began pooling within him, circulating, expanding until it roared like a torrential river, flooding his entire physical vessel. Mahito was actively mutating Junpei Yoshino into a jujitsu sorcerer. It was easier than he had anticipated. Though he hadn't operated on an actual sorcerer yet, his earlier experiments had already mapped out how to transmit his power into others. In fact, that starving old man he first experimented on still harbored faint traces of his cursed energy, though it was far too minuscule to be easily detected. But this was entirely different. He was going to forcefully forge Junpei into a genius jujitsu sorcerer, a vessel perfectly adapted to eventually incarnate Mahito's own being. Yes, he was prepping Junpei's body to be his future flesh vessel. Mahito spoke softly to him, from this moment on, you are a jujitsu prodigy. You will possess a colossal reserve of cursed energy. This energy will continuously refine your flesh, forcing your body to adapt to increasingly extreme outputs. I am altering your brain. Your focus, comprehension, and logical reasoning are being maximized. As you push your own limits, your intellect will evolve even further. You will possess peerless learning capabilities and a capacity for casting jujitsu that others cannot hope to reach. I will preserve your innate talent. Despite awakening your cursed energy at such a late age, you possess something ordinary sorcerers do not. You have your own innate technique. I won't tell you what your innate technique is. You are about to enter the jujitsu world as a total novice, and a novice shouldn't know everything from day one. You only need to know one truth. In the jujitsu world, 80% of a sorcerer's maximum potential is dictated by innate talent. Hard work is merely a secondary accessory. And you possess the most terrifying talent of them all. If it were possible, Mahito would have aggressively copied his idol transfiguration over to Junpei. But he couldn't. He didn't fully understand himself yet. Even the endgame Canon Mahito couldn't do it. Canon Mahito's mastery of the soul eventually allowed him to mutate humans into network clones that shared his consciousness, but he could never grant those clones the ability to cast idol transfiguration themselves. Innate techniques were black boxes. In the entire lore of the world, only 3 specific conditions could pry those black boxes open. Unfortunately, idol transfiguration couldn't crack them on its own. Mahito already had theories on how to bypass this, but now wasn't the time. Aside from dictating an innate technique, Mahito bestowed upon Junpei everything a true genius required. This was also foundational prep for learning reverse cursed technique. As a cursed spirit, Mahito could not learn RCT. But Junpei, operating as his pseudo-clone, could. Thanks to his month of grotesque experimentation, Mahito's understanding of the human brain was unparalleled. Junpei was already sharp, but after this neurological overhaul, his cognitive limits were shattered. When Mahito decided to send him to Jujutsu High, he resolved that Junpei had to be a peerless genius. He needed him to master every universal Jujutsu skill available. Not just RCT, but simple Shikigami summoning, barrier techniques, simple domains, and cursed tool crafting. As long as it wasn't an innate technique, Junpei had the capacity to learn it. The more techniques Junpei learned, the stronger his capabilities became, and ultimately, all of it would be fed directly back to Mahito. Just as everything a believer acquires is ultimately offered upon the altar of their god. And right now, Mahito was Junpei Yoshino's god. Out of the corner of his eye, Mahito caught a momentary flicker in Kenjaku's expression. It wasn't fear, it was sheer, unadulterated ecstasy. This was the exact key Kenjaku needed, the power to freely alter the flesh and dictate the degree of incarnation in others. Mahito was flawlessly demonstrating that exact capability, and Kenjaku was internally rejoicing. The silent, desperate race against the clock between Mahito and Kenjaku had officially begun. Either Mahito's growth would stagnate, ending with him being reduced to Kenjaku's tool, or he would invert the hierarchy, forcing Kenjaku to grovel at Mahito's feet to realize his millennial dream. Kenjaku couldn't help but ask, "What is your plan? Are you going to tear off one of Junpei's arms? That alone won't be enough. The Jujutsu higher-ups won't believe a cursed spirit of your caliber spared a human just for the price of an arm. Naturally. An arm or a leg won't fool those paranoid bastards," Mahito said calmly. "But if I turn him into my twisted, sadistic plaything, then the sorcerers will lower their guard." Jogo and Kenjaku exchanged a glance. Kenjaku asked, "Plaything? What exactly are you going to do?" Mahito looked down at Junpei, whose body was utterly relaxed, yielding entirely to Mahito's manipulation. Mahito smiled. A smile as gentle and warm as a spring breeze. He said, "It's simple. I'm going to turn him into a woman." "Who?" Kenjaku and Jogo voiced their disbelief simultaneously. Junpei violently convulsed. His previously relaxed muscles snapped taut. His eyes blew wide open, the sclera mapped with blood-red spiderwebs. He began screaming hysterically, "Wait! You haven't forgotten about that shrine maiden thing. I don't want to be a shrine maiden. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. How could you do this? How could you do this to me? Junpei, this is the optimal solution, isn't it?" Mahito coaxed with sickening gentleness. "Given your current power level, it's statistically impossible for you to escape a cursed spirit like us. The only logical outcome of our encounter is your brutal death. Surviving with just a missing arm, leg, or eye cannot be written off as mere luck. The Jujutsu world would never trust a survivor with that kind of story." He drawled slowly, "But being forcibly transformed into a girl? That changes everything." Mahito smiled without parting his lips. He looked incredibly gentle, almost compassionate, but the words spilling from his mouth were the whispers of a devil. He murmured, "This is my sick hobby. You can go straight to the Jujutsu sorcerers and cry your heart out about it. No, actually, you won't even need to say a word. The moment they realize a boy was grotesquely transfigured into a girl, they will automatically write it off as the deranged, sadistic whims of a curse. They won't suspect you for a second. I guarantee it. It's infinitely more convincing than surviving half-dead, don't you agree?" Junpei roared with every fiber of his being, "No. Absolutely not. No. You can't do this to me. You can't do this. You can't." He didn't realize it, but over the span of less than 5 minutes, his furious, masculine screams had pitched upward, dissolving into the frantic wails of a girl. He had become *she*. Chapter 4. No lies detected. 3076 words. Satoru Gojo stared at the boy's file. A photograph was clipped to the inside cover. He unclipped it and scrutinized the image. It was a teenager. The file noted he was only a first-year high school student from a single-parent household, raised by his mother following a divorce. He had founded a cinema appreciation club at the start of the school year, but for unknown reasons, it rapidly declined and was recently disbanded. The boy in the photo offered a timid, awkward smile. He had medium-length hair with parted bangs framing his face. His name was Junpei Yoshino. Having confirmed the file's contents, Gojo looked up. "Fut. You laughed? You definitely just laughed." The teenage girl shot him a vicious, feral glare, like a cornered beast. Under normal circumstances, it might have been a highly intimidating look, but with fat tears welling in her eyes, it only made her look pitifully adorable. "Fut, fut. You bastard," the girl shrieked, displaying absolutely none of the timid awkwardness from the photograph. Or rather, she could never be that timid, awkward teenage boy from the file ever again. She was a remarkably pitiful girl. Her long bangs completely obscured one eye and nearly half her face. She glared at Gojo with her visible eye, the bottom lid heavy with unshed tears that threatened to spill over like a broken dam. She was wearing a male high school uniform, but it didn't fit her altered frame at all. The shoulders drooped loosely, and the sleeve swallowed her hands completely. She was huddled in the corner of the holding cell bed, hugging her knees, her face buried so deeply between them she looked like a balled-up hedgehog. She had only looked up when she heard someone approach. Anyone with eyes could see she was teetering on the absolute edge of a mental breakdown. Satoru Gojo fought down his laughter. He tried. He really tried. But this was just too damn funny. How could anyone hold it in? Fut, ha 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 ha. What the hell is this? What is actually happening? Do cursed spirits seriously have sick hobbies like this? Instead of butchering people, it violently gender swaps them. Why is this so weird? Ahaha. Ahaha. Gojo was howling with laughter, but beneath his manic amusement, his mind was calculating a terrifyingly high threat assessment regarding the girl in front of him. No, threat assessment wasn't quite right. To Satoru Gojo, there wasn't a single human or curse on the planet that warranted true caution. He had been the undisputed pinnacle of the world for so long that his baseline paranoia as a jujutsu sorcerer had completely atrophied. That was exactly why, even when confronted with this bizarre anomaly, he could still laugh so brazenly. He shouldn't be laughing. As an expert, as an adult, he absolutely shouldn't be laughing. But he literally couldn't help himself. So, he laughed. Triggered by his laughter, a horrifying torrent of power erupted from the girl. Gojo's severely dulled combat instincts gave a sudden, involuntary twitch under the sheer pressure. It was like feeling the familiar sting of bloodlust after a long hiatus, a primal instinct screaming at him to lock onto the girl and prepare to kill her. To kill her, before she could kill him. The reason was devastatingly simple: cursed energy. An oceanic, catastrophic volume of cursed energy. Cursed energy so dense it felt like it could blot out the sun. Before Gojo had even stepped foot inside the police station, he had sensed this colossal mass of energy. Even a completely normal civilian with zero jujutsu talent would have felt a frigid, unnatural chill caressing their skin in this building. But for a sorcerer of Gojo's caliber, the cursed energy radiating from the girl was practically visible to the naked eye. It expanded outward in all directions, surging like an erupting volcano violently expelling magma. If Gojo hadn't visually confirmed she was human, he would have instantly categorized her as a cursed spirit, an undeniable special grade. Her total cursed energy reserves actually eclipsed Gojo's own. Yes, strictly in terms of raw volume, she possessed more than him. It immediately reminded him of Yuta Okotsu. Yuta Okotsu was widely considered to have the largest cursed energy reserves in recorded human history. The girl's reserves hadn't quite reached Yuta's apocalyptic levels, but to be fair, Yuta was technically a distant relative of Gojo. No matter how distant the bloodline, Yuta was born from jujutsu sorcerer lineage. This girl had absolutely zero sorcerer blood in her veins. In Tokyo, there were countless victims whose lives were derailed by cursed spirits. Naturally, there were survivors who narrowly escaped death. Trauma from curses often forcibly unlocked a person's ability to manipulate trace amounts of their own cursed energy, but that was usually their hard limit. They spent the rest of their lives working as logistical support for Jujutsu High, barely able to cast the most rudimentary barrier techniques. But this girl was an impossible anomaly. No sorcerer lineage. No innate talent. And yet, she was currently flooding the room with a tsunami of cursed energy. Even if she didn't rival Yuta Okotsu, her current reserves easily placed her in the top 5, maybe even the top 3, of all living humans. Gojo suspected a binding vow was at play. Sacrificing her entire physical identity in exchange for catastrophic power. It wasn't quite Yuta Okotsu, but this sheer density of cursed energy easily put her on par with special grade curses. Correction, even among special grades, her raw output was top tier. That was why Satoru Gojo was here. No one else could handle her. With reserves this massive, a single stray, emotionally charged sentence from her could inadvertently birth a brand new curse. If she were to be executed right now, the resulting negative backlash would undeniably spawn a new special grade cursed spirit. Truly, only Satoru Gojo, a fellow special grade, was equipped to defuse this. Gojo analyzed all this internally, but externally, he showed zero mercy. He laughed for a solid 30 seconds before his chuckles finally broke up into sputtering stops. He scrutinized the girl. She was passively venting an astronomical amount of energy. Logically, if she had even the slightest control, she could have effortlessly cursed him with it. Gojo already had his limitless cactive, fully prepared for a lethal counterattack. But nothing happened. Not a single trace of an offensive curse came his way. Seeing her pushed to the absolute brink of humiliation and fury, anyone with the capability would have retaliated. The fact that she didn't left Gojo with only two logical conclusions. 1. She was just pathologically kind-hearted, refusing to harm others even when pushed to the edge. Yeah, scratch that. Looking at those tear-filled, venomous eyes, if she knew how to throw a cursed energy punch, Gojo's face would already be flattened. Which left only one possibility. She genuinely possessed zero jujutsu technique. She was an absolute, unadulterated novice. Did that mean she wasn't a sleeper agent planted by the curses? Yes, the secondary reason Gojo was here was to determine if Junpei Yoshino, the boy transfigured into a girl, was a spy. It sounded absurd. Before today, the entire jujutsu world would have scoffed at the idea. Conventional wisdom dictated that cursed spirits were mindless beasts driven purely by the instinct to slaughter. Intellectually, they ranked below dolphins. How could a beast mastermind a sleeper agent? But everything had changed today. According to the testimony of this girl, Junpei Yoshino, curses had evolved true sapience. Plural. And worse, they were actively conspiring with curse users to overthrow jujutsu society. It sounded like apocalyptic fear-mongering. Gojo fully believed that as long as he was breathing, the jujutsu world could never be overthrown. But the rotting fossils at the upper echelons of jujutsu headquarters had completely lost their minds, scrambling in a panicked frenzy like cats with their tails stepped on. Part of their frantic response was deploying him personally to verify the claims of this impossibly disruptive girl. Phut, he, okay, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Gojo sputtered, finally forcing the laughter down, though his shoulders still shook with suppressed mirth. See, can you tell me what your thought process was? Running straight to a normal police station to find us? The girl gave him a dead-eyed stare. Isn't it obvious? If inexplicable supernatural phenomena genuinely exist in this country, it's impossible for the government to be completely blind to it. The most direct approach I could think of was going to the police, since they operate on the front lines of societal anomalies. If I wanted to find the experts, who else was I supposed to ask? Gojo stroked his chin. Highly logical. You really do have talent, it's just a shame about the... You're still laughing, the girl shrieked. It was true. They were currently sitting inside a police station. The moment the girl walked in and uttered the words cursed spirits, the receptionist assumed she was either severely mentally ill or suffering from a terminal case of high school chinibia. But after listening to her dead serious, terrifyingly detailed account, a senior officer nervously escorted her straight into a temporary holding cell. Yes, the police immediately threw her behind bars. As for the reason, Gojo coughed twice, finally purging the last of his amusement. All right, let me lay it out for you clearly, Gojo said, his smile lingering, but his eyes locking onto hers. The higher-ups want you dead. The girl's eye twitched. She went completely silent. The fact that you sought out the police after surviving a cursed spirit proves you're highly intelligent. If you were just a standard civilian survivor seeking help, it would have been the smartest move possible. As you deduced, we jujutsu experts coordinate closely with law enforcement. But because of that exact relationship, the police know enough to recognize when something is profoundly wrong. For example, you. Gojo paused, his smile unwavering, his voice dropping an octave. To be subjected to a cursed spirit soul alteration, survive it, and emerge possessing an apocalyptic volume of cursed energy, you are patient zero. In recorded history, there has never been a precedent of a curse mutating a normal human into a powerhouse sorcerer. The implications of your existence are staggering. The most lethal implication is this: if cursed spirits can freely mass-produce special-grade sorcerers out of ordinary civilians, then it is no exaggeration to say the current hierarchy, where a microscopic elite rules the jujutsu world, will be annihilated. Hell, human society itself would collapse. The primary reason jujutsu sorcerers didn't actively rule humanity was their sheer lack of numbers. Furthermore, most sorcerers were still vulnerable to conventional firearms. A bullet to the brain was lethal to 90% of them. Coupled with the endless, exhausting war against curses, sorcerers simply didn't have the bandwidth to conquer Japan, let alone the world. But if ordinary civilians could be artificially awakened as sorcerers, and gifted with apocalyptic reserves like this girl, all bets were off. It was a crisis of the highest order. Naturally, Gojo understood this perfectly. Gojo stared intently at the girl, the first ever human mutated by a curse, Junpei Yoshino. Junpei Yoshino. Let me ask you one question. Do you or stand on the side of humanity? The girl took a deep breath. She slid off the holding cell bed and stood directly in front of Satoru Gojo. Her bangs were long, completely veiling one side of her face. She possessed a delicately cute face, her visible eye perpetually shimmering with unshed tears. The oversized male uniform hung loosely on her frame, looking as though it might slip off her shoulders at any second. Looking impossibly fragile, she forced her face into a mask of absolute seriousness and met Gojo's gaze. Gojo slightly lifted the blindfold covering his eyes. He analyzed her with the 6 eyes, observing the exact flow of her cursed energy, the rhythm of her internal organs, the electrical firing of her nervous system, and the micro-tremors in her facial muscles. As long as the target was human, it was physically impossible to lie under the scrutiny of the 6 eyes. Gojo watched her. If she showed even a microscopic tell of deceit, regardless of how much he pitied her, he would execute her on the spot. It didn't matter if she was an innocent victim. If she had strayed from the path of humanity and succumbed to a curse's brainwashing, she had to die. This was a war of species. There was zero room for mercy. A second later, the girl spoke. She said, "I am human. I swear it, I will always stand on the side of humanity." No. Lies. Detected. Gojo was certain. Under the absolute authority of the 6 eyes, the girl hadn't lied. Her words were born from absolute sincerity. Gojo smiled. "Excellent, Junpei-chan. Then allow me to read your official verdict." The girl swallowed hard, trembling with tension. "Your death penalty has been commuted to a suspended death sentence," Gojo beamed. Whoosh. The girl let out a massive, shuddering exhale. "Ha ha ha, your reactions are the best." Gojo laughed brightly. "Being all tense and dramatic really suits that cute face of yours, Junpei-chan." The girl's expression instantly flatlined into a deadfish stare, the profound relief she felt a second ago evaporating into thin air. She caught her breath. "But is that really okay? The higher-up sent you here to execute me, didn't they? Let me guess, wring every drop of intel out of me, then kill me to eliminate the threat? It's probably not my place to say this, but it sounds like you arbitrarily commuted my sentence yourself." Gojo snapped his blindfold back into place and shrugged. "Can't be helped. Killing you off right now would be a massive waste." "A waste?" The girl frowned. "You might not realize it, but despite your forced gender swap, the cursed energy injected into you by that curse is completely authentic. Honestly, before today, I'd only ever seen one other person with reserves like yours. I have no idea what your innate technique is. Hell, since you were artificially mutated from a civilian, you might not even have one, but strictly based on your raw energy reserves, I can guarantee you'll easily qualify as a grade 1 sorcerer." Gojo pondered for a second, then added, "If you're lucky enough to actually possess an innate technique to pair with those reserves, hitting special grade would probably be a walk in the park." Gojo wasn't exaggerating. She might not rival Yuta Okotsu's infinite battery, but her reserves were still terrifying. With that much fuel, even the most garbage-tier innate technique could be brute-forced into a weapon of mass destruction. Special grade status was practically guaranteed. That sounds like a big deal," the girl noted. "A very big deal," Gojo said breezily. "For context, there are only 3 special grades in all of Japan right now." The girl's eye blew wide open in shock. Gojo snapped his fingers. "Exactly. Which is why I said it'd be a waste. If someone with your monstrous reserves was executed instead of being drafted into our ranks, my heart would bleed from the sheer inefficiency. You probably don't know this, but sorcerers make up a microscopic fraction of the human population. Every single one of us is constantly worked to the bone. If a brand new special grade pops up to share the workload, that's a massive win for us." Gojo's casual explanation carried a hidden weight. Perhaps it was because of the girl's existence, but he felt an ominous storm brewing on the horizon. The fact that cursed spirits had birthed a sapient variant, one with a twisted, sadistic personality no less, was unprecedented in Jujutsu history. Trying to predict the endgame of a hyper-intelligent curse was practically impossible for Gojo right now. But regardless of what this sapient curse was plotting, as a special grade, Gojo only had one immediate counterplay: aggressively fortify the strength of Jujutsu society. Prepare for the unpredictable by stockpiling absolute power. Thinking of this, Gojo suddenly asked the girl, going back to a normal high school would be pretty impossible for you now, right? Pack your bags. You're enrolling in Jujutsu High. Hey. What's wrong? You don't have friends waiting for you at your old school, do you? No, it's just, never mind. The girl inhaled sharply. Can I see my mom one last time? Gojo blinked, realizing the girl had wildly misunderstood. She probably thought Jujutsu High was some dystopian black site training facility, a description Gojo couldn't entirely refute, but in reality, Jujutsu High was just a normal 3-year high school. The only difference was that the curriculum focused on exorcising curses. Aside from that, it operated like any regular school. Well, the staggeringly low student population was also a bit different. You can see her whenever you want. Gojo waved a hand dismissively. I said a suspended death sentence, but it's not as grim as it sounds. As long as you bust your ass and rank up, the execution order will automatically be revoked once you hit special grade. In the meantime, just treat Jujutsu High like a standard boarding school. You can go home on weekends. Oh. The girl looked stunned, muttering in disbelief. Is it really that lax? From the way you were talking, I thought I was some high-risk anomaly. I assumed I'd be under 24/7 armed surveillance, and that I'd never see my mom again. Ha ha ha, it's not that dramatic. Gojo laughed easily. We're human too, you know. We have families. You can't force sorcerers to bleed on the front lines and then ban them from going home. That's just bad management. No, I wasn't talking about the management. I was talking about you, the girl said, looking deeply conflicted. Oh. Gojo finally realized what the girl was getting at. He turned slightly, tilting his head to look at her, flashing a brilliantly arrogant smile. My bad. We've been talking all this time, and I totally forgot to introduce myself. Saying this out loud is a bit embarrassing, even for me, but if it helps put your mind at ease, Junpei-chan, allow me to give a slightly cocky introduction. Gojo paused dramatically, then stated with absolute nonchalance, I am Satoru Gojo. For what it's worth. I'm the strongest jujutsu sorcerer on this planet. He smiled, a bright, blindingly arrogant smile, and added. In this country, I'm kind of a big deal. Chapter 5, 5. Overwriting the Soul. 2002 words. Asterisk Everything is proceeding perfectly asterisk Mahito thought. He was currently perceiving the world through Junpei Yoshino's eyes. Though he wasn't actively piloting Junpei's body, he could seize total control and transform her into a literal extension of himself at a moment's notice. Even passively, he could monitor Junpei's every thought. He could even remotely manipulate the subtle hormonal balances within her body to forcefully steer her thought processes and reconstruct her personality from the ground up. Unsurprisingly, Satoru Gojo hadn't detected a thing. It was entirely expected. Before today, the Jujutsu world had never encountered a curse as profoundly cunning as Mahito. In their historical records, curses were mindless beasts lacking the intelligence of a dolphin. Naturally, Gojo couldn't fathom that a curse would deploy a sleeper agent with such terrifying, meticulous care. If anything, the fact that Gojo even thought to ask Junpei if she'd stood on the side of humanity proved he was incredibly cautious. But even if you put a gun to Gojo's head, he would never be able to guess the truth. Junpei did stand on the side of humanity. But in her warped mind, as long as humans ruled humans, humanity would never achieve true salvation. Therefore, she genuinely believed that a cursed spirit ascending to guard her to rule over humanity was the infinitely superior path. Sorcerers were all a little crazy, but even among sorcerers, Junpei Yoshino was a psychotic anomaly. And precisely because her fanaticism was so utterly alien, Gojo's infallible six eyes lie detector test had ultimately been completely useless. Junpei had successfully infiltrated Tokyo Jujutsu High. All that remained was for her to absorb every scrap of knowledge the school possessed. That knowledge would then seamlessly synchronize with Mahito. Up to this point, Mahito's master plan had been executed flawlessly. Now, it was time to focus on the next phase. For example. Cool, a voice suddenly interrupted Mahito's plotting. Mahito turned toward the sound. A spatial tear was slowly sealing shut. Kenjaku stepped out from the portal, leading someone inside. It was a bizarre, effeminate man. He wore his blonde hair in an asymmetrical side ponytail. 3 purple triangles were tattooed beneath each of his eyes. He wore a black bodysuit that exposed his right shoulder, paired with brown boots. He was looking around with hyperactive curiosity, like a hyperdestructive toddler arriving at an amusement park. He was physically trying to hold still, but his mind had already sprinted ahead to the rides. His gaze slowly drifted until it locked onto Mahito. He broke into a massive, eerie smile, a smile radiating a chilling, childlike innocence. "I'm Haruta Shigemo. Nice to meet ya, Mr. Curse." Mahito rose from his lounge chair. He hadn't yet detailed his current location. He was currently lounging on a secluded beach in Kyoto, Japan. He was acutely aware that Tokyo was Satoru Gojo's domain. Unless absolutely necessary, he refused to step foot in Tokyo. The other cursed spirits might be oblivious to Gojo's apocalyptic threat level, but Mahito understood it perfectly. Until he was absolutely certain he could survive a direct confrontation with Gojo, he was staying far away from Tokyo. This wasn't cowardice, it was basic survival. And his strategy to level up was already in motion. One key piece of that strategy was the curse user currently standing before him. Mahito smiled politely. "Hello, Haruta Shigemo. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Kenjaku stood to the side and said, "As requested, I have brought you a curse user desperate for power." Over the past month since his transmigration, Mahito had extensively studied ordinary humans. Combined with his meta-knowledge of Jujutsu Kaisen, he was entirely confident he could replicate every single technique the canon Mahito possessed in record time. Scaling his power up to the original Mahito's baseline was a certainty. The real challenge was figuring out how to shatter that ceiling and ascend even higher. In the original story, Mahito practically never used Jujutsu sorcerers as test subjects. He initially had the capability, and after growing bored with normal humans, he actively tried to bait sorcerers to use as guinea pigs. Unfortunately, every time he tried to hunt a sorcerer, he got violently repelled, and he eventually abandoned the idea entirely. Up until his death, he relied purely on his mastery of ordinary human souls to fight. But now, Mahito was going to change the script. The logic was beautifully simple. If he had a phenomenally useful ally like Kenjaku, why wouldn't he exploit him? I can't kidnap sorcerers to experiment on? Fine, I'll just have Kenjaku bring them to me. And Kenjaku had delivered flawlessly. He even brought a named curse user from the canon storyline. "Thank you, Suguru Geto," Mahito said, not holding back his praise. Haruta Shigemo gasped dramatically. "Ah, so it was Mr. Curse who asked for me. Honestly, I can't believe sapient curses actually exist. When Lord Geto told me a smart curse wanted to see me, I totally thought he was pulling my leg." He had initially called him Curse, but the moment Mahito spoke, he seamlessly upgraded it to Mr. Curse. Haruta was incredibly adept at reading the room and kissing up to power. "I'm curious. You follow Suguru Geto's orders quite willingly?" Mahito asked. Haruta answered breezily, "Because Lord Geto's got a huge brain. He said the future of curse users needed me. I don't really get why, but since Lord Geto said so, here I am." A blatant lie. Mahito saw right through it with his soul-piercing gaze. But unlike his aggressive confrontation with Kenjaku during their first meeting, Mahito didn't press the issue. He considerately ignored the lie. After all, during the later arcs of the original canon, Kenjaku commanded massive armies of curse users. How exactly he managed to wrangle them all was a mystery. Curse users were technically Jujutsu sorcerers, but they completely lacked any moral compass. The sole reason they used Jujutsu was to do whatever the hell they wanted. But because Satoru Gojo existed, Japan had zero breathing room for curse users. Under Gojo's oppressive shadow, life for a curse user was absolute misery. Forcing violent hedonists to live like law-abiding citizens was literal torture for them. And besides, Haruta looked up at Mahito, dragging out his vowels playfully. "I heard from Lord Geto that Mr. Curse can effortlessly double my cursed energy. So, I couldn't wait to come running." Mahito feigned surprise. "You really trust Suguru Geto, don't you? I was under the impression curse users didn't trust anyone." Mahito had only made a casual observation, but Haruta didn't miss a beat, answering casually right in front of Kenjaku. "What are you talking about, Mr. Curse? I don't trust Lord Geto at all." "Oh." Mahito raised an eyebrow. "It's just, Lord Geto made a binding vow with us. He promised to lead us and permanently deal with Satoru Gojo. That's why we're all flocking to his banner." Haruta beamed, a sadistic glint in his eye. "Like you said, Mr. Curse, we don't trust each other for a second. But if he can actually kill Satoru Gojo, well, that changes everything. Asterisk because, you see, Satoru Gojo is just too strong asterisk the curse user implied. He's so strong, and so annoying, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. When Lord Geto used a binding vow to promise us his head, of course we agreed to work for him. Though, if he gives us a suicide mission, we'll totally tell him to shove it. Haruta didn't seem the least bit worried about the binding vow. His mind was already lost in sadistic fantasies of how beautiful a Gojo-less Japan would be. So that's how it is. Mahito finally understood the socio-political dynamics of the curse users. Curse users were feral hedonists. The only thing capable of forcing them to cooperate was a power so absolute it robbed them of their freedom. Satoru Gojo was that absolute power. He was an untouchable god, even if every curse user on the planet teamed up, they couldn't scratch him. Knowing this, curse users had no choice but to cower and endure. But Kenjaku's arrival shattered that stalemate. He promised that if they served him, he would erase Satoru Gojo from existence. They had even sealed the deal with a binding vow. Kenjaku was a grandmaster of binding vows. He used them to convince an army of paranoid psychopaths that he could actually pull off the impossible. Consequently, the curse users fell in line. Mahito didn't know the exact stipulations of the vow, but as long as it wasn't guaranteed suicide, even if it was a suicide mission, under the right conditions, the curse users would still likely follow orders. You could only imagine how deeply suffocated these psychopaths had been since Gojo's birth. If it meant Gojo would die, they'd probably be willing to die right alongside him. Sorcerers were already mentally unhinged by nature, and curse users were the absolute most deranged of the bunch. Being forced to play nice under Gojo's boot for so long meant their collective sanity was already stretched to the breaking point. Even without Suguru Geto, they would have eventually kamikaze Jujutsu society anyway. Kenjaku merely offered them a more effective detonator. So, Mr. Curse, can you really double my cursed energy? Haruta asked eagerly. I can, Mahito said honestly. However, I've never operated on a sorcerer before. I can guarantee you won't die, but I can't guarantee anything else. There's a chance your innate technique might be permanently erased. Knowing that, do you still want to proceed? Haruta gasped. You can really do it? Is your power seriously that insane, Mr. Curse? It seemed Haruta had been harboring heavy doubts before arriving. He genuinely hadn't believed a curse could pull this off. You don't seem bothered by the prospect of losing your innate technique. Mahito asked. Haruta burst into hysterical laughter. You're such a joker, Mr. Curse. If my cursed energy gets doubled, why the hell would I need my innate technique? My technique is pathetic anyway. It only guarantees I don't get instantly pulverized after doing something bad. Plus, activating it is super annoying. I've always wanted one of those flashy, badass techniques, but I got stuck with garbage. He threw his hands up, sighing with exaggerated theatricality. If I can trade my garbage technique for double the raw power, that's a massive steal. That way, after I do something bad, I won't have to worry about surviving getting beaten to death. I can just beat the sorcerers to death first. Isn't that infinitely better than just barely surviving? Just thinking about it makes me feel so cool. Personally, I think your innate technique is a priceless masterpiece. Mahito sighed internally. But since you don't want it, I'll gladly take it off your hands. Mahito smiled. Shall we begin, then? Time to double your energy. Haruta looked surprised. We don't need any prep. We can just do it right now. It should take about 10 minutes. Mahito pondered aloud. If you completely drop your cursed energy defenses, it might go faster. But since sorcerers maintain those defenses subconsciously, I'll have to carefully bypass them. Aside from that, no prep is needed. Just steel yourself mentally. Without a second of hesitation, Haruta shrieked in excitement, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and double my power, Mr. Curse. Now. Right now. Immediately. I can't wait. I literally can't wait. This guy's mental state is completely unsalvageable. Mahito raised his hand, reaching forward. Haruta didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. Like an eager child waiting for candy, he thrust his head forward to meet Mahito's palm. Mahito hadn't instructed him on what to do, yet Haruta already knew the procedure. Kenjaku must have briefed him beforehand. What the hell is Kenjaku plotting? Sometimes, Mahito genuinely couldn't read him. The instant Mahito's palm made contact with Haruta Shigemo's skull, the technique activated. Mahito whispered softly, "Idol transfiguration." Chapter 6. I'm fighting Satoru Gojo? 2,107 words. How exactly could he elevate his own strength as quickly as possible? Ever since Mahito had been taken away by Kenjaku and Jogo, this question had been running on a non-stop loop in his mind. In truth, from the very moment he realized he had been reincarnated as a Mahito, this problem had been relentlessly tormenting him. The first solution Mahito set his sights on was copying. For no other reason than the fact that in the established plot of Jujutsu Kaisen there were tangible examples. It was easy to plagiarize. Within this world's power system, there were exactly 3.5 instances of individuals capable of copying the innate techniques of others. They were special grade Jujutsu sorcerer Yuta Okotsu. His innate technique was fundamentally a copy. As long as Rika consumed a portion of an opposing Jujutsu sorcerer, he could acquire their innate technique. It was a terrifyingly potent ability, described by Kenjaku as unconditional technique copying and a boundless well of cursed energy. The Millennium Curse user, Kenjaku, he utilized a brain-hopping technique. Typically, employing such a forbidden art would exact a lethal toll even on the user, but his innate technique seemed perfectly adapted for it. Coupled with a binding vow that mandated a permanent suture scar across the forehead of any host he possessed, he flawlessly commanded this physical hijacking. Through this technique, he continuously swapped vessels, wielding the innate techniques of whatever flesh he wore. The protagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji Itadori, this was an extreme anomaly. Because Yuji's body functioned as a flesh and blood prison for Ryman Sukuna over a prolonged period, Yuji, who originally possessed no innate technique, eventually had Sukuna's innate technique etched into his very being due to the proximity of the King of Curse's soul. Setting aside the first two, both Yuta Okotsu and Kenjaku were able to copy techniques solely because the specific nature of their own innate techniques allowed for it. They were two unique cases in 1,000 years of history. It was an absolute rarity, a complete black box of jujitsu mechanics that defied reverse engineering. Yuji Itadori's situation was equally peculiar. The official explanation was because of Sukuna's presence, when another soul temporarily overwrites Yuji's body, their cursed technique is etched into Yuji's flesh, granting him the ability to wield it. At first glance, this was an issue pertaining to the domain of the soul. And when it came to the soul, Mahito was the undisputed expert. I know the answer to this one. Let's copy it, Yet, there was still a black box within this theory. Yuji Itadori was, in fact, the descendant of a sorcerer. The reason his body could act as a cage for Ryman Sukuna was because Yuji possessed the blood of Ryman Sukuna himself. In other words, Sukuna's repeated possession of Yuji's body merely awakened his own dormant innate technique, an innate technique identical to Sukuna's. It was a dual compatibility of both body and soul that triggered the awakening. At its core, it was still a closed-loop system. It could be copied, but only halfway. At this point, theoretically, Mahito had reached a dead end. Theoretically. Remember that remaining half? During the Shinjuku Showdown, a certain curse user had opened up an entirely new avenue of thought for Mahito. The Saint's technique. Using one's own body or another's flesh as a vessel, this technique summoned the soul and physical information of the deceased into a new container. This technique flawlessly replicated everything about the deceased while they were alive, including the perfect utilization of their physical prowess. Here was the crux of the matter. The Saint's technique perfectly manifested the deceased's physical abilities. When the curse user Granny Ogami used her own grandson as a Saint's vessel to summon the body of the sorcerer killer, Toji Fushiguro, her grandson entirely inherited Toji's physical form. The physical replication was so utterly flawless that it even perfectly inherited his heavenly restriction. If a heavenly restriction could be perfectly inherited, then an innate technique absolutely could be, too. And Mahito. Mahito was a god in the domain of the soul. All it took was a single touch for his idol transfiguration to take effect. The Saint's technique itself wasn't what warranted Mahito's attention, what mattered was the revelation that an innate technique etched into the soul could be inherited and utilized by the flesh. Right here, right now, the theory was complete. All that remained was to see how far Mahito could push it in practice. And wonderfully enough, experimental lab rats could be sourced from Kenjaku at any time. So, whether he could outgrow Kenjaku's control within a year hinged entirely on this. Oh. Haruta Shigemo let out a shuddering sigh of pleasure. It was, of course, a hallucination. Idol transfiguration was a tyrannical, domineering ability that rewrote the soul with zero remorse. Without proper defense, a soul would be needed and mold like putty at Mahito's whim. Consequently, almost all Jujutsu sorcerers, when faced with this overwhelming violation, subconsciously deployed cursed energy to protect their souls, even if they had no idea how to actually do so. Low-grade sorcerers aside, high-level sorcerers, even without understanding the mechanics, would instinctively mount a defense the moment idol transfiguration activated, reacting to the superficial distortion it caused. This was evident in the original narrative during Mahito's clash with Nanami. Nanami had no clue how to guard his soul, but the moment idol transfiguration made contact, his cursed energy defended against it without his conscious input. Top-tier Jujutsu sorcerers, however, could actively use their abilities to armor their souls. The absolute pinnacle of this was the ceiling of Jujutsu combat himself, Ryaman Sukuna. Sukuna was the sole entity who harbored no fear of idol transfiguration. He could counterattack the instant Mahito attempted to use it, to the point of nearly killing Mahito outright. But that guy was an anomaly, universally recognized as the king of curses. Haruta Shigemo was not Ryaman Sukuna. He couldn't even be considered a high-level Jujutsu sorcerer. His innate technique was pathetic, and his cursed energy reserves were downright pitiful. Therefore, when Mahito applied idol transfiguration, he effortlessly shattered Haruta's subconscious cursed energy defenses, forcefully etching his own cursed energy into the man's soul. What was Mahito trying to achieve? Put simply, he was going to completely dissect and analyze Haruta Shigemo's soul. This was an incredibly arduous task. Frankly, without idol transfiguration, Mahito would never have entertained the thought. If one thought about it critically, it was an absurd endeavor. In his past life, there was a saying, medical science is 30% theory and 70% empirical experience. To a large degree, the human body was a black box. The deeper medical experts delved, the more profound their reverence for the human form became. The logic was simple. In his past life, the early development of science was, ironically, driven by the desire to prove the existence of God. This is why many famous scientists turned to religion in their twilight years. But now, Mahito was going to crack this black box wide open, relying entirely on the power of idol transfiguration. Could he do it? Mahito didn't know. But because his very life depended on it, he had to. He must do it, he would do it, and he would make it look easy. Haruta Shigemo's face suddenly flushed a deep, unnatural crimson, involuntary whimper spilling from his lips. Sensing the critical juncture had arrived, Mahito barked an order. Haruta Shigemo, I am about to elevate your cursed energy grade. Drop your cursed energy defenses and bare your soul to me, completely and without reservation. Kenjaku stepped in, his voice a gentle, venomous purr directed at Haruta. Shigemo-san, it's painful being looked down upon, isn't it? But right now, an opportunity lies before you. You might die, but then again, you might survive. And if you do, you will become an existence that terrifies the masses. If it were you, what would you choose? Those words seemed to shatter the final remnant of Haruta's mental barriers. The veins on his forehead bulged dangerously, his eyes wide and bloodshot, bulging like a bull's. He appeared to fly into a rage, but it wasn't true anger, it was pure, unfiltered release. He was violently purging the sheer terror of having his soul toyed with by Mahito. He relinquished every last drop of his soul's defense. He roared at the top of his lungs, I will become their terror. I will slaughter them all. Anyone who stands in my way will die. All of them. Die! In that split second, idol transfiguration slid smoothly over the entirety of Haruta Shigemo's soul. But Mahito didn't alter its shape. Instead, he flowed through the man's spiritual core like a gentle stream. Every single drop of Mahito's cursed energy seeped deeply into the framework, missing absolutely nothing. Roughly 30 seconds later, Mahito released his grip on Haruta's head. Haruta's eyes rolled back. He collapsed heavily to his knees, gasping for air. He was drenched in cold sweat, looking as though he had just been dragged from the depths of the ocean. And to him, that was likely exactly how it felt. His soul had just been entirely submerged in idol transfiguration. Mahito had completely passed his soul. Right now, Mahito understood Haruta Shigemo better than Haruta understood himself. Kenjaku narrowed his eyes, asking, well, Mahito? Did you get what you were looking for? Mahito let out a deeply satisfied sigh. The harvest was far greater than I anticipated. Oh. Kenjaku began to pry, but was abruptly cut off. I did it! I actually did it! Haruta Shigemo suddenly shrieked. He scrambled to his feet and wildly swung his arm. A massive surge of cursed energy coiled around his fist, whipping up a violent gale with the sheer force of the motion. He roared, his cursed energy erupting outward. If viewed through the eyes of a Jujutsu sorcerer, a tempest of cursed energy was spiraling into the sky, with Haruta Shigemo standing dead center. This isn't just doubled. This is way more than doubled. Haruta babbled, giddy to the point of incoherence. He flexed his limbs with reckless abandon, as if discovering his own body for the first time. I'm so strong. I'm incredible. I'm the strongest now. I'm at least 10 times stronger than before. 10 times. He threw his arms toward the sky, his face twisted in a grotesque sneer. For a fleeting moment, this bizarre, cowardly man actually exuded a sliver of terrifying presence. He howled at the heavens, from this day forward, I am invincible. Swallowing his unasked questions, Kenjaku turned to offer his praise. Congratulations, Shigemo-san. Ah. It's Saguru Geto. Why are you still here? Haruta cast a disdainful, sideways glance at Kenjaku, his tone dripping with newfound arrogance. Kenjaku paused for a fraction of a second. Mahito had to bite his tongue to suppress a laugh. Just moments ago, Haruta had been groveling, calling him Lord Saguru Geto. Now, riding the high of his bloated cursed energy, he couldn't even be bothered to use the honorific. Kenjaku simply shrugged. Can't be helped. I still need to escort you back, Shigemo-san. By the way, since you've obtained such overwhelming power, why not find someone to test it on? Haruta's interest was piqued. A test drive? Excellent. I'm very interested. Where are you taking me? How about Tokyo, where Satoru Gojo is? Or perhaps we could just launch a direct assault on Tokyo Jujutsu High. Kenjaku suggested mildly. Haruta's triumphant grin instantly froze. It took him a long, agonizing moment to force the smile back onto his face. Lord Saguru Geto, you really know how to make a joke. Mahito thought. Back to Lord Geto, I see. It seemed Haruta hadn't been entirely blinded by his surging power. He still had enough self-awareness to realize that even if he was 10 times stronger, he was still nothing more than a speck of dust that Satoru Gojo could obliterate in a heartbeat. As Mahito had noted many times before, this curse user really knew how to read the room. Kenjaku maintained his pleasant, unbothered smile. I wasn't joking, you know. Lord Haruta Shigemo. He dragged out the syllables of the honorific, letting the threat hang heavy in the air. Haruta's face cycled through an incredible spectrum of emotion in less than 5 seconds, from manic glee, to domineering arrogance, to untouchable hubris, to a harsh reality check, to utter confusion, and finally, to abject terror. Now, Haruta looked as though he were about to cry. Lord Saguru Geto, please have mercy on me. Chapter 7. The episode where we relate to Musen the most. 2,829 words. Kenjaku watched with narrowed eyes as a thoroughly deflated Haruta Shigemo shuffled dejectedly through the spatial portal. Kenjaku hadn't lied, he had set the portal's exit coordinate to Tokyo, specifically sending him to attack Jujutsu High. Of course, previously, Haruta had been nothing more than a pathetic loser. Kenjaku's only expectation of him was to launch a sneak attack if an opening presented itself, simply drawing a fraction of the enemy's attention would have been considered a successful mission. But things were different now. Kenjaku had decided to apply a little pressure and entrust him with a heavier burden. Surely, Haruta would be thrilled, right? After all, hadn't the man just declared himself invincible? Since he was invincible, he might as well go clash with the truly invincible Satoru Gojo. Kenjaku was very much looking forward to the results of that collision. HMPH, am I late? What a shame, I didn't get to see Mahito's idol transfiguration in action. A raspy voice suddenly broke the silence. A cursed spirit materialized atop the coastal cliff. With the croaking voice of an old man, a tattered floral kimono, and a head resembling an active volcano, Jogo lumbered slowly down toward the shoreline. He was flanked by 2 newly arrived cursed spirits, one following closely behind, the other resting by his side. Mahito looked past Kenjaku with keen interest. The one behind Jogo was a cursed spirit with a profoundly bizarre aura. He was deathly pale, his bare upper torso marred by intricate black patterns. These markings pulsed and expanded slowly across his musculature like living branches. 2 black lines wept downward from his eye sockets, but from those sockets sprouted not eyes, but wooden branches resembling deer antlers. His left arm was bound tightly in white cloth, leaving only a muscular right arm exposed, the fingers tapering into ink-black, beast-like claws. Even as he walked barefoot toward them, Mahito could barely detect his cursed energy. When it came to the sheer suppression and concealment of cursed energy, he was arguably superior to even the Millennium Curse user, Kenjaku. The entity vocalized a bizarre sound. Though the words were incomprehensible, their meaning manifested clearly within the minds of everyone present. She was introducing herself. Hanami. Special grade cursed spirit. A sentient curse born from humanity's hatred and fear of the forests. Mahito broke into a wide, welcoming smile, throwing his arms wide open to greet her. No, it wasn't right to call her him. Despite a physical form that leaned toward a grotesque, imposing alien entity, her gentle, almost maternal nature and soft mental voice dictated she be referred to as she. Hanami, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Mahito meant every word of it. To him, Hanami was arguably the most unique cursed spirit in this world. Though classified as a curse, she was far closer in nature to a true nature spirit. She possessed almost none of the overt malice typical of cursed spirits. Every cursed spirit was driven by an innate biological imperative to kill. Even Mahito, an anomaly who originated from outside this world, couldn't entirely suppress the inherent urge to cause harm. It went without saying for other cursed spirits. To the point where lower-level curses, beasts driven purely by instinct without a shred of logical thought, could never be compared to sentient curses like Mahito or Jogo, even if Jujutsu headquarters slapped a special grade label on them. But Hanami was entirely different. She possessed zero inherent desire to cause harm. Her every thought and action was driven by a single, overriding motive, to protect nature. The only reason she killed was not out of biological instinct, but rather a cold, rational conclusion. She despised humanity because she believed nature and human civilization could not coexist. To protect the flora and fauna of the planet, humanity had to be eradicated. This was incredibly fascinating. So absolutely fascinating that Mahito couldn't wait to thoroughly dissect and study her nature. It was entirely possible that Hanami's very existence could propel Mahito's understanding to an entirely new echelon. He held high expectations for this. In a way, Hanami was a crucial research subject necessary for him to ascend to the next stage of evolution. Naturally, he treated her with the utmost favor. Puff. As the cursed spirit at Jogo's side neared Mahito, he suddenly leaped into the air, landing squarely in Mahito's arms. He stared up at Mahito with massive, unblinking eyes, murmuring something unintelligible. It was a bizarrely shaped curse, looking almost pathetic in its weakness. He was no larger than a toddler, wrapped in a white, rounded cloak, with a red, octopus-like face and massive, watery eyes. He constantly babbled softly, though if one listened closely, it sounded more like the wet, rhythmic sound of chewing. Dagon, stop doing dangerous things like that. Honestly, Jogo complained. He was the curse born from humanity's profound terror of the deep ocean. Like Jogo, Hanami, and Mahito, he was a sentient special grade curse spawned from an oversaturation of negative human emotion. Mahito's interest in him wasn't quite as fervent as his interest in Hanami, but that didn't mean Dagon lacked research value. On the contrary, Dagon was uniquely special. He was the only special grade cursed spirit capable of indefinitely maintaining his cursed womb state. He would only undergo metamorphosis and mature when he consciously desired to do so. It was just that, compared to Hanami's ideological purity, Dagon's anomaly was a bit less flashy. Mahito caught the little creature effortlessly, holding him close. He looked down at the tiny curse with amusement. It was hard to imagine that something so petite and delicate would eventually undergo a horrific metamorphosis into the curse of the sea. Currently, he hadn't fully matured, and both Jogo and Hanami took meticulous care of him. And now, he had welcomed a new family member, Mahito. So you're Dagon. Jogo has told me all about you. It's nice to meet you, Mahito said, his smile radiant. Jogo shuffled over to stand beside Mahito and Kenjaku. He spared a brief glance at Dagon, who was squirming happily in Mahito's arms, and didn't seem to mind. Turning to Mahito's beaming face, Jogo asked with keen interest, judging by your expression, the experiment was a success. The experiment Jogo referred to was the enhancement of the curse user. Mahito continuously poked at Dagon with his finger, teasing him like a kitten. He was having the time of his life, like a child who had just been handed a fascinating new toy. He replied casually, very successful. Plus, I managed to figure out the answers to quite a few of my questions. Kenjaku chimed in from the sidelines. The curse user I brought in was indeed heavily reinforced by Mahito's technique. While I don't know the exact mathematical multiplier, according to the curse user himself, he felt he had grown 10 times stronger. Though I highly doubt the amplification was that exaggerated. Mahito replied coolly, it certainly wasn't that exaggerated. It was a 3-fold increase, at best. And that was only possible because the curse user in question was exceptionally weak to begin with, allowing for such a massive proportional spike. If I tried that on a sorcerer who was already powerful, there's no way I could achieve that kind of instantaneous multiplier. To be precise, Mahito hadn't entirely deciphered the architecture of a powerful Jujutsu sorcerer just yet. The reason he had been able to enhance Junpei Yoshino so drastically was because his modifications on Junpei weren't aimed at turning him into a sorcerer at all. He had modified Junpei to be closer to a cursed spirit. Since Mahito himself was a cursed spirit, he intimately understood how to reshape Junpei's soul in that direction. But Haruta Shigemo was a different story. Haruta was a pure Jujutsu sorcerer, and Mahito hadn't wanted to waste such prime material. Therefore, his modifications were aligned with traditional Jujutsu sorcery, which naturally included amplifying the speed and intensity of the subject's negative emotional output. That was likely the core reason Haruta's ego had inflated so rapidly. From that perspective, all powerful Jujutsu sorcerers were inherently arrogant, without exception. The only thing keeping their egos in check was the oppressive, looming presence of Satoru Gojo. Every sorcerer was acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between themselves and Gojo. Thus, they maintained a sense of self-awareness. No matter how arrogant their power made them, they were forced to view themselves rationally in his shadow. In a way, Satoru Gojo truly acted as the anchor holding the entire Jujutsu world together. It was terrifying to imagine the sheer chaos that would engulf Jujutsu society if Gojo were to suddenly die. Jogo nodded in admiration. Still, that's incredibly impressive. I never imagined idol transfiguration possessed such terrifying utility. At this rate, when the time comes to wage war on Jujutsu society, even those trash curse users will serve as adequate cannon fodder. Kenjaku narrowed his eyes, his perpetual smile fixed in place. He shook his head slightly. It's useful, to an extent, yes. Jogo shot him an irritated glare. Are you about to bring up Satoru Gojo again? Is that man truly that much of a monster? Kenjaku dropped his smile, his expression turning deathly serious. He slowly swept his gaze across the gathering. Standing before him were the manifestation of humanity's terror of the earth. Special grade, sentient cursed spirit, Jogo. The manifestation of humanity's terror of the forests. Special grade, sentient cursed spirit, Hanami. The manifestation of humanity's terror of the oceans. Special grade, sentient cursed spirit, Dagon. And finally, the last piece of the puzzle. The manifestation of humanity's terror of humans themselves. Special grade, sentient cursed spirit, the entity whose ultimate ambition was to become the shared god of both humans and curses. The most extraordinary curse of all, or Mahito. It was no exaggeration to say that if this lineup couldn't overthrow Jujutsu society, then the era guarded by Satoru Gojo would never, ever fall. Therefore, now was the perfect time. Kenjaku knew he had to lay his cards on the table, to present his genuine, concrete master plan for the destruction of the Jujutsu world. Kenjaku slipped his hands into his wide sleeves, his eyes curving into pleasant crescents. Well then, shall we discuss exactly how we intend to dismantle Jujutsu society? That sentence instantly sobered the gathered curses. Correction, it sobered everyone except little Dagon, who remained utterly unbothered, perfectly content in Mahito's arms, seemingly addicted to Mahito's petting to the point of refusing to get down. Jogo, the most eager of the group, spoke up first. Finally ready to talk, are we? Are you implying that all the pieces required to topple the Jujutsu world are finally in place? I knew it, it's because Mahito's abilities have exponentially boosted our combat capabilities, isn't it? Kenjaku stroked his chin, smiling as he nodded. That is certainly a significant factor. Hanami hummed softly, a mental vibration urging Jogo to show some patience. Jogo bristled. Ah, you're always so vague. And Hanami, stop telling me to be patient. I've been incredibly patient. Kenjaku chuckled, his slightly closed eyes opening just enough to reveal irises as black as the abyss. Then, allow me to make one final confirmation regarding our binding vow. While our ultimate endgame goals may differ, our immediate interests are perfectly aligned, the complete dismantling of current Jujutsu society. Until that primary objective is achieved, we are strictly forbidden from betraying one another in any capacity. Jogo opened his mouth to reply, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught Mahito's deeply contemplative expression. He immediately pivoted. I defer to Mahito. Hanami chimed in with a soft hum, indicating she too would follow Mahito's lead. Dagon just cooed, pew, pew, already looking like Mahito's biggest fanboy. The corners of Kenjaku's mouth twitched downward in a helpless sigh. Honestly. Mahito-san was the last one to join our little group, yet he appears to be the undisputed king you all rally behind. Ah, forgive me. I should say, our future god shouldn't I? Jogo stated flatly, that's because I've realized how laughably naive my previous ideals were. After hearing Mahito's vision, I recognize my own ideological flaws. Mahito is different. He possesses unparalleled intellect, and his ambition is absolute. I acknowledge his superiority. Jogo wasn't lying. Prior to meeting Mahito, his soul-burning ambition had been the total eradication of humanity. Historically, Jogo believed that human existence was built entirely on a foundation of lies and deceit. Any positive emotions or actions displayed on the surface were invariably driven by hidden, selfish motives. Because of this, negative human emotions, hatred, bloodlust, despair were the only inescapable, undeniable truths. And it was from those pure, unadulterated truths that cursed spirits were born. Following this logic, Jogo concluded that curses were the true, pure form of humanity. Humans, in contrast, were mere counterfeits, filthy fakes that deserved to be wiped out. This ideology, well, it was certainly reflective of Jogo's incredibly accurate self-assessment regarding his own lack of maturity. It was a terribly juvenile philosophy, reeking of the kind of Ejiachinibia phase a middle schooler might go through. It possessed a certain innocent, childish cruelty. The most glaring logical fallacy in his grand plan, which Jogo himself inherently knew, was that curses were birthed from human negativity. If he actually succeeded in eradicating humanity, cursed spirits would naturally go extinct right alongside them. What future would curses have then? He would be actively severing his own species at the root. Before meeting Mahito, Jogo had never once questioned his own dogma. It was only after hearing Mahito's intricately plotted ambitions that Jogo recognized the fatal paradox in his own reasoning. His submission to Mahito had absolutely nothing to do with physical power, it was entirely based on the fact that their intellects were not even in the same stratosphere. Jogo might have been a brute, but he had enough self-awareness to know when to follow the one with the actual brains. Therefore, he firmly backed Mahito. The fact that Mahito was currently weaker than him in raw combat power didn't bother him in the slightest. Hanami sighed softly, remaining silent. Her internal conflict was far more extreme than Jogo's. Unlike Jogo's childish ignorance, her ideology was born from deep, agonizing deliberation. She truly believed that the only way to heal the planet was to excise the human infection. To achieve that, she was fully prepared to sacrifice her own life without a second thought. If sacrificing herself was all it took to restore the Earth's natural balance, she would gladly pay the price. But if that sacrifice also required the deaths of Jogo, Dagon, and the newly befriended Mahito, she found herself paralyzed by hesitation. Eradicating humanity meant eradicating cursed spirits. If she succeeded in wiping the Earth clean of humans, her own family would turn to ash alongside them. Her unyielding devotion to nature was now violently clashing with her love for her newfound family, leaving her entirely lost on what path to take. This paradox was precisely why she had rushed over the moment she learned of Mahito's existence. She desperately hoped to borrow Mahito's vast intellect to find a compromise, a perfect solution that satisfied both imperatives. Or, taking it to a more extreme conclusion, she would assist Mahito in ascending to godhood, and then rely on the omnipotence of a god to solve her impossible dilemma. As for Dagon, well, he didn't really have any complex thoughts at all. Sensing the steadfast loyalty radiating from Jogo and Hanami, Kenjaku clearly understood who he actually needed to seal the binding vow with. He shifted his piercing gaze squarely onto Mahito. Well then, Mahito-san. Do you have any objections or questions regarding the binding vow I've proposed? Mahito didn't answer immediately. He gently set Dagon down on the ground. Only then did he turn his heterochromatic eyes to stare directly into Kenjaku's face. Kenjaku suddenly remembered, whenever Mahito locked eyes with someone, that person could not lie. Even carefully crafted, manipulative rhetoric would be stripped bare. Those eyes were the absolute bane of any old fox trying to play games. And right now, those mismatched eyes were boring straight into Kenjaku's soul. Mahito suddenly asked an entirely unrelated question. You've been constantly emphasizing just how obscenely powerful Satoru Gojo is, insisting we need to formulate a complex plan to deal with him. But I have a question. Theoretically, we cursed spirits possess limitless lifespans. Humans, on the other hand, no matter how ridiculously powerful they become, cannot extend their natural lifespans unless their innate technique specifically allows for it. So, if overturning the Jujutsu world right now is so impossibly difficult because of Satoru Gojo. Mahito tilted his head, his tone utterly pragmatic. Why don't we just wait for Satoru Gojo to die of old age before making our move? Chapter 8. Seamless Cooperation. 4,104 words. Kenjaku was stunned. He never would have imagined that a cursed spirit could ask such a question. It wasn't that the question was unreasonable, quite the opposite. The fact that Mahito could ask it proved he already possessed a fundamental understanding of the human race, and even some insight into that highly specialized subset of humans, Jujutsu sorcerers. This might seem ordinary, but it presented a rather hair-raising implication for Kenjaku. Just how long had it been since Mahito was born? No, more accurately, how long had he actually been growing? If he continued to evolve at this rate, what kind of unfathomable heights could he reach? Even Kenjaku felt a tremor of apprehension in that moment. He felt a sliver of fear, but simultaneously, anticipation. He looked forward to Mahito's continued growth, to the future Mahito envisioned, and to the turning of the great windmill of fate. He couldn't help but chuckle. Good question. A truly excellent question. Asking that means you've already developed a profound understanding of humanity as a collective. I wouldn't call it a profound understanding, Mahito replied. Even though I've only been alive for less than a month and a half, there are old people and kids everywhere on the streets. As long as you patiently listen to their conversations for a bit, you can figure out quite a lot. And if I was feeling a bit lazier, I could just read some books written by humans to reach the same conclusion. Mahito genuinely wondered if there was something wrong with Kenjaku's brain. How could such basic logic be considered profound? Yet, as Mahito gazed at Kenjaku's soul with his heterochromatic eyes, he was surprised to find that Kenjaku was being entirely sincere. Kenjaku really believed it. He believed that merely recognizing the hard limits of the human lifespan constituted a profound understanding for a curse. Kenjaku smiled again, but this time, it was a mocking smirk. He half opened his eyes and glanced at Jogo and Hanami beside him. Mahito followed his gaze to the other two intelligent curses. For some reason, Jogo's massive single eye was fixated on the ocean, thoroughly captivated by a few seagulls gliding over the waves. Hanami, meanwhile, stood completely impassive, rooted to the spot like a block of wood. And Dagon, he was just spacing out without a care in the world. Mahito's mouth twitched involuntarily. He let out a deep sigh. All right, you don't have to say it. I get it. I'm the abnormal one. Compared to the other three intelligent curses, Mahito had to admit he was the outlier. He finally understood why the original Jogo, even after experiencing Satoru Gojo's overwhelming power firsthand and realizing he was utterly outmatched, never once considered using his own infinite lifespan to simply outlive Gojo. It simply never crossed his mind that such a method existed. Forget Jogo, Hanami hadn't thought of it either. Even the original Mahito hadn't thought of it. As for Dagon, well, best not to expect anything from Dagon. But Kenjaku should have thought of it. He had waited 1,000 years, surely waiting out Gojo's measly century wouldn't be an issue. Why hadn't he done it? Why hadn't he even brought it up? That was what Mahito couldn't figure out. Jogo couldn't help but defend himself. You can't blame me and Hanami for that. As curses, we've always looked at humans with nothing but pure bloodlust. Before you came along, Mahito, Hanami and I were staunch human eradication maximalists. We are firmly committed to wiping out all of humanity. Who has the time to care about how they naturally die? It was the truth. Although the current Jogo seemed like a slightly irritable old man and Hanami radiated a sort of maternal mercy, they fundamentally despised humanity. They hated humans enough to want them entirely erased from existence. Coupled with the fact that they were curses, it was only natural they approached humans with a curses mindset. It really wasn't impossible for them to be utterly ignorant of human lifespans. In human sociology, this phenomenon was called an echo chamber. They lived entirely within their own information silo, and with no one to point out their blind spots, they naturally failed to see the issue. They literally had never processed the thought. Hanami sighed and offered a few fair words of mediation. Jogo scowled and barked, "Shut up. What do you mean we didn't think it through? We've been working hard too, all right. Have you ever heard of curses cooperating with humans in the last 1,000 years? The fact that we've taken this step means we've crossed a threshold that hasn't been breached in centuries. We are already incredible, we're just not as mature as Mahito yet." Kenjaku said mildly, that stubbornness of yours is a very cursed spirit-like trait, too. Guru. Ghetto. Jogo roared in fury. The volcano on his head looked ready to erupt. Waves of blistering heat radiated from him in all directions, instantly vaporizing the cool sea breeze and replacing it with a sweltering humidity that scalded the skin. Hanami stepped forward proactively, offering a few more words to gently soothe Jogo's temper. Jogo took a deep breath, slowly smoothing out his violent rage, though his face remained impossibly sour. Hanami turned back to Kenjaku, reiterating Mahito's question, why not just wait for Satoru Gojo to die before making our move, Kenjaku wasn't going to brush them off. Not only because Mahito's mismatched eyes were boring into him, but because he knew this was the critical juncture for forging a binding vow. If this were a human contract, they could play semantic games, but a binding vow was different. Both parties had to express their intentions with absolute clarity. Ambiguity would only harm them both. It was exactly because Kenjaku was a master of binding vows that he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. He spoke with utmost seriousness. There are 2 reasons. He held up one finger. First, we are racing against time. Satoru Gojo is strong, but you likely don't realize just how much stronger he is now compared to when he was a child. Back then, someone hired curse users to assassinate him. Multiple curse users took the job, but the moment they laid eyes on the boy, they were so paralyzed by terror that they abandoned the plan entirely. And now, Kenjaku continued, Satoru Gojo still hasn't reached his limit. He is continuing to grow. Given the lifespan of a Jujutsu sorcerer, he could keep growing stronger right up until the day he dies. The longer we delay our plan to overturn the Jujutsu world, the more unfathomably powerful and unbeatable he will become. Mahito nodded slightly, accepting the logic. In truth, Mahito knew Gojo's terrifying strength far better than Kenjaku did. In the original timeline, right up until the moment Gojo died in his extreme clash with Sukuna, he was still evolving. He had never actually hit his absolute ceiling before being abruptly bisected by Sukuna's spatial slash. But that was Sukuna. Let anyone else try that. Then again, Sukuna was the ultimate anomaly of the Jujutsu Kaisen world. Everything about him defied standard logic, there was no point discussing him because his existence was completely unreplicable. Kenjaku stated plainly, I cannot fathom how devastatingly powerful Satoru Gojo will be in another 10 or 20 years. If we were solely focused on fleeing right now, even he would have a hard time catching us. But if we let him keep growing, the moment he lays eyes on us in the future, even the thought of escape will be a luxury. Jogo frowned. He still couldn't conceptualize Gojo's strength, but seeing Mahito nodding in agreement, he swallowed his pride and didn't voice his skepticism to spoil the mood. Instead, he muttered indignantly, then we just avoid him, right? Just like now. As long as we stay out of Tokyo, we aren't in danger. Surviving by completely abandoning your pride, that is indeed an option. But there's a fatal flaw in that logic. Namely, the assumption that we could actually go our whole lives without Gojo stumbling upon us, Kenjaku said. Hanami made a questioning sound, asking what Kenjaku meant. Kenjaku took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell, because God is about to be born. All the curses froze. Kenjaku didn't hold back. He laid bare the deepest secret of the Jujutsu world. In this country, there is an absolutely vital, foundational Jujutsu sorcerer. She is known as Tengen. It's a Go terminology. The exact center of the Go board is called Tengen. Her real name has long been lost to time, only her title, denoting her status, has been passed down. Since I've explained this much, you should catch my underlying meaning, shouldn't you? Jogo's single pupil contracted sharply. What is her innate technique? A smile crept onto Kenjaku's face. It seems you understand. Her innate technique is immortality. Jogo's eye snapped toward Mahito. Mahito gave a slight nod, confirming Kenjaku wasn't lying. Kenjaku shrugged. It's exactly what you're thinking. A Jujutsu sorcerer who has lived for 1,000 years is currently undergoing her final stage of evolution. If she succeeds, she will become a literal god. She controls the massive barriers that cover the entirety of Japan. These barriers serve many functions, but for cursed spirits, their primary role is an early warning system. Wherever a cursed energy disaster occurs, Tengen can pinpoint it through the barriers. Right now, that's the extent of what she can do. But if she ascends to godhood... Kenjaku let the implication hang, but Mahito understood perfectly. He fully grasped Kenjaku's point. Mahito actually knew about Tengen's existence. Tengen did indeed control the colossal barriers spanning Japan. According to the original law, these barriers served as the foundation for other complex barrier techniques, prevented Japan's cursed energy from dissipating, and could even be utilized to project a cursed spirits technique over a wide area. In the original timeline, after absorbing Mahito's technique, Kenjaku relied entirely on these massive barriers to initiate the culling game. Kenjaku wasn't lying. For curses, these barriers currently only functioned as an alarm system for cursed energy anomalies. But the true power of the barrier lay in its sheer coverage and its ability to promptly halt the spread of curse-related disasters. It was no exaggeration to say that in a modern Japan plagued by rampant cursed energy incidents, Tengen's colossal barrier was the nation's singular life support system. It was unimaginable how deep into despair Japan would sink if those barriers vanished. As the architect of those barriers, Tengen's status was unparalleled. Before this, Mahito hadn't given Tengen a second thought. Despite her supreme status in the Jujutsu world, she almost never took direct action. To Mahito, she was just background lore. Moreover, even after evolving into a near-divine entity, hadn't she been one-shot by Kenjaku anyway? With such an imposing build-up leading to such a dismissive end, it was no wonder Mahito hadn't prioritized her. Mahito truly hadn't expected that Kenjaku would view Tengen as a bigger threat than Satoru Gojo. Kenjaku continued, Satoru Gojo is exactly as you described, merely a powerful human. If this were a battle of attrition measured in lifespans, Gojo would inevitably lose to you. But Tengen is different. Her immortality technique has been baptized by a millennium of time and has now reached the nexus of its evolution. Perhaps becoming a god wouldn't be a big deal in itself, but a god's capacity to gather and process information operates on a fundamentally different dimensional plane than a human's. At this, Kenjaku raised a finger. As long as Tengen remains human, she indeed cannot pinpoint us. But Tengen as a god absolutely will. And the moment Tengen finds us, and we are forced to face a Satoru Gojo who has had 10 or 20 more years to grow. Mahito, Jogo, Hanami, do you honestly believe you could survive? We wouldn't. Absolutely no way in hell, Mahito thought grimly. Jogo let out a heavy breath. You're right. While Tengen hasn't become a god yet, or while Gojo hasn't reached his absolute peak, we must kill at least one of them as fast as possible. Hanami nodded in profound agreement. Mahito exhaled as well. This envisioned future was truly bone-chilling for cursed spirits. And not just for them, the disaster curses could at least try to hide their presence. But what about lower-grade curses? They would likely be locked onto by the divine Tengen the moment they spawned, and exorcised by Jujutsu sorcerers before they even had a chance to experience the world. For cursed spirits, that future was sheer, utter despair. Honestly, if he wasn't a cursed spirit doomed to mutually assured destruction with Jujutsu sorcerers, Mahito might have genuinely considered finding a way to surrender. Not out of cowardice, but because that future was mathematically inevitable if they sat back and did nothing. Conversely, Kenjaku's desperate urgency made perfect sense now. He was terrified, too. But unlike everyone else who feared the ultimate physical deterrent that was Satoru Gojo, Kenjaku feared Tengen, the imminent omniscient god. Therefore, the moment the physical vessel possessing curse manipulation fell into his hands, Kenjaku resolved to eliminate Tengen without hesitation. But Mahito maintained his composure. He asked, that covers the first point. I completely understand. So, what about the second? Kenjaku tucked his hands back into his voluminous sleeves, his eyes curving into a smile. It still pertains to the Tengen and Gojo problem. But the second point hinges on a specific premise: if I manage to take care of Tengen, what do we do about the remaining Satoru Gojo? Jogo blinked. Right, since Gojo is so strong, even stronger than a divine Tengen, we just need to find a way to distract Gojo, take out Tengen first, and then, without Tengen, it doesn't matter how strong Gojo is. If he can't find us, we can still use our lifespans to bleed him dry. We can just wait until he dies before we make our move. Hanami also adopted an expression of sudden realization. Then Jogo and Hanami noticed Mahito and Kenjaku staring at them. Their expressions were blank. Completely deadpan. It was a look of profound disgust, but since they couldn't openly show disgust, they opted for an intensely neutral stare. Jogo's mouth twitched. All right, sorry, I interrupted your train of thought. Please, Suguru Geto, continue. Kenjaku breathed slowly, retrieving his smile. Satoru Gojo is continuously growing. That is an indisputable fact. 10, 20 years down the line, he will still be growing, though the pace will inevitably slow as his human body hits middle age and his cursed energy development plateaus. Before that point, he absolutely won't harbor any anxieties about his lifespan. Because for a Jujutsu sorcerer with virtually limitless potential, the constant surge of growing cursed energy blinds them to the issue of age. It isn't until they slide into their twilight years, when their focus wanes, their potential is exhausted, their breakthroughs cease, and their physical prowess irredeemably decays, that's when. Kenjaku enunciated every syllable. He will consider immortality. Mahito couldn't help but ask, can he actually achieve it? Or rather, is his innate technique suited for it? Mahito knew perfectly well that, theoretically, Gojo couldn't. The combination of the 6 eyes and the limitless technique made him peerless in terms of raw combat power, but it offered absolutely zero life extension properties. In fact, Gojo wasn't the first in Jujutsu history to possess both the 6 eyes and the limitless. Previous users had existed, and none of them possessed life-extending methods, they all died normally. Could Satoru Gojo somehow transcend even lifespan limits? Mahito seriously considered the possibility, as this was beyond his meta-knowledge blind spot. The original work gave zero indication of this, Gojo simply died and never won the revival bracket. Unexpectedly, Kenjaku shrugged casually. That solely depends on whether he wants to or not. Mahito's pupils shrank. Whether he wants to. How many years do you think the Jujutsu world has been developing? Kenjaku said calmly. There is literally a bona fide immortal Jujutsu sorcerer, Tengen, sitting right there. You don't honestly think no other sorcerers have researched immortality, do you? And the results? Jogo asked, not realizing his voice was trembling slightly. There are a few methods for life extension, though the side effects are severe, Kenjaku replied. But how much those side effects would actually hinder a true anomaly like Gojo is anyone's guess, assuming you're willing to gamble on that probability. Furthermore, Jujutsu is constantly evolving. We cannot assume that a genius like Satoru Gojo wouldn't invent something entirely new during his century of life. Those words shattered any lingering fantasies the curses had about using time as a weapon to outlive Gojo. Mahito stared intensely at Kenjaku. For example, you? You possess a method for life extension in your hands, don't you? Kenjaku wasn't surprised by the question. Yes. I figured that by revealing so many hidden truths, I would inevitably draw your suspicion. It seems you've already guessed my unique nature. You aren't a modern Jujutsu sorcerer, are you? Mahito asked, feigning casual curiosity. How long have you been alive? Kenjaku smiled warmly. How long? I suppose it's been about 1,000 years. Jogo and Hanami stared, dumbfounded. Mahito, however, had anticipated this, though he hadn't expected Kenjaku to be this candid right now. Then again, in Kenjaku's eyes, Mahito's lie-detecting vision was extremely troublesome. Kenjaku probably didn't want any unnecessary complications right before sealing a binding vow. Guessing Kenjaku's rationale, Mahito's expression relaxed considerably. Which means your real name isn't actually Suguru Geto? Mahito asked. This physical body is indeed named Suguru Geto, Kenjaku deflected smoothly. Seizing the opportunity, Mahito finally uttered the line he had been waiting to say. Well then, millennial curse user. I am deeply fascinated by the Jujutsu of the past 1,000 years. Would you mind teaching me? Mahito stared at him with wide, limpid, heterochromatic eyes, brimming with anticipation. Kenjaku looked back into those mismatched eyes. They radiated something vile and warped, as if they could twist a human soul just by looking at it. Correction, he could literally twist souls. From a modern perspective, Mahito, who could so effortlessly warp human souls and minds, was a perfect fit for the title of an evil god. Kenjaku thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Is this to be part of the binding vow? You can't just use our power to overthrow the current Jujutsu world without giving a little something back, right? Mahito mimicked Kenjaku's smiling expression. Or is it that you have reservations about strengthening my abilities? Not reservations. Fear. Kenjaku sighed internally, though he kept his face perfectly placid. Was this the manifestation of humanity's hatred and fear of humanity? Mahito was far too unique. So unique that he caused palpable, severe anxiety even in Kenjaku. After a long deliberation, Kenjaku said carefully, only if you are willing to forge a new binding vow with me. What kind? During the process of overthrowing the Jujutsu world, you must assist me with everything you have, exactly once, Kenjaku stated. Mahito paused, suddenly recalling Kenjaku's dialogue from the original timeline. Kenjaku desired the evolution of all humanity. Whether they evolved into sorcerers, curses, or something else entirely, he didn't care. And to achieve that grand vision, his game had to be initiated. Mahito realized Kenjaku was laying the groundwork to use him. Even though Mahito's power wasn't fully matured, Kenjaku already sensed that Mahito was slipping beyond his control. A Mahito outside his control had no reason to help him, which meant, theoretically, his grand game couldn't be completed. Yet he still hadn't abandoned the game. Perhaps the millennia of constantly forming and maintaining binding vows was crushing him under their weight. He desperately needed the game to fulfill a vow. Thus, he had to ensure the game proceeded. If Mahito was slipping his leash, Kenjaku had to find a way to compel his assistance. And for a master of binding vows, there was no better method than forging a new one. Understanding this, Mahito hesitated for a fraction of a second. Misinterpreting the hesitation, Kenjaku immediately added, "Of course, I will stipulate in this new vow that the task you help me with will absolutely not infringe upon your own interests. In fact, it will directly aid your ascension to godhood. It is an unquestionable win-win." That statement is true. With his soul-piercing vision, Mahito verified Kenjaku's absolute sincerity. Was there an element in the game that would directly benefit my evolution into a god? Mahito thought about it. There actually was. The Great Cursed Spirit. This was the enigma that remained unexplained even at the end of the original work. This was what Kenjaku ultimately sought to achieve. What exactly was the Great Cursed Spirit? What theoretical framework birthed it? What was it capable of? It was all completely unknown. Kenjaku was the grandmaster of this field. If he was this confident, it meant the Great Cursed Spirit truly would aid in ascension, perhaps immensely so, maybe even directly acting as the catalyst for Mahito to become a god. Speaking of which, what exactly was a god in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen? Yes, Mahito constantly shouted slogans about ascending to godhood, but it was really just a motivational chant. At this stage, his primary objective was simply to survive. The climbing toward godhood rhetoric was just necessary branding. Slogans were slogans, but as for the actual mechanics of becoming a god, Mahito was utterly clueless. In the original lore, the entity closest to godhood was undeniably Tengen. And even Tengen was never explicitly classified as a god. The official terminology was a higher state of existence. A higher state of existence that the people inside the world colloquially called a god. Even Satoru Gojo never disputed the term. Yet the meta-settings outside the story merely labeled it a higher state, leaving its true nature a mystery until the very end. Mahito grinned broadly. "I want all of your knowledge, millennial curse user." Kenjaku finally relaxed. He said easily, "As long as you can stomach it. Jujutsu looks miraculous from the outside, but actually studying it is incredibly dry and tedious." "I have plenty of patience," Mahito smiled faintly. "Millennial curse user, you can tell me your real name now, can't you?" Kenjaku gave Mahito a long, hard look. He suspected Mahito's technique required true names as a trigger. He wanted to refuse, but he knew this was his only chance to bring this incredibly troublesome curse to heel. If he was this difficult to deal with now, he would only become more unfathomably elusive in the future. This was a cursed spirit whose potential rivaled Satoru Gojo's. No, perhaps the world had birthed Mahito in this exact moment specifically to balance Satoru Gojo's existence. He was always meant to be Gojo's equal counterweight. Concluding this, Kenjaku gave a slight nod. "I am Kenjaku. A curse user of 1,000 years. Kenjaku." Mahito extended a hand. "Then, until the current Jujutsu world is burned to the ground, I look forward to working with you, Kenjaku-sensei. The feeling is mutual, Mahito-san." Kenjaku hesitantly reached out and grasped Mahito's hand. In that instant, the binding vow was forged. But also in that exact instant, Mahito undeniably, physically, touched Kenjaku's soul. He didn't alter a single thing. He merely laid a hand upon it. Kenjaku's cursed energy defenses didn't even trigger. If this had been before he touched Haruta Shigemo's soul, Mahito absolutely couldn't have pulled this off. But now, it was effortless. To use a modern analogy, the old Mahito was a third-rate surgeon wielding a scalpel. If he wanted to touch a target soul, he had to carefully slice open their jujutsu defenses with the blade first. But now, Mahito had learned that if his goal was purely observation and recording rather than modification, an X-ray was vastly more precise than a scalpel, and completely undetectable. In this entire world, even Sukuna probably couldn't replicate this feat. It was a miracle exclusive to Mahito. And so, naturally, Kenjaku fell for it completely. Kenjaku suffered 0 damage, because merely looking with one's gaze could never be classified as an attack. But Kenjaku's soul was now entirely mapped and memorized. Mahito beamed with a massive smile. Now then, let's talk about how we're going to get rid of Satoru Gojo and stop Tengen from becoming a god. He paused, his smile unwavering. I'm really looking forward to your curriculum, Kenjaku, the sensei. Chapter 9. The beginning. 3,219 words. The girl named Rice Shower sat with a wooden expression, her heart reduced to dead ashes. She looked up at the infirmary doctor with a desolate gaze, begging in a low whisper, "Tell me, doctor, tell me this isn't real." Shoko Yeri, the resident physician of Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Rumor had it she was a top-tier doctor, perhaps the best in all of Japan. She was a stunningly beautiful woman with chestnut hair falling to her shoulders, her eyes of the same color gazing languidly at the girl before her. She wore a white lab coat over a blue button-down, making no effort to hide her naturally curved figure. The only slight imperfection was the dark circles under her eyes, too deep for any makeup to conceal, which somewhat marred her pretty face. She glanced at the girl and sighed. "It's your period." "No." Rice Shower's soul finally shattered. Standing by the doorway, Satoru Gojo instantly erupted into thunderous, ear-splitting laughter. "Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! What the hell is this? You even get a period? Your gender bend is absolutely flawless, Rice Shower-chan. You could probably even pop out a baby." That's right. She was Junpei Yoshino. She had now spent 2 weeks at Jujutsu High. During this time, she had accepted her new identity as a Jujutsu sorcerer, throwing herself into studying every scrap of Jujutsu knowledge available. Up until this point, things had been relatively normal. What wasn't normal was what happened when she went home for the first weekend, and Satoru Gojo met her mother. Her mother looked at her own child and uttered the one sentence that should never, ever be spoken, "Junpei, do you want a new dad?" It was as if she had been bewitched. Her own child had been taken away for a week and had literally transformed from male to female, yet her mother barely gave her a second glance, spending the entire time hovering around Satoru Gojo. If she had possessed any less basic restraint, she probably would have tried to hold his hand. Junpei Yoshino had never realized her mother was the kind of person. Due to Japanese bureaucratic policies, the entity known as Junpei Yoshino was now legally a missing person. Unless she could restore her male body, as long as she remained biologically female, Junpei Yoshino had to stay missing. As a precaution, she couldn't even keep her surname. She was forced to become an unregistered citizen, a ghost. Consequently, she needed a new identity. Mama Yoshino pondered for a moment and bestowed upon Junpei her new name, Rice Shower. The meaning of a rice shower was derived from the Western wedding custom of throwing rice, symbolizing a blessing to bring happiness to those around them. No surname, just Rice Shower. From now on, although she could still visit her mother, legally and socially, she had absolutely zero connection to the Yoshino family. Only the blessing embedded in the new name offered Junpei any shred of comfort. Otherwise, she genuinely would have suspected that her mother had completely erased her existence from her mind the exact second she laid eyes on Satoru Gojo. As a side note, when a thoroughly despondent Rice Shower was dragged back to Jujutsu High by Gojo, he had looked at her meaningfully and said, "Your mother is very smart. And she loves you very much." Rice Shower's internal response was, *bullshit. Regardless, she absolutely refused to go back home now. She was better off staying at Jujutsu High to study. Wasn't studying great? I love studying. What is a home? Home is a cesspool, And so, she studied frantically for 2 weeks, desperately hoping to find a way to reverse Mr. Mojito's transfiguration. She was going to return to her male body, she absolutely had to. She had to. She refused to become a shrine maiden, absolutely not. But all that effort was vaporized the moment her period arrived. Shoko Yeri felt a twinge of pity, but nevertheless handed down the final verdict. "I'm sorry, Rice Shower, but you might need to prepare yourself to live the rest of your life as a girl. Your transfiguration is perfect. If this was merely a jujitsu-based illusion or structural shift, there might be hope. But your condition is not a simple jujitsu ailment. Your body has been physically, materially inverted. Biologically speaking, you are a complete, functioning female." As harsh as Gojo's words are, the reality is exactly as he said. She sighed and lowered her voice. "You could even give birth normally." It was 2018. Gender confirmation surgeries in Thailand were old news, but even the most cutting-edge procedures left post-operative side effects. Having a child was biologically impossible, as a trans female lacked a uterus, ovaries, and the necessary reproductive organs. But Rice Shower's situation was fundamentally different. Her transition was flawless. Her skeletal structure, musculature, circulatory system, internal organs, and even her brain, a territory still considered a black box by modern medicine, had been permanently converted into female biology. She was so flawlessly reconstructed that she could be used as an anatomical standard for the female sex. It was too perfect. So perfect it made Shoko Yeri's skin crawl. Normally, Rice Shower would have screamed and thrown a tantrum. The rage would have caused her suppressing grip on her massive cursed energy to slip, leading to a widespread miasma of curses. But the current Rice Shower was dead inside. She wept silently, tears streaming down her face like an abandoned puppy. Even her cursed energy lay dormant, the ambient negative energy bleeding off her, feeling utterly sorrowful. Even this pathetic, miserable crying evoked a specifically feminine urge to protect her. Shoko sighed again and shot a glare at Satoru Gojo, who was literally vibrating as he violently suppressed another fit of laughter. Other people might revere or fear Satoru Gojo because of his status or godlike power, but Shoko Yeri absolutely did not. She slapped him hard on the back, her face a mask of exasperation. "Hey, read the damn room," she scolded. My bad, my bad." Gojo took several deep breaths, finally wrestling his face back into its usual aloof expression. "So, did you find anything?" Shoko glanced at Rice Shower, who was still quietly sobbing on the edge of the bed, and murmured to Gojo, "Let's talk outside." Gojo shrugged. He initially thought Shoko just wanted to spare Rice Shower's feelings by speaking outside. They were going to discuss the anatomical anomaly of Rice Shower's body. After 2 weeks of observation and physicals, Shoko must have reached a preliminary conclusion. Normally, discussing it in front of Rice Shower wouldn't be an issue, but since the girl was currently experiencing a total psychological meltdown, talking about her biology right in front of her would be crossing a line. Once they were out in the hallway, Gojo waited until he was certain Rice Shower couldn't hear them before speaking. "What's the actual situation?" Aside from the gender bend. Gojo's attitude remained flippant. He didn't think the situation was all that dire. Even though the geezers up top were screaming for the girl's execution, as long as he was alive, the higher-ups couldn't openly move against her. Gojo had told the girl he had some authority in the Jujutsu world. He hadn't lied. It was far more than some authority. Gojo wasn't bound by rigid dogma. As the undisputed strongest sorcerer on the planet, he could shatter fundamental rules with total impunity if he chose to. The only reason he hadn't slaughtered the entire conservative faction was because he hadn't yet found suitable replacements for them. If he found those replacements, an armed coup d'etat would take him a day. No, half a day. In half a day, he could upend the entire modern Jujutsu society. He wasn't stingy when it came to killing. He had already killed his fair share of people. The higher-ups naturally knew exactly what Gojo was thinking. Yet Gojo was still alive and kicking. Was it because the higher-ups didn't want to kill him? No, it was because they couldn't. And precisely because they couldn't, Gojo treated them with such overwhelming contempt. That was the confidence of the modern era's strongest. Shoko knew Gojo's mindset intimately. They had been inseparable comrades in their youth. She knew his stance on the higher-ups, and she knew the only reason he willingly anchored himself to this school was to cultivate sorcerers capable of replacing that rotten brass. Gojo had told her more than once, he was going to tear down the decaying foundation of the current Jujutsu world, and to do that, he needed to raise students who could keep up with his footsteps. So, is Rice Shower one of those students you're raising? Shoko pulled her wandering thoughts back to the present. She fished a pack of cigarettes from her lab coat, expertly tapped one out, and lit it, placing it between her lips. "Where should I start?" Shoko pondered for a moment, then asked, "Gojo, how much do you know about the Cursed Womb, death paintings?" "Just give me the conclusion," Gojo said confidently. "I'll keep up." Shoko gave him a sidelong glance and said flatly, "Rice Shower is a half-cursed spirit." Gojo's face grew serious. He took a slow, deep breath. "I apologize for my arrogance. Please start from the beginning, Shoko-san." He had absolutely no idea what she meant. Since when did Jujutsu Academia have a category called half-cursed spirit? The classifications were Jujutsu sorcerer, cursed spirit, and cursed object. When did a half-breed enter the mix? Had Shoko literally invented a new term just for Rice Shower? "It's fine if you don't understand," Shoko said dryly. "Half-cursed spirit is a term I literally just coined to explain her biology. She did just invent it, Back to the original question, Shoko said. "Gojo, what do you know about the Cursed Womb, death paintings?" Gojo organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. It's the stain on the Kamo clan's history. Around the Meiji era, a woman appeared who was capable of giving birth to cursed spirits. Noritoshi Kamo, known as the most evil sorcerer in history, subjected this woman to horrific experiments, mixing his own blood into the process. She experienced 9 pregnancies and 9 forced abortions, delivering 9 dead fetuses. Ultimately, those 9 fetuses became cursed objects. Those are what we know as the cursed womb, death paintings. Shoko nodded slightly. That is the widely accepted history. But because of my specific profession, I've had the privilege of examining the death paintings. Numbers 1 through 3 did not die. They were sealed as living cursed wombs. Did you know that? Gojo was genuinely surprised this time. That I didn't know. Are you saying cursed wombs 1 through 3 could theoretically continue to grow? As in, develop into normal infants? I don't know. Honestly, I'm just extrapolating based on my medical expertise. All I can say is that 1 through 3 have the capacity to grow. Whether that growth would culminate in a functional life form is something I can't guarantee. Shoko exhaled a plume of smoke. No one is going to voluntarily unseal a special grade cursed object. And even if they did, they are still fundamentally cursed objects. No one knows if they could actually become normal living beings. Gojo nodded thoughtfully. I think I see what you're getting at. Rice Shower-chan's current state is similar to that, isn't it? The difference is that the cursed wombs were forced to become objects before they could finish developing, whereas she is a finished product. Therefore, a half-cursed spirit. Gojo completely grasped the implication. The term half-cursed spirit really is simple to understand, and terrifyingly accurate. Shoko praised him. Even though you're a terribly selfish bastard, your brain really does spin fast. Hey! Gojo complained loudly, but Shoko completely ignored him. She paused before continuing slowly. Although she is undeniably female on a biological level, the nature of her cursed energy is closer to that of a cursed spirit than a human sorcerer. When you brought her to me, you hypothesized that the reason she possessed such a colossal reserve of cursed energy was due to a binding vow, that she sacrificed her entire original biological structure in exchange for raw power. But now, I have to completely overturn your conclusion. She pulled the cigarette from her lips, staring down at the burning cherry, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. She didn't gain that massive cursed energy from a binding vow. She gained it because she has already been forged into the avatars of a specific cursed spirit. The flippancy vanished from Gojo's face. Behind his blindfold, the 6 eyes dilated sharply. She is a curse's avatar. It might be even more horrific than that, Shoko said, her eyes returning to their languid state as she put the cigarette back in her mouth. The cursed spirit laid a curse upon her, forcibly altering her flesh to perfectly synchronize with the frequency of that curse's energy. She thought about how to phrase it in layman's terms. Right, let's use a concept you deal with. She has been surgically modified into a perfect vessel for incarnation. If that curse so chooses, it could hijack Rice Shower's physical body at any given moment, with absolute, flawless compatibility. Cursed spirits didn't need vessels because they didn't need to incarnate. Only cursed objects required incarnation, as they couldn't act independently in spirit form, they needed a flesh and blood host. Even though Shoko's analogy technically blurred the lines of sorcery theory, Gojo understood exactly what she meant. Normal cursed objects didn't have custom-built vessels. If a random person swallowed a cursed object, the object would forcefully overwrite the host's body, suppressing their ego and hijacking the flesh. But some extremely unique cursed objects required specifically prepared vessels. Without a tailored host, the body would collapse under the sheer toxicity of the curse. Rice Shower's current state was exactly that. She had been custom-tailored to someday perfectly accommodate a specific cursed spirit soul. Though he had just complimented her mentally, Gojo couldn't help but marvel again at Shoko's unparalleled expertise. With just a few sentences, she made a semi-layman like him perfectly understand Rice Shower's dire physiological state. This also explained why the curse had let Rice Shower live. It wasn't mercy, it was because the curse had already claimed her star. Shoko exhaled slowly, the smoke rings drifting in the breeze. Gojo, I'll give it to you straight. If it weren't for you, I'd side with the geezers on this one. If you can't hunt down that cursed spirit and kill it immediately, we should dispose of Rice Shower right now. She is too dangerous. Not because of what she is, but because she is a ticking time bomb waiting for a special grade curse to incarnate inside the school. Gojo didn't even hesitate. I refuse. Shoko shrugged, completely unsurprised. Then you need to stay sharp. You know exactly what I mean. Shoko turned to Gojo, locking her brown eyes onto his. An unprecedentedly intelligent cursed spirit is cooperating with curse users. I don't even have to guess what their in-game is, it's the absolute destruction of the modern Jujutsu world. And you are the single biggest obstacle in their path. They are absolutely plotting against you. And right at this exact moment, a girl who could be hijacked as a vessel at any second conveniently falls right into your lap, looking at you with pathetic, pleading eyes. You get soft, and you take her in. So, I'm asking you a hypothetical, Shoko said softly. If there comes a day when the girl is incarnated, and the cursed spirit steals her body, standing right in front of you. Gojo, what are you going to do? Kill her. Gojo wanted to open his mouth and spit the words out. But he couldn't. Gojo Satoru had hesitated. He simply smiled and said, I won't let that happen. Shoko looked at him deeply and didn't press the issue further. Just be careful. Don't die right before the dawn breaks, Gojo. Otherwise, the students you're working so hard to raise will be butchered by the higher-ups the second you're gone. You know that. Perhaps even Shoko herself didn't realize that her voice trembled slightly as she said it. Before this, she couldn't even conceptualize a scenario where Satoru Gojo lost. In fact, 11 years ago, when she heard that Gojo and Geto had actually failed a mission, she thought she was dreaming. She knew exactly how strong Gojo and Geto were, the idea of the two of them failing together made her question reality. And after that, Gojo had entered an explosive period of growth. Even now, he was still optimizing techniques and evolving. But now, an unprecedented crisis was brewing, and its crosshairs were aimed directly at this invincible man. Shoko didn't want to entertain the thought, but with the precedent set 11 years ago, she couldn't stop her mind from drifting to that dark place. The very real possibility of Satoru Gojo's defeat and death. Gojo sensed Shoko's anxiety. He offered a dismissive smirk, adopting his usual arrogant swagger, and stated the absolute truth, who the hell do you think I am? Shoko waved a hand dismissively. All right, enough with the heavy talk. Let's pivot to something lighter. You asked me to check if she had an innate technique? I have the results. Gojo forcibly shoved the gloomy atmosphere away. Oh? And the verdict? Congratulations. She does, Shoko smirked. Gojo's smile widened into a triumphant grin. Hava hava. I knew it. That kid definitely has what it takes. Pair an innate technique with her monstrous cursed energy reserves, and as long as she trains properly, hitting special grade is practically guaranteed. Without a doubt, she's going to be a major player in the Jujutsu world. Shoko dropped the other shoe, her innate technique is poison. Gojo's expression blanked for a fraction of a second. He immediately realized that Rice Shower's very existence was already highly controversial, saddling her with such a taboo, innate technique would severely complicate her future. After all, an innate technique based on a poison was inherently despised by the righteous orthodox factions. But he swiftly recovered his arrogant facade. So what? She's my student. Shoko gave him a long, measuring look and repeated what she had said earlier, Gojo. Don't die. Gojo repeated his own answer with absolute certainty, who do you think I am? Suddenly, Gojo's phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and clicked his tongue. Shoko asked casually, what's up? Another mission? Megumi's back with a job, Gojo said, sounding thoroughly unbothered. Sounds like some school got cursed by a cursed object. Wants me to tag along and handle it. Shoko deadpanned, aren't you Megumi's superior? You're supposed to be giving him orders. Why is he giving you a mission briefing? Did you arbitrarily block the higher-ups' dispatches again, forcing Megumi to play secretary? He. Please take your job seriously for once. Shoko sighed deeply. So? If it requires you to step in, it must be at least a special grade cursed object. What is it? Gojo slipped the phone back into his pocket and said lazily, looks like one of Ryman Sukuna's fingers. Chapter 10. Preparations. 2,544 words. To overturn the current Jujutsu society, the first human they had to deal with was Satoru Gojo. And to defeat Satoru Gojo, Kenjaku had proposed two options. First, the special grade cursed object, the prison realm. Second, the liberation of the king of curses, Ryman Sukuna. But now, Mahito proposed a third option, a half-cursed spirit. It was already the second week since Kenjaku had begun tutoring Mahito. Over these 2 weeks, Kenjaku had been forced to repeatedly shatter his own traditional understanding, confirming that the cursed spirit before him was indeed the most unique anomaly in the history of Jujutsu. It wasn't a simple matter of strength or weakness. It was Mahito's way of thinking. As much as Kenjaku loathed to admit it, he had to recognize that Mahito's perception of the world verged on the divine. For instance, right now, Mahito was speaking eloquently to Kenjaku, Jogo, and Hanami. Thanks to Kenjaku-sensei's guidance, I've completely figured out the difference between humans and cursed spirits. Naturally, it's not some superficial concept like humans having physical bodies to anchor them in this world while we manifest as cursed energy aggregates. No, it's about the deeper nature of our respective forms of existence. He raised a single finger, speaking with undeniable arrogance. I can say with absolute certainty that our form of existence as cursed spirits unequivocally stands above humanity. The logic is simple. Humans must eat and sleep to grow. They must excrete and metabolize to purge toxins. But as long as we cursed spirits aren't killed by an equal or greater force, we are virtually immortal and indestructible. That alone proves our life tier is superior to humans. Jogo's mouth curled into an uncontrollable grin. But of course. If anything, we are the true humans. Kenjaku didn't even listen to Jogo's self-aggrandizing boasting, he was paying close attention to Mahito's next, crucial point. Sure enough, Mahito ignored Jogo's remark and let out a very heavy sigh. But that's only half the equation. Hanami uttered a sound of questioning confusion. Mahito exhaled slowly, as if venting a deep-seated frustration. Judged by the standard of life forms, we cursed spirits are incomplete. Yes. Exactly. This was what terrified Kenjaku about Mahito. He was too rational, his perspective too elevated. Forget cursed spirits, even Kenjaku, a curse user who had lived for a millennium, hadn't realized the distinct difference between form of existence and life form over the past 1,000 years. Previously, when Jogo declared that curses were the true humans, Kenjaku had secretly scoffed at it, only tolerating the nonsense because Jogo was a powerful asset he had recruited. But Mahito was different. He had genuinely recognized the discrepancy between the two, summarizing the differences within 2 weeks and formulating a preliminary theory. Kenjaku felt a chill crawl up his spine. He thought to himself that even without his help, as time passed, provided Mahito didn't die prematurely, this unique cursed spirit would inevitably ascend to the throne of godhood and look down upon the mortal dust. The yin and yang of this world were balanced. The stronger Jujutsu sorcerers became, the more intense the curses grew in response. With the awakening of Ryam and Sukuna in the modern era, with Tengen on the verge of evolving into a god, with the birth and growth of Satoru Gojo, and even Kenjaku's own relentless millennial machinations, the Jujutsu sorcerers of this world had experienced a massive surge in power. And now, on the side of curses, after accumulating mindless numbers for so long, they had finally welcomed their true king. Mahito. Born just a month and a half ago. A literal candidate for godhood. Both in ideology and capability. We cursed spirits are not complete life forms. Our most fatal flaw is that we are single-track. Mahito pointed a finger at Jogo. For example, Jogo. Let me ask you, can you abandon your identity as the curse of the earth and change your ability into ice, water, or perhaps a raging storm? Jogo stared blankly. How is that possible? I am the curse of the earth. Mahito spoke flatly. But humans can. Jogo's single eye widened. Mahito, have you been studying under Kenjaku so much that you've gone crazy? Humans can indeed do this, Kenjaku said slowly, taking a deep breath to suppress his internal shock and keep his tone level. Among Jujutsu sorcerers, there is a highly complex technique known as cursed technique reversal. Depending on their innate technique, sorcerers can use the principle of a negative times negative equals positives to reverse their technique into the exact opposite attribute. Jogo looked back at Kenjaku, speaking in disbelief. Reversing one's own innate ability. Mahito crossed his arms, his voice calm. Jogo, this is why I say our life form is incomplete. We cursed spirits are curses formed from the negative emotions humans leak during their daily lives. That fact makes our existence undeniably superior to humanity. But on the other hand, precisely because we are made from their negative emotions, we cannot escape the shadow of curses. We are forced to survive and act solely within the confines of our identity as a curse. Except for Hanami, we can't even restrain our impulsive urge to slaughter humans. And even Hanami inherits a curse's way of thinking. When it comes to saving nature, Hanami very naturally resorts to massacring humanity. True to our name, we are curses. Just curses. But humans are different. Just as you've said, Jogo, the baseline of humanity is lies and deceit. Yet, they are capable of overcoming, even conquering, that pitch-black reality to build new societies based on unity and order. Even regarding basic instincts like eating and sleeping, they can endure. People who willingly go on hunger strikes or work themselves to death from sleep deprivation are not uncommon in their society. Mahito turned to Jogo, staring at him intently. Jogo, could you go your entire life without harming a human? Jogo desperately wanted to say of course but right as the words reached his throat, a massive wave of panic suddenly seized him. His mind constantly replayed the moments he harmed humans, the burning crowds, the charred skin, the wailing silhouettes writhing in his flames. Just the thought of completely cutting himself off from those acts from this moment onward made him tremble slightly with dread. He couldn't do it. He couldn't stop killing. He couldn't stop burning them. Because he was the curse of the earth. Mahito looked at Jogo, who opened his mouth to speak but found no words, and nodded gently. There's no need to feel terrified, Jogo. Mahito closed his eyes and sighed softly. Because I can't do it either. Jogo looked at Mahito in shock. You? Mahito, you too. That's right. I'm ashamed, Jogo. I can't do it either. Mahito opened his eyes, raising his hands and staring at his palms. The moment I was born, the second I laid eyes on a human, malice bubbled up uncontrollably in my heart. I wanted to kill them, harm them, deceive them. This is an urge stemming from my very instincts. I clearly have no survival-based need for it, but my instincts crave the wails and agony of humans, just like a human craves food and sleep. Mahito paused, then spoke slowly. I cannot defy my instincts. I cannot suppress my murderous impulses. My constant warping of human minds merely temporarily dulls the starvation in my heart. I cannot break free from it. Kenjaku nodded inwardly. It had only been 2 weeks, yet Mahito's theories were already touching upon the fundamental truths of a cursed spirit's composition. Just as Mahito said, in terms of form of existence, cursed spirits were far above humans. But in terms of life form, they were incomplete. A complete life form should possess positive and negative, yin and yang, black and white. Cursed spirits had none of that. Cursed spirits only had the negative, the yin, the black. Even if their existence was a higher state, their life form was worse than an animal's. That was the essence of a cursed spirit. Mahito clenched his fists, looking at Jogo, Hanami, and Kenjaku. Therefore, I am going to alter the structure of my body. I will shed my current life form to obtain the yang, the positive, the white. To do this, the only method I can think of is to mimic the human life form and become a half-cursed spirit. Although this is backward compatible, and for a higher being, it could be considered a humiliation, compared to the incompleteness of my life form, such a slight humiliation means nothing to me. Jogo and Hanami felt a deep sense of reverence. Kenjaku also nodded silently. This was indeed the most direct way to transcend the limits of a cursed spirit. But there was one glaring issue. How do you plan to do this? Kenjaku asked. Incarnation for a cursed spirit? To my knowledge, aside from certain cursed spirits who must undergo incarnation to exert their full strength, no other cursed spirit has ever actively pursued it. Forget doing it, they've never even entertained the thought. This was the truth. In reality, cursed spirits simply had no need for incarnation. Incarnation was a term exclusively reserved for cursed objects. And the composition of cursed objects was typically derived from the actions of a Jujutsu sorcerer while they were alive. When a cursed spirit died, if it wasn't subjected to special processing, it would simply dissipate from the world entirely. It was virtually impossible for them to become cursed objects. Mahito thought for a moment before speaking slowly. I believe compatibility is crucial. Kenjaku was taken aback. Compatibility. Let's continue using human Jujutsu sorcerers as an example. If I were a Jujutsu sorcerer, my innate technique would be the soul-modifying idol transfiguration. If I continued to grow, I would learn cursed technique reversal. Let me ask you, Kenjaku, what do you think the reversal of a soul-modifying technique would be? Mahito asked. This stumped Kenjaku. He frowned, pondering deeply for a moment before probing, the opposite of the soul, would that be the flesh? Generally, we say the soul resides within the flesh, but to me, that isn't the case at all. When I modify the soul, I can pull the flesh into new shapes along with it. I can even see the metabolic waste of the soul. This waste manifests as the various emotions of humans. Through the act of modifying the soul, I can adjust the intensity and amplitude of the soul's emotional emissions. This is the key to my ability to warp minds. Mahito tapped his own eye, speaking flatly. Therefore, to me, the soul always stands above the flesh. The flesh is merely the soul's outer shell. As long as I will it, I can change it at any time. Kenjaku understood Mahito's logic. In Mahito's eyes, the existence of the soul superseded the flesh, meaning the opposite of the soul definitely wasn't the body. Kenjaku simply threw his hands up. I apologize. I can't conceptualize it. You're too focused on the soul itself. My ability is modifying the soul, not the soul purely in a vacuum. Mahito exhaled slowly, voicing his ultimate ambition. If I were a sorcerer, then the reversal of my technique, the opposite of modifying the soul, would very likely be. He dropped a terrifying revelation. Creating souls. Kenjaku's pupils contracted violently. He finally understood why Mahito, having barely been born, dared to utter the arrogant ambition of becoming a god. From his fundamental paradigm of thought, he had already positioned his capabilities within the realm of the divine. No, it was precisely because he could think from the perspective of a god that an unprecedented cursed spirit ability like soul modification was born. And precisely because he possessed this unprecedented ability, he could deduce that if he continued to ascend, he would inevitably touch the domain of gods. The domain of gods, soul creation. Even Jogo and Hanami were stunned into silence. Jogo couldn't help but ask, is that really possible? Creating souls? As long as you can use cursed technique reversal, you can perform such a miracle. It wouldn't just be me. Jogo, Hanami, and of course, I haven't forgotten Dagon, it would be the same for all of you. Mahito stated with absolute certainty. Based on the principle of negative times negative equals positive in cursed technique reversal, it is highly likely you all would gain an astonishing surge in power. This surge wouldn't just be a simple increase in raw strength, it would be an ascension of your life tier, the benefits reaped from completing your form of existence. He wasn't spouting nonsense. There was actual theoretical grounding for this. Although the half-cursed spirit was Mahito's theoretical concept, there was an existence in reality that closely resembled this hypothesis, the cursed womb, death paintings. The incarnated hosts of the cursed womb, death paintings were born with the ability to continuously convert their own cursed energy into genuine physical blood, and their innate technique was the blood manipulation. Mahito suspected that the cursed technique reversal of the death paintings was the very trait of their cursed energy, the creation of blood. If this theory held true, as long as Mahito could become a half-cursed spirit, his cursed technique reversal would almost certainly be the creation of souls. When that time came, Mahito would modify souls with his left hand and create souls with his right. That would be his complete self. Kenjaku took a deep breath, speaking slowly. I can't say for certain. Such a thing as a half-cursed spirit has never existed in the entire history of Jujutsu. I cannot guarantee your theory will succeed, but judging solely from a theoretical standpoint, applying all my specialized knowledge, I can find no flaws. It is highly probable that this is true. In other words, if Mahito truly became a half-cursed spirit and gained access to cursed technique reversal, he really could wield the power of soul creation. Would the combined abilities of soul modification and soul creation be enough to rival Satoru Gojo's Six Eyes and Limitless? Kenjaku didn't know, but just contemplating the possibility made his scalp tingle with dread. This was the realm of true genius. Compared to Ryam and Sukuna, Satoru Gojo, and Mahito, even a millennial curse user like Kenjaku seemed hopelessly outshined. Mahito nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Since Kenjaku-sensei confirms the theory is sound, all that remains is figuring out how we execute it. Kenjaku-sensei, do you happen to have any curse users affiliated with creation at your disposal? I'm in dire need of one. Kenjaku thought about it carefully, then suddenly smiled. As a matter of fact, I do. Jogo, the most obsessed with growing stronger, immediately directed a burning, eager gaze at Kenjaku. Kenjaku stroked his chin, grinning. There is a famous dark craftsman among curse users named Juzo Kumiya. If my memory serves me right, his innate technique is construction. This technique allows him to create items that do not naturally exist in this world. Mahito broke into a bright, cheerful smile and asked, then, Kenjaku-sensei, could you bring him to me? Kenjaku exhaled slowly, flashing his customary, knowing smile. As you wish, Mahito. End of Volume 1. Chapter 11, 1. The missing special grade cursed object. 2,862 words. June 2018. Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture. Sujisawa 3rd High School. Night. Ryaman Sukuna's finger, what exactly is that? Rice Shower asked. Honestly, being sent on a mission after only about 2 weeks of exposure to this world made her want to complain a little. But one look at the fact that there were only *2 first-year students in the entire Tokyo Jujutsu High was enough to swallow those complaints whole. She deeply understood just how incredibly scarce Jujutsu sorcerers were in Japanese society. Word was that there were only 2 such schools in all of Japan, and the total student body was roughly 10 people, herself included. With curse disasters occurring so frequently nowadays, it was no wonder even first-years were being deployed on missions. You could call it the most infamous special-grade cursed object in existence. They haven't covered that in the first-year curriculum yet. Megumi Fushiguro frowned, walking ahead of her. Megumi Fushiguro was Rice Shower's only classmate. He wore the black uniform of Tokyo Jujutsu High, the buttons engraved with the insignia of Jujutsu. He had black hair, but perhaps due to its stiff texture, it spiked outward uncontrollably, looking like he was balancing a sea urchin on his head. On the surface, he looked like the cool, aloof pretty boy type, and he did indeed always wear a stay away from me expression. But Rice Shower knew he was actually a very kind person. Whenever she couldn't find a teacher, as long as he was around, he would patiently answer her questions about jujitsu. Just like now, as he patiently explained. Cursed objects generally refer to indestructible curses. These curses possess physical forms and can even be observed by the naked eyes of non-sorcerers. They are usually imbued with violently potent cursed power, which in turn acts as a repellent to scatter weaker curses, a practice that, it goes without saying, is a terrible habit from the old days. Rice Shower responded thoughtfully, using a powerful curse to ward off weaker ones. It is an effective method, but it also exposes the location of the powerful curse. Other strong cursed spirits might be drawn to it, or if the seal isn't maintained in time, the cursed object itself might break free. Megumi nodded slightly. Exactly. And among these cursed objects, Ryaman Sukuna's fingers are classified at the absolute highest tier. Forget about the seal breaking, even if the seal is perfectly maintained, the curse radiating from Sukuna's finger will constantly corrupt the outside world. In short, whenever these special-grade cursed objects are discovered, they must be dealt with appropriately. Which is why we're here. Megumi concluded. Rice Shower nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Megumi exhaled slowly, offering a word of comfort. But there's no need to worry. This finger of Ryaman Sukuna should still be perfectly sealed. As long as we're on time. Megumi's words trailed off. He opened the enclosure where Sukuna's finger was supposed to be sealed, and his pupils dilated. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered. Rice Shower craned her neck to look at the sealing location. It was the school's Stevenson screen. Usually, these were radiation-proof enclosures used by meteorological stations to house temperature and air testing instruments. Using it to enshrine a special-grade cursed object now? Honestly, it felt like a morbid joke. And what was an even more morbid joke? Rice Shower gulped. Fushiguro, if a special-grade cursed object goes missing, that's a pretty serious situation, right? Was that it was completely empty? Serious beyond imagination, Megumi replied, immediately dialing his phone. Rice Shower suddenly felt a cold breeze. Like a startled deer, she looked around. Before attending Jujutsu High, she never would have noticed it, but now, she could observe the traces of cursed energy with her naked eyes. Shifting her visual focus, she saw the environment around them clearly. She swallowed hard again. Fushiguro? I think we're surrounded. Megumi glanced out of the corner of his eye and said casually, ignore them. Just as Rice Shower observed, there were an unexpected number of cursed spirits lurking in the school, many of them quite strong. They had likely gathered here, drawn by the presence of Sukuna's finger. However, because of the seal, they could only sense that the finger was somewhere nearby but couldn't pinpoint it. As a result, they were aimlessly wandering the grounds, refusing to disperse. Because there was a powerful source of cursed energy keeping them tethered, they wouldn't attack humans until they found that source, unless, of course, someone deliberately provoked them. Megumi knew the score. These small fry weren't the objective. Once they retrieved and handled Sukuna's finger, these curses would naturally scatter. And even if they didn't, dealing with them later wouldn't be an issue. Yo, Megumi. How'd the mission go? Gojo's voice suddenly rang out from the phone. Terrible. Megumi had absolutely no intention of making small talk and immediately reported the situation. When we arrived, the special-grade cursed object was already gone. The Stevenson screen is empty. Ooh? Seriously? The special grade cursed object vanished? That's hilarious. Aha waha. Asterisk I'm going to punch you. Asterisk. Don't come back until you recover it, Gojo said mercilessly. Asterisk next time I see him, I'm definitely punching him. Asterisk Megumi thought seriously. F. Fushiguro. Rice Shower stammered, trembling. It was probably taken by some kids at the school who didn't know any better, Gojo mused. Isn't that how kids are these days? Always into morbid stuff and chasing urban legends. Go check if the school has an occult club or something similar. If they do, they're probably the ones who took it. Megumi nodded inwardly. That was exactly what he was thinking. Unlike the old days, where the elderly passed down taboos and both youth and children obeyed them, a rigid and unsympathetic tradition, but one that effectively reduced the manifestation of curses in a world with real supernatural dangers, modern youths didn't listen to such warnings. Thrill-seeking was deeply ingrained in them. They willingly sought out dangerous occult phenomena to prove their uniqueness and courage. F. Fushiguro. Rice Shower's voice pitched up, sounding like the prelude to a terrified scream. Can I ask the school administration for help? Megumi asked, frowning in thought. Maybe during the day, I can just walk in and ask. Do not expose the existence of the Jujutsu world. Other than that, do whatever you want, Gojo said flippantly. Are you joking? You think I can just stroll into the principal's office, make up some random excuse, and expect them to cooperate? Megumi's anger quietly simmered. I need at least *1 believable excuse, right? With empty words, I won't even make it past the front gate security. If you want to complain, take it up with the higher-ups, Gojo said, once again displaying the cold ruthlessness of adults, casually exploiting his student. You know the rules. I don't care either way, but if it's you, they won't show any mercy. You wouldn't want to be unable to afford your sister's hospital bills, would you? That's enough. Megumi wanted nothing more than to hang up right then and there. Fushiguro. Rice Shower's voice finally cracked. She backed up frantically until her spine slammed into Megumi. Megumi looked over at her in irritation, but suddenly, his annoyed expression froze, locked in place like a statue in a museum. On the other end of the line, Gojo spoke up, sounding as though he had just remembered something. Oh, right. If the special grade cursed object is missing, you guys need to be careful. Rice Shower's constitution is a bit unique. She's the type that easily draws the greedy gazes of curses. If they can't find the source of the curse, the special grade object, they might just decide to use Rice Shower as a substitute meal. Megumi roared, You're telling me this too late. At that exact moment, the shifting, shadowy forms of the cursed spirits fully encircled Megumi and Rice Shower. Cold sweat poured down Rice Shower's forehead. She raised her fists, having no idea what stance to take to fight them off. This was her first real combat scenario. The tension made her emotions wildly unstable, and panic nearly swallowed her whole, especially with so many curses glaring at her with ravenous, bloodshot eyes. Megumi hung up the phone and formed the shadow puppet hand sign. He spoke with icy calm. Perfect timing. Rice Shower, it's time for your live combat lesson. I heard everything on the phone. This isn't a lesson, it's a completely unexpected disaster. Rice Shower shrieked pitifully, tears threatening to spill from her massive eyes. You said this was just going to be a simple retrieval mission. How did it turn into this? Get used to it. This is the daily life of a Jujutsu sorcerer, Megumi said, controlling his breathing. Finally, one of the cursed spirits surrounding them lost its patience and charged at them with a vicious roar. Megumi unleashed the technique he had already prepped, roaring with all his might. Combat start. Let's go, divine dog. The shadow beneath Megumi's feet violently stretched, and leaping forth from the darkness was a massive white hound. The 10 Shadows technique, Divine Dog. Divine Dog snapped its jaws wide and bit into the charging curse. The immense bite force nearly snapped the creature in half. The curse let out a mangled, bizarre shriek, but a split second later, the sound was snuffed out. Megumi stepped forward, channeling cursed energy into his fist, and smashed the curse. It violently exploded like a pop balloon. Amidst the splattering gore, Megumi calmly assessed their surroundings. He silently counted the number of curses, shocked to realize there were over 30 of them. Most were grade 3, but there were grade 2 curses hiding among the swarm. It was incredibly rare for this many curses to gather in one place, as curses adhered to a strict hierarchy of strength. In the presence of a powerful source of cursed energy, weaker curses typically wouldn't dare loiter. But the magnetic pull of Sukuna's finger had shattered that tacit hierarchy. A massive swarm of curses had congregated, searching frantically, driven by the desperate desire to evolve. These curses, driven purely by instinct, were now eyeing them like starving predators. Originally, the curses were locked onto Rice Shower, but the moment Megumi and Divine Dog retaliated, the entire swarm snapped their attention toward him. Who? Megumi exhaled slowly, retaking his stance. Less than a second of silence passed before the curses rioted. The swarm shrieked and rushed Megumi in a chaotic stampede. There was zero coordination, they simply threw themselves forward, but their sheer numbers made up for it. They lunged like two folding fans snapping shut on each other, crushing and hindering one another in the center, yet they didn't hesitate for a second. It was a tsunami of bodies. Without warning, Megumi dropped completely out of their line of sight, crouching so low his chest practically brushed the ground. Taking a deep breath, he flared his cursed energy and exploded upward. He slid underneath the crushing waves of the curses, thrusting his cursed energy-infused fists upward as the swarm sailed over him. His split-second reaction allowed him to entirely evade the initial wave of the stampede, and he took the opportunity to exorcise 2 or 3 curses in the process. Divine Dog crashed head-on into the swarm. The white Shikigami slammed into them with all its might, instantly becoming buried beneath a mound of curses. Countless cursed hands grabbed and tore at the dog, making it yelp from the sheer tearing force, but it didn't rip apart. Withstanding the pressure, it opened its jaws and viciously bit back. Megumi delivered a sweeping kick, sending one curse crashing into another. In the blink of an eye, the tsunami-like assault lost its momentum. At the end of the day, they were just mindless beasts. No, worse than beasts, a pack of wild animals knew how to coordinate. These things only knew how to charge like a tidal wave. Once they survived the first rush, the curses would end up getting in each other's way, allowing them to be picked off one by one. Suddenly, Megumi's eyes widened. A Grade 2 curse that had been lying in wait among the Grade 3s finally bared its fangs. But its target wasn't Megumi. It was Rice Shower. This cunning Grade 2 was a serpentine curse. It had slithered through the center of the horde, advancing slowly. When Megumi intercepted the main group, it didn't try to ambush him. Its target had remained fixated the entire time, Rice Shower. It only wanted her. And now, its chance had come. With Megumi bogged down by the swarm, Rice Shower was left completely wide open. The curse coiled and launched itself, its snake-like body springing forward like a viper on the hunt. In an instant, the serpent's maw was right in front of Rice Shower's face, venomous fangs bared, snapping down to bite. Rice Shower screamed. Megumi's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. Rice Shower! The next instant, the serpent's mouth exploded. Amidst her screaming, Rice Shower tore the Grade 2 curse to pieces. Megumi froze. He saw it clearly. Rice Shower hadn't possessed any conscious thought of attacking or defending. While screaming, she simply threw her hand up in front of her face. The serpent's jaws clamped down on her hands, the venomous fangs guaranteeing a lethal injection of poison. But the Grade 2 curse's fangs couldn't even pierce Rice Shower's skin. A howling tempest of cursed energy erupted outward with Rice Shower at the epicenter. It coated the surface of her body, flowing seamlessly over her smooth, pale skin. This was the most rudimentary form of cursed energy reinforcement, the absolute basic manipulation drilled into first years at Jujutsu High. In her panic, Rice Shower simply squeezed her hands. This, too, was first-year curriculum, reinforcing physical strength with cursed energy. But even Megumi couldn't reinforce his entire body at once. He had to carefully manage every drop of cursed energy in his reserves, calmly analyzing the battlefield and distributing his energy with extreme tactical precision. That was how he fought. But right now, for the first time, he was witnessing how a sorcerer with an utterly monstrous pool of cursed energy fought. She crushed them with sheer, unadulterated mass. Screaming in sheer terror, Rice Shower unleashed her cursed energy, instinctively applying full-body reinforcement. The Grade 2 curse's full-power ambush couldn't even bite through her passive defense. Her counterattack was as simple as a baby snapping a brittle string. She grabbed the Grade 2 curse with both hands and violently pulled outward. The Grade 2 curse was literally ripped in half, exactly like a snapped string. Howling in agony, it dissolved into cursed residue. Megumi instantly recalled what Gojo had told him when he pawned Rice Shower off on him. "Don't worry about Rice Shower," Gojo had said. "I mean, I totally believe in your potential, Megumi. But if we're strictly talking about right now, without a doubt, Rice Shower is stronger. A lot stronger. So much stronger that you might actually get jealous." Megumi's mouth twitched. *I see. So this is the potential to become a special grade sorcerer that Gojo-sensei was talking about? Yeah, I completely understand now. Asterisk. He took a deep breath and roared abruptly, Rice Shower. Calm down. Dizzy and disoriented, Rice Shower lowered her hands. The residue of the grade 2 curse still clung to her fingers. She couldn't even believe she had just killed an actively attacking curse so effortlessly. This wasn't a textbook scenario, this was a living, breathing curse. When the curse lunged, she had been swallowed by terror, but now, asterisk it. Actually wasn't a big deal, asterisk. Asterisk is this body, modified by Mr. Mahito, really this powerful, asterisk. Snap back to reality by Megumi's shout, she hastily replied, why yes. Yes, Fushiguro. I'm fine. I'm actually fine. You're babbling. Calm the hell down. That curse couldn't even scratch you, haven't you realized that yet? Megumi yelled again. This time, he didn't even turn his head, merely continuously reinforcing his fists to batter the curses in front of him. Divine Dog had returned to his side, and working in perfect sync, the pack of over 30 curses couldn't even get close to him. Ooh? Right, I need to calm down, Rice Shower gasped for air. Right now. Megumi roared while throwing a punch. You see the swarm of curses in front of you? Why yes. Kill them, Megumi ordered. Me. Rice Shower froze. Deliberately, Megumi let a few curses slip past him. Realizing they couldn't land a hit on Megumi, these curses immediately shifted their sights back to Rice Shower. After all, compared to Megumi, she was their actual target, they had only attacked Megumi out of instinct because he was actively harming them. Now that he wasn't engaging them, they naturally locked back onto Rice Shower. Rice Shower's face turned completely green. I can't do this. Now, Megumi repeated firmly. Kill them. A segment of the swarm broke off and surged toward Rice Shower. And amidst her sobbing, Rice Shower tore them limb from limb. Sayonara. Chapter 12, 2. The Arrogant Fool. 2,333 words. June 2018. Tokaji Prefecture? An abandoned multi-story parking garage. Night. Come on. Let's kick off tonight's hardcore brawling, the club elimination tournament, the bald announcer roared in a frenzy. Live commentary brought to you by yours truly, John Bobby. He was riding high on adrenaline, standing at the commentator's desk, waving his arms wildly, his voice deafening. Through the loudspeakers, his frantic energy completely ignited the surrounding crowd. The audience threw their hands up and roared in unison. Suddenly, the announcer shifted gears, shouting his introduction. First up, let me introduce tonight's challenger. The arrogant fool, the pure white evil, the man who claims he is destined to ascend the throne of godhood, Mahito. Mahito shook his head, feeling genuine, deep-seated embarrassment at the introduction. Sure, he did claim he was destined for godhood, but hearing someone else scream it out loud felt entirely different from saying it himself. He didn't think much of it when the words left his own mouth, but hearing the announcer hype it up made him cringe out of his skin. Jogo, who was accompanying Mahito, felt no such embarrassment. Quite the opposite, he was practically vibrating with excitement. The pure white evil, the man destined for godhood. Heh, these old breed humans kinda get it, don't they? Mahito, our grand conquest begins right here. I can hardly wait. Hanami, standing nearby, chimed in with a string of praises. Mahito genuinely felt that the mental age of these highly intelligent cursed spirits was pathetically low, at best, equivalent to a human middle schooler in the depths of their Chinibya phase. Otherwise, there was no way they would sincerely find the announcer's cheesy lines cool. And yes, Mahito could sense it, both Jogo and Hanami were completely sincere. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't ever asked how old they actually were. Logically, despite their mature appearances, they couldn't be very old since they hadn't even heard of Satoru Gojo before, literal country bumpkin yokai. Yet when Jogo fought Gojo, he distinctly called him a brat. Asterisk, isn't that age dynamic a bit messed up, asterisk? Pushing these trivial gossipy thoughts aside, Mahito waved a hand casually. Well then, Jogo, Hanami. I'm up. Jogo immediately bellowed with excitement, Mahito. Let the hegemony of our new race begin this very moment, show these old breed monkeys the sheer power of the new humans. Hanami didn't yell but offered a few calm words of encouragement. Yeah, I know, Jogo, Hanami, Mahito said dismissively. I'm just going to use this match to test out my new vessel, this half-cursed spirit body. Mahito slowly walked out of the fighter's tunnel. The announcer's voice remained at a fever pitch. He threw his arms wide, introducing the opposing fighter. And the man facing the pure white evil is none other than the absolute powerhouse, the undefeated legend, Jiro Awasaka. The crowd in the stands erupted into a deafening roar. Compared to the unknown Mahito, Jiro Awasaka was the true lord of this underground fight club. The audience screamed at the top of their lungs, unleashing their primal anticipation for a blood-and-guts brawl. Jiro Awasaka was a burly, middle-aged man. His nearly bald head sported a wispy tuft of hair that looked like a wisp of smoke. He had thick eyebrows, a goatee, and large, round eyes. He wore a white dress shirt and a waist sash. The bulging muscles across his body stretched the white shirt so tight it looked like the fabric would shred at any moment, explosive muscle mass in the truest sense. He marched out of the tunnel step by step, lifting his head to lock eyes with his opponent. The cursed spirit who sought to ascend to godhood, Mahito. Within the curse user community, rumors had been circulating about a terrifying human-on-human curse manifestation. Every curse user who knew of this special cursed spirit had been forced into a binding vow, ensuring that even if their mouths were torn open, they couldn't leak the information to Jujutsu sorcerers, because this cursed spirit possessed the power to upend the entire Jujutsu world. It wasn't a matter of combat strength. It was the sheer, terrifying nature of his ability. He could force people to evolve. *evolution*, such an alluring word. *evolution*, such a terrifying word. A curse user granted this evolution would experience an explosive surge in growth, cursed energy output, recovery rate, reserves, efficiency, and most importantly for a sorcerer, their cognitive understanding of the core of cursed energy itself. Every single metric would drastically improve. Just as the word implied, true evolution. Because of this, countless curse users were desperately searching for this specific cursed spirit, hoping to be blessed. An intelligent cursed spirit. A manifestation of humanity's hatred and fear toward itself. A cursed spirit seeking godhood. And the king of cursed spirits born in this millennium, Mahito, who was standing right in front of Jiro Awasaka right now. Honestly, Awasaka was very disappointed. Jiro Awasaka felt absolutely zero aura of a powerhouse radiating from the man in front of him. Experienced veterans could gauge an opponent's strength just from their stance. Jiro Awasaka was exactly that kind of veteran. He had fought and butchered enough Jujutsu sorcerers to instinctively judge their power level. Yet, standing before this supposedly legendary king of curses, he felt absolutely no overwhelming strength. This was just a young man. He had long, white hair that draped over his shoulders, unkempt as if he never bothered brushing it. His heterochromatic eyes were lazily half-lidded, making him look like a college student who hadn't gotten enough sleep. His handsome face carried a trace of annoyance, like a poor sap forced to wake up at 3 a.m. to cram for an exam. Even his clothes screamed college kid running an errand, a white dress shirt, black slacks, and sneakers. Awasaka carefully examined Mahito's eyes. True to the rumors, they were heterochromatic. But colored contacts were so common nowadays that mismatched eyes were hardly a unique anomaly anymore. Awasaka couldn't fathom how this asterisk was the infamous king of curses. Sure, a lonely rich housewife might swoon over that face, but Awasaka felt nothing but sheer disappointment. He was let down that this notorious overlord of curses was so utterly unremarkable, lacking even a shred of a conqueror's aura. So, Awasaka naturally voiced his doubt. "You're Mahito?" "HM? You know me?" Mahito asked curiously. "Your name is flying everywhere in the curse user circles, though binding vows have kept it from leaking to the sorcerers for now." "But that's just a matter of time," Awasaka said flatly. "Rumor has it you possess the ability to force human evolution. You can turn ordinary humans into sorcerers, and if they're already sorcerers, the evolution is even more drastic. I actually had some expectations, but the moment I laid eyes on you, they all vanished. You don't look anywhere near as powerful as the rumors claim." Faced with this thinly veiled insult, Mahito didn't look angry in the slightest. Instead, he replied with total calm. "I was never aiming to be the strongest to begin with," Mahito said. "I am merely walking the path of evolution, and along that path, some curse users come begging for my help. As test subjects mapping out the road ahead, I'm willing to grant them some abilities. Call it an equitable exchange. You treat people seeking your evolution as lab rats." Awasaka's eyes widened in disbelief. Mahito stuck his tongue out playfully like a child and offered a breezy apology. "Oops, sorry. I meant, fellow travelers. Awasaka flew into a rage. You mere cursed spirit. Mahito suddenly raised a finger, waving it dismissively. No, not a cursed spirit. A half-cursed spirit. Haven't you noticed? The audience watching our fight, including all the normal humans, every single one of them can see me. Jiro Awasaka suddenly froze. He subtly scanned the grandstands. When he first heard a cursed spirit was scheduled to fight him, he thought it was some sick joke. After all, the primary demographic of this underground fight club was still normal humans. Even though curse users looking for a quick buck could enter, the club owners had strict rules against using incomprehensible cursed techniques. At the end of the day, it was an underground business. If the main paying demographic couldn't understand what was happening, they wouldn't make money. So the most basic rule was that the fight had to be something the audience couldn't understand and, more importantly, see. Cursed spirits were the literal aggregates of leaked cursed energy. Normal humans without jujutsu talent couldn't see them at all. So when Awasaka found out his opponent was a cursed spirit, he assumed he was going to be shadowboxing in front of a crowd of normal people like a complete lunatic. He was naturally pissed off, but two things convinced him to step into the ring. First, the prize money. If he won, he got triple the payout, and even if he lost, he still got his regular cut. He couldn't complain about that. Second, he had heard the curse's name was Mahito, and he wanted to meet him. But now, at the very least, he didn't have to worry about looking like a schizo punching empty air in front of a mundane crowd. Because every single person in the room could clearly see the king of curses standing before him. What did you do? Awasaka asked, failing to hide the slight tremor in his voice. Cursed spirits were the physical sediment of cursed energy leaked by humanity. Without the talent for jujutsu, they were completely invisible. Yet, this invisible entity had manifested into a visible existence. Awasaka's common sense had been pulverized. Suddenly, Mahito opened his lazy, half-lidded eyes. The gold and blue irises flared with blinding radiance. He spread his arms wide, like a god embracing the world. He was just wearing a simple white shirt, but at that exact moment, Awasaka genuinely witnessed the birth of a deity. Only now, in this very second, did Jiro Awasaka finally feel Mahito's aura. I have become complete, Mahito said. Have you not realized it yet? I have already descended upon this place. Descended. Only a god was worthy of a descent. Awasaka finally understood why he hadn't felt any aura from Mahito initially. It was because they existed in entirely different dimensions. It was like a human walking down a paved road. Even if an ant screamed its lungs out at the edge of the human shoe, the human wouldn't even spare it a glance. An ant, naturally, couldn't be considered an enemy. Right now, Jiro Awasaka was the ant. And Mahito was the human. Awasaka felt his mind and body tremble. His instinct screamed at him to run away that very second, but he didn't. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to brawl with this human seized him. Terror and thrill, two violently contrasting emotions, twined around his heart. He flashed back to the assassination mission for Satoru Gojo years ago. It had been far too long since he had felt this kind of fatal dread, this sensation that he might die in the very next second. It filled him with a nostalgic, destructive urge. If it were Satoru Gojo standing there, he would have bolted already. Gojo was the type of monster where, even if you had all his data laid out in front of you, you were still utterly helpless. But this king of curses was different. His data was also circulating among curse users. He possessed the ability to alter human souls. It sounded terrifying, but in reality, he could only alter what his hands touched. As long as he avoided those hands, there was a way to win. Besides, this was a fight club, not a death match. Mahito probably wouldn't kill him. No, from his perspective, figuring out how not to kill me is probably what he's thinking about. Because? I'm just an ant, Awasaka was breathing heavily, intoxicated by an intoxicating frenzy. Mahito seemed to notice Awasaka's fanaticism. He split his lips, his smile curving dramatically upward like a crescent moon in a night sky, radiating terror and mystery. He asked softly, Mr. Awasaka, care to try? Awasaka instinctively shot back, try what? Challenging a god. Mahito lowered his welcoming arms and reached one hand out toward him, his forefingers curling loosely as if beckoning him forward. He smiled and said, considering you might hesitate, let's make a bet. If you can land a hit on me, I will grant you a perfect evolution with absolutely zero side effects. Even if you fail, I promise that as long as you're breathing, I will grant you rebirth. With the stakes pushed this high, how could Jiro Awasaka refuse? How could there even be room for refusal? How could anyone suppress this? He couldn't. It was impossible to hold back. He couldn't endure it no matter what. A massive wave of fanaticism instantly swallowed Awasaka's brain, completely shattering his rationality in a split second. Asterisk challenge a god? No. Asterisk. Asterisk I will slaughter God, asterisk. Jiro Awasaka let out a primal roar. He felt his life, a life where Gojo had reduced him to cowering in the shadows, only daring to vent his frustrations in an underground fight club, was now entirely devoid of regrets. He almost wanted to thank Satoru Gojo. If not for Gojo, he never would have ended up in this fight club, and if he had never ended up here, how could he have gotten the chance to challenge a god? A mere cursed spirit? No, this was a god. Challenging a god was biting off more than he could chew. No. It was glory. A glory belonging exclusively to Jiro Awasaka. And now, Jiro Awasaka was about to sacrifice himself for that glory. Jiro Awasaka, he roared, his muscles twisting and bulging violently like a tsunami crashing against a cliff face. Bring it on. Asterisk humans are so easy to manipulate, asterisk Mahito thought. Asterisk yep, the cursed technique to modify the soul through eye contact and induce fanaticism was a success. Asterisk. Chapter 13, 3. Fists. 3,266 words. Whether in competitive boxing or actual street fighting, your master will always repeat one phrase: stay calm, you must stay calm. It's not that a state of frenzy is inherently bad for fighting, quite the opposite. In a frenzy, your strength and speed are massively enhanced, adrenaline causes you to ignore pain, and you feel omnipotent, as if you could punch a hole straight through the sky. But this state is an illusion. You lose your most important asset, a cool head. Right now, Jiro Awasaka was exactly in this state. He roared as he charged forward, his hands positioned at his sides like the vicious claws of an evil spirit. Mid-charge, his body and mind were completely swallowed by the frenzy. He could feel massive amounts of kinetic force bursting from his trembling frame. His cursed energy was practically unleashed to its absolute limit. In this moment, he lacked all rational thought, he only wanted to erupt with his complete self, his perfect self, his transcendent self, right in front of the gods standing before him. Mahito was actually quite surprised when he saw Jiro Awasaka. In the original story, he was a named character who had a rather stunning showing. He had faced off against the protagonist duo, Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori. If it hadn't been for Fushiguro's sharp mind, Awasaka really might have killed them both. Curse users didn't have official grades, but based on his abilities, he was undoubtedly a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. As a stepping stone, he was perfect. Mahito didn't dodge. One of the reasons he came here was to excavate the potential of this half-cursed spirit body. Facing an opponent already devoured by a frenzy, there was naturally no need to evade. The instant they closed the distance, Awasaka's fist was already in front of Mahito's eyes, a headshot. He wasn't some uneducated, wild curse user who just fought on instinct. He had received professional education in human anatomy. Long before Satoru Gojo was even born, he had been recklessly experimenting on living humans. He understood every single structure of the human body, and every punch he threw was laden with pure murderous intent. Mahito raised both arms to block. Awasaka's fist smashed violently into his forearms. He thought this punch would at least rock Mahito's frame, forcing the King of Curses back. But it didn't. Punching his arms felt like punching solid steel plates. Ooh! Awasaka forced down a groan of pain. His eyes widened as he stared at Mahito's arms. Due to the massive impact, Mahito's white sleeves had torn open, revealing not soft skin, but silver-grey steel. Damn it, he actually had punched steel plates. Mahito flexed his arms, and the steel vanished. Only then did Awasaka realize there had never been any steel plates to begin. Mahito's very flesh had transformed into steel. Normally, Awasaka would have retreated to calmly analyze exactly what Mahito's cursed technique was. But right now, his brain was completely devoid of its usual composure. He only wanted to kill, had to kill, lived to kill. He forcibly arrested his backward momentum, dug his heels in, and lunged violently once again. A flurry of fists ravaged the air. Awasaka unleashed a devastating combo. Mahito finally stepped back, but he wasn't flustered. He was retreating methodically, his hands calmly parrying. Awasaka was swinging with all his might, but every time his fists connected, it was inevitably Awasaka himself who took damage. He punched while roaring, and suddenly his knuckles burst with blood. Even though Mahito was solely on the defensive, Awasaka was the first to bleed. What terrifying reaction speed, Awasaka couldn't help but admire it. He could tell Mahito actually had very little combat experience, because his blocks were always half a beat slow. Yet, his monstrous reflexes more than made up for his clumsy technique. Logically, such amateurish taijutsu should have been shattered by Awasaka's overwhelming pressure long ago. Yet Mahito defended with ease, a smile even playing on his lips. Power. Speed. Durability. Reflexes. The absolute superiority in base physical stats meant Mahito didn't need martial arts technique to completely stonewall Awasaka's assault. He even had the surplus energy to carefully observe Awasaka's striking patterns, greedily absorbing the man's combat experience. He was reveling in his first actual battle since birth, and his chosen whetstone was Gyro Awasaka. Suddenly, Awasaka's world tilted. His mouth gaped open, white foam spilling past his lips. A foot had planted itself directly into his abdomen. Mahito had actually managed to find the time mid-exchange to throw a vicious kick. Awasaka hadn't registered the strike at all. Before the pain could even catch up to him, he was already flying backward like a cannonball. The roaring crowd fell dead silent for a split second. The scene playing out before them was too surreal, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Can you imagine a middle-aged man, built wider than a black bear, being sent spinning through the air like a ragdoll tossed aside by a little girl? Right now, the audience was witnessing exactly that. Awasaka felt the sky and earth spinning. He rotated in the air at least twice. He didn't hit the floor. Instead, like a pebble skipping across a lake, he tumbled and smashed violently into the arena's perimeter wall. With a deafening boom, the concrete-reinforced wall shattered and caved in, burying him in the rubble. Mahito exhaled slowly. He stripped off his ruined white shirt and tossed it casually to the side, leaving his torso bare. Despite the intense high-speed exchange, there wasn't a single drop of sweat on him. His pale skin rippled with sharp, streamlined muscles. He slowly stretched his limbs, like a wild leopard limbering up before a meal. "What's wrong, Awasaka?" "Not planning on getting up," he said amidst his slow breaths. His voice shifted from light to heavy, from slow to rapid, ultimately carrying a divine, oppressive weight, like a heavenly tribulation. "Weren't you challenging a god?" The deafening declaration reached the audience's ears without any need for the arena's amplifiers, echoing like a myriad of hidden Buddhist chants. The announcer abruptly snapped back to reality. Clutching his microphone, he roared. "The invincible Gyro Awasaka has fallen. Let us congratulate the pure, evil victor." A massive boom suddenly cut the announcer off. An explosive force erupted from Awasaka's position in the rubble. Pushing aside the caved-in debris, the buried Awasaka slowly walked out from the epicenter. "Hold on a second. Who said, it's over?" The massive middle-aged man hooked an index finger into the collar of his shirt. With a slow but immensely powerful downward pull, the fabric shrieked in protest until he ripped the garment completely off his body with the strength of a single finger. He threw his arms wide, tossing the torn halves away to reveal an immaculate musculature resembling a marble statue. Sweat dripped down the grooves of his muscles, evaporating with his heavy breaths. It was cursed energy. His cursed energy was practically materializing to vaporize his sweat, circulating at a terrifying speed to completely envelop his body like heavy plate armor. There wasn't a single scratch on Awasaka's body. Inverse. Awasaka had named his innate technique Inverse. When he activated it, powerful attacks became incredibly weak, while weak attacks became devastatingly strong. He could freely adjust the timing of his technique's activation. It was an invincible technique. As long as his dynamic vision could keep up, no attack could ever harm him. In the original story, no matter how the protagonist duo attacked, they couldn't breach his defenses, while his counterattacks nearly cost them their lives. If Fushiguro hadn't had a flash of inspiration, Awasaka would have likely killed them both. A genuine, invincible victor. This was Gyro Awasaka. Although he hadn't reacted to the initial kick, he had activated Inverse right before hitting the wall. Even though the kinetic impact was enough to shatter reinforced concrete, the force transferred to his flesh was softer than a falling feather. Thud. Awasaka marched forward again. The sudden strike hadn't intimidated him. On the contrary, his spirits were soaring, his frenzy unparalleled. He felt he had never experienced such a thrilling peak in his entire life. His enemy was the Lord of Curses, aiming for the throne of God. He had a premonition that he would never experience a battle this exhilarating again. Thud. Mahito also began to advance. He had long since cancelled the frenzy-inducing technique from his eyes. Awasaka no longer needed guiding. The frenzied emotion had entirely consumed his rationality. Mahito felt his body stretch with every slow breath. He could feel the vibration of his cursed energy core. He was growing, evolving at high speed, ascending. Simultaneously, the two slowly walking figures broke into a dead sprint. Inverse. Idle transfiguration. Awasaka suddenly leaped, throwing a vicious punch mid-air. He channeled his cursed energy into his fist without holding anything back. To a Jujutsu sorcerer, a moment's focus would reveal an ominous black light coiling tightly around his knuckles, the sign of overflowing cursed energy. This time, Mahito chose not to block. He reached both hands forward. But Awasaka suddenly vanished from Mahito's line of sight. A ferocious gale of a punch tore in from Mahito's flank. A pivot step! In martial arts across the globe, this was a highly difficult footwork technique. By explosively pivoting on his ankle, he rotated his entire body. From the opponent's perspective, he seemingly vanished, exploiting the blind spot to strike from the side. He dodged, he calmed down. The idle transfiguration Mahito had prepared to use with his outstretched hands grasped nothing but air. Although Awasaka was in a state of absolute frenzy, his mind was actually growing colder and more calculated. Maintaining absolute lucidity within a berserker's rage allowed him to transcend his usual limits. He had surpassed himself, he was more perfect, more lethal. Awasaka had reached his absolute zenith, all for the sake of this glorious, blood-soaked battle. Mahito drifted to the side like a weightless phantom. The tempestuous fists instantly tracked him. Roaring, Awasaka unleashed a continuous barrage. He stuck to Mahito like a shadow, crashing down like a massive, surging tide. His fists never strayed more than half a foot from Mahito's body. To the audience, their high-speed movements generated howling gusts of wind. Even the spectators on the second floor could feel the suffocating bloodlust hitting their faces. Everyone threw their hands up, screaming in ecstasy. Suddenly, Mahito raised a leg, a knee strike. Awasaka reacted instantly, bringing his own leg up to perfectly block it. During their first clash, Awasaka had been far too focused on Mahito's hands, terrified of being touched, which kept his attention locked entirely on the curse's upper body. But this was their second exchange, he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He blocked the sudden knee. In the very next instant, Mahito's fist came howling toward him. Awasaka technically didn't need to dodge. His inverse could turn this devastating blow into a gentle breeze. But he dodged anyway. He clearly remembered Mahito's ability, where a single touch can reshape a human soul. Even with a practically invincible technique like inverse, if the attack wasn't a direct physical impact but an indirect technique, his defense would be useless. Even so, the advantage is mine, Awasaka roared internally. Because combat experience is my true weapon, Exactly. Awasaka had seen through it. While Mahito's physical stats were absurd, this seemed to be his first time fighting hand-to-hand. His attacks were linear, while he had moments of instinctual brilliance, he mostly just aimed straight for the face. As long as he capitalized on this, Awasaka, with his vastly superior experience, couldn't lose. Next, he just needed to gradually ramp up the pressure, using his veteran instincts to crush the novice. Victory is mine, The corners of Awasaka's mouth hooked up into a bloodthirsty grin. He couldn't wait to see this lofty king of curses groveling on the floor. It would be a moment worth remembering for the rest of his life. A left hook suddenly came his way. Awasaka focused, dodging and preparing his counter. Then an uppercut. Then a heavy right straight. A left weaving jab. A knee strike. A rapid combination of punches. And finally, a spinning kick. Ugh! Awasaka staggered back. Luckily, the last hit was a kick, allowing him to use inverse in time to defend. The impact didn't break his posture, but the recoil sent Mahito sliding heavily backward as well. Then, Mahito leaped forward again, throwing fists like a hurricane, bobbing and weaving side to side like a raging storm. Awasaka could only retreat, block, and dodge. What is going on? What the hell is happening, Awasaka continuously evaded. He had been on the offensive just a moment ago, but ever since he dodged Mahito's sudden knee strike, he hadn't been able to fire back a single counterattack. Moreover, he felt a chilling sense of familiarity, as if, I get it now. Amidst the flurry of punches, Mahito suddenly spoke. He didn't seem burdened by the necessary breathing rhythm of a boxer, speaking casually. I see, so this is martial arts. Awasaka was engulfed by a massive wave of terror. No wonder the incoming fists felt so familiar. This was the exact same sequence he had just used to attack Mahito. A torrential barrage mixed with sudden heavy blows. The only difference was that Awasaka almost never used kicks because they left too large of an opening. But Mahito was different. He seamlessly integrated both hands and feet, flawlessly executing wide, heavy strikes without hesitation. Of course he didn't have to hesitate. His baseline physical durability was already leagues above Awasaka's. Even if he used wide, high-risk strikes, he didn't fear counterattacks because his monstrous reflexes were fast enough to cover any openings. Awasaka, however, was the exact opposite. If he dared to throw a heavy strike, the resulting opening would inevitably be caught by Mahito, resulting in an instant kill via idle transfiguration. Awasaka had been fighting Mahito for less than 5 minutes. Yet, in those 5 minutes, Mahito had completely mastered Awasaka's taijutsu, modifying it to perfectly match his own superior physical specs. What terrifying learning capability! Ua! Awasaka focused intensely, ensuring he never touched Mahito's hands, opting to tank the kicks with his body. Though Mahito's kicks were devastatingly heavy, under the protection of Inverse, they were actually the least consequential threats. Mahito attacked with reckless abandon. The roar of the crowd grew louder with every passing second, crashing down like a tidal wave. Accompanied by the cheering, Mahito's combo grew faster and faster, his attack angles growing more and more familiar. Suddenly, Mahito vanished from Awasaka's sight. A pivot step! Awasaka took a punch right to the side of his face. Just one punch. Awasaka's vision abruptly turned black. He had gone blind. Idle transfiguration. In the original story, there was a specific detail. When Mahito fought Nanami for the first time, he clearly touched him, but Nanami didn't instantly turn into a transfigured human. This was because even if a Jujutsu sorcerer didn't know how to consciously defend their soul, they would subconsciously protect it with cursed energy the moment hostile cursed energy made contact. This prevented Mahito from reshaping Nanami's soul on the first touch. According to the original lore, it would take 2 or 3 touches to break through this defense. But in a high-speed, split-second brawl, where was the time for 2 or 3 touches? If hit by a black flash, a fight could be decided in a single strike. 2 or 3 touches was too long enough to dictate life or death. Learning from this painful realization, Mahito modified how he applied idle transfiguration. Instead of directly and violently mutating the soul, he constructed an isolating barrier between the soul and the flesh. This wasn't a reshaping the soul, on the contrary, an isolated soul was technically harder to damage. For the soul, this acted as a protective layer. Mahito managed to pull it off, though it was harder than he imagined. His method was akin to injecting a virus into the body that, instead of destroying tissue, disguised itself as an immune cell, working alongside the actual immune cells to quietly quarantine specific targets. To the soul, this registered as protection. And since it was protection, it wouldn't trigger a subconscious cursed energy defense. Thus, he succeeded. Awasaka didn't know exactly what had happened, but he guessed his soul had been tampered with the moment Mahito's hands touched him. He didn't know if the blindness was permanent or temporary, but for him, it made no difference. Because in that brief moment of shock, the fight was already decided. First, vision, Mahito said. Hearing. Smell. Taste. Touch. By the 5th punch, Awasaka was plunged into absolute darkness. His 5 senses were completely sealed. Trapped in a massive void, he couldn't even feel his own limbs. It was as if he had been sunk into the deepest trench of the world's oceans, floating in endless black. A profound despair rapidly expanded in his mind before finally detonating. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't even know how to speak. He wanted to surrender, but he couldn't even command his arms to raise. He had lost all basic human senses, left with nothing but the abyss for company. He couldn't escape, he could only sink. Endless sinking. In the eyes of the audience, ever since taking that one punch, Awasaka had stood there like a wooden training dummy, taking a continuous beating from Mahito. Even though the first few punches hadn't caused any visible damage, the audience obviously didn't know Inverse was active. The subsequent punches dug deep into his flesh, beating Awasaka until he foamed at the mouth. Mahito finished with a Shoryuken-style uppercut. Awasaka's feet left the floor, his head snapping back, his eyes rolling white. This wasn't him losing consciousness from brain trauma, he simply couldn't perceive the outside world anymore. In his sensory void, he couldn't even feel the concussion, as his sense of touch had been entirely erased. The instant Awasaka was knocked into the air, Mahito viciously stomped his own foot down. He twisted his body, spinning 360 degrees on the spot like a ballet dancer. His leg raised before the spin, and upon completing the rotation, he lashed out in the most aesthetically beautiful kick in all of martial arts. "Finally, consciousness," he said. "A spinning roundhouse kick?" Bang. Mahito's foot sank deep into Awasaka's abdomen. Completely stripped of his senses, Awasaka took the full brunt of the spinning kick. He flew backward through the air like a screaming artillery shell, smashing violently into the arena wall. This time, the force was entirely concentrated. Awasaka's body absorbed all the damage. He was practically embedded into the concrete, a massive spiderweb of cracks spreading outward from his cratered form. It took a full 3 seconds before his unconscious body finally peeled off the wall and hit the floor. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. The 6 roots of perception, severed completely. Who said, "I can't channel my technique through my feet"? Mahito slowly lowered his leg, landing softly. Thud. Awasaka slumped out of the crater, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The winner is, the announcer snapped out of his daze, screaming at the top of his lungs, the fanatic. The pure evil. The man with ambitions to ascend the throne of God. The audience erupted into a tsunami of cheers, as if threatening to tear the roof off the entire arena. Chapter 14, 4. Follow me. 2,633 words. That was incredible. Mr. Mahito. You were absolutely incredible. An accompanying staff member enthusiastically fetched the white shirt Mahito had tossed to the side, presenting it to him with the fawning eagerness of a eunuch serving an emperor. Jogo nodded in satisfaction. A decent opening act, Mahito. With this, your name should be out there, right? Hanami spoke steadily, voicing their agreement. Mahito casually slipped the white shirt back on. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Throughout that savage brawl, he hadn't taken a single clean hit. Now, dressed back in his white shirt, he looked just like an entirely unremarkable college student again. It's still too early. I need a much bigger reputation, he said. Jogo voiced his confusion. Aren't the curse users Kenjaku brought enough? Mahito replied coldly, Kenjaku is a rat in the gutter. He lacks the courage to walk under the sun. But if I want to become the sun, I must face countless challenges. That is what a king must face, whether it be praise, humility, or blessings, whether it be hostility, murderous intent, or conspiracies. A lord should bathe in the light and welcome all of it, rather than hiding like a rat in the sewers, drinking sewage and feeling smug about it. Are we parting ways with him? Jogo asked grimly. No, Mahito said. Binding vows are absolute. Until we upend the current Jujutsu society, neither of us can stab the other in the back. He has his plans, and I promise to help him with my full power just this once, only this once. As for you guys, since you have other options now, you naturally don't have to follow his orders. What about Tengen and Satoru Gojo? Jogo asked. That kind of thing is for Kenjaku to worry about, Mahito shrugged. Knowing exactly how monstrous the enemy is and still rushing over to get beaten to a pulp. I'm not doing something that stupid. Since Kenjaku has a plan, let him figure it out himself. As for whether we cooperate, the decision lies with us. Jogo nodded thoughtfully. Leaving aside Tengen, who is currently walking the path of a god, perhaps we could pull Satoru Gojo to our side. Hanami chimed in with agreement. You aren't joking. Mahito's voice actually cracked slightly. Jogo stated it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Mahito, your ability allows sorcerers to take a step further, to achieve evolution. This is an unquestionable blessing. Who could possibly refuse such a blessing? No one. No one would refuse a gift like that, and Satoru Gojo is no exception. Mahito whipped his head around to stare at Jogo and Hanami. These two highly intelligent special-grade cursed spirits were actually getting excited. In their minds, the option of Satoru Gojo refusing probably didn't even exist, right? Because Mahito's technique could trigger evolution in sorcerers, no Jujutsu sorcerer could resist such a sweet deal. In their logic, Satoru Gojo wouldn't either, so he'd be easily recruited. Yeah. This perfectly aligned with Mahito's stereotypical impression of Jogo and Hanami's intelligence. Mahito forced the words out with difficulty. Under no circumstances are you to contact Satoru Gojo without my explicit order. Even if Kenjaku talks a big game, you absolutely do not do it. Understand? Jogo wanted to argue, but swallowed his words and shook his head in regret. It seems Satoru Gojo simply lacks the fortune to enjoy evolution, he said. Hanami also shook their head and sighed in pity. Mahito remained expressionless, but he felt exhausted down to his soul. Asterisk, why the hell do you guys think Satoru Gojo would just naturally become our ally just because I can evolve him? Other people might not know how this evolution works, but do you think I don't know? Asterisk. This so-called evolution was actually just adjusting a soul so the sorcerer's physical vessel achieved a traditional genius as baseline. Ultimately, the anatomy of a genius had traceable physical traits. Physical coordination, muscle adaptability for cursed energy circulation, the speed at which cursed energy was extracted from negative emotions, emotional control, nerve reaction times, the brain's comprehension of the cursed energy core, or even the sheer volume of cursed energy the body could store. Things like that. As long as he could perfectly replicate the anatomy of a genius and then apply minor personal soul adjustments, he could naturally create geniuses in the broad sense. But these mass-produced prodigies could, at absolute best, only reach the peak of grade 1. To go any further required their own innate ability and intense effort. Because Mahito simply didn't possess a soul template for a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. He had zero idea how to tune a soul to reach special grade. If Kenjaku would just open up his soul and let Mahito dissect it as he pleased, he really might be able to mass-produce special grades, but obviously, that was never going to happen. The only reason he could even mass-produce grade 1 sorcerers was because, when forming his first binding vow with Kenjaku, he had briefly brushed against Kenjaku's soul. That fleeting contact gave him the conceptual blueprint for a sorcerer's progression. But he had already burned through that inspiration over the past period. He urgently needed a more advanced template. As for why, despite only being able to elevate a sorcerer's talent to grade 1, he could so easily spread fake news about evolution without Jogo, Hanami, or even Kenjaku doubting it for a second. Don't underestimate grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers. Did you think grade 1s were just cheap cabbage you could buy at the market? On the contrary. Ignoring the freak of nature special grades, grade 1 sorcerers were the true ceiling pushing Jujutsu society forward. As for special grades, every single special grade sorcerer was a fucking anomaly. Whether you could even classify them as human was highly questionable. But Mahito wasn't satisfied with just this. He wanted to go further. He needed a special grade template. Since Kenjaku wouldn't give him one, he naturally had to find someone else. The owner of the underground fight club he was currently standing in was a perfect candidate. This was one of the primary reasons for his visit. Mr. Mahito, the boss is inviting you up, the accompanying staff member said, naturally transitioning to the next topic as if he hadn't heard a single word of Mahito and Jogo's conversation. No, it wasn't as if. He literally couldn't hear it. Because the moment Mahito took the white shirt from him, Mahito had masked his hearing. Right now, he could only hear the sounds Mahito explicitly allowed him to hear. Mahito had grown to the point where he could organically tweak another's soul without them noticing. If the target's aptitude as a sorcerer was too low, they wouldn't even realize their soul had been modified. Mahito smirked. I'm looking forward to it. Jogo and Hanami naturally followed behind him. Mahito asked casually, how is Jiro Awasaka? Jogo asked with interest, Jiro Awasaka was your opponent in the arena just now, right? Is his innate technique that special? To think you actually care about his condition. It was indeed very special. Mahito was extremely interested in that unique technique. Super interested. The staff member, unable to hear Jogo, answered hesitantly, the situation is hard to say. His external injuries are easy enough to treat, but for some reason, he just won't wake up. His breathing, his heartbeat is fine, and even his brainwaves are completely normal. But he simply cannot wake up. Our doctors suspect he's trapped in a nightmare he can't escape. Is this your cursed technique, Mr. Mahito? As a long-term employee here, while his sorcerer aptitude was low, he was very knowledgeable. He clearly understood concepts related to a sorcerer's innate technique. Mahito replied coolly, I'll give him 2 days. If he hasn't woken up in 2 days, I'll go back and cancel my technique. Don't call me cruel, this is a blessing. If Jiro Awasaka can't wake up after 2 days, I will simply have to regrettably revoke my blessing. He wasn't lying. This really was a blessing. Because he hadn't transfigured Awasaka's soul, he had only isolated it. This isolation carried a massive benefit, it allowed the sorcerer to clearly perceive the contours of their own soul. Once a sorcerer understood the shape of their soul, it inevitably led to a much deeper comprehension of their own cursed energy core. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, there was no greater gift. This would inevitably make Jiro Awasaka vastly stronger, deepening his understanding of his innate technique and potentially even allowing him to grasp domain expansion. Of course, when Mahito eventually retrieved this isolation layer, the secrets of Jiro Awasaka's innate technique and his soul would fall perfectly into his grasp. Asterisk as the price for getting stronger asterisk Mahito thought, asterisk Jiro Awasaka should be thanking me. Asterisk. They walked down the corridor and took the elevator up, eventually stopping in front of a door on the top floor. The staff member knocked politely, and a voice from inside called out, "Come in." Jogo clicked his tongue in displeasure. What an arrogant relic of a human. Facing us, shouldn't he open the door himself? Asterisk you're the arrogant one, Jogo asterisk Mahito kept his face perfectly straight and didn't retort. Hanami muttered a few words to soothe Jogo. Then, the door opened. It was an unexpectedly small room. A bank of security monitors covered one wall, displaying the activity across the entire underground fight club. In the corner sat a liquor cabinet, alongside a sofa and a low coffee table. The owner of the fight club was sitting on the sofa. Beside him stood a scantily clad woman. Kinji Hikari and Kirara Hoshi. Kinji Hikari was the boss of this underground arena, and the man Mahito had come to see. He had dyed his hair blonde, slicked back with pomade to expose a clean forehead. His eyes were small, and his sharply groomed eyebrows looked like twin blades. Rather than a jujitsu sorcerer, he looked more like a fledgling yakuza straight off the streets. Wearing a thick black fur coat, he slouched deeply into the sofa. Seeing Mahito enter, he waved a hand casually, a look of mild amazement on his face. The legendary king of curses, you live up to the name. The entire arena is screaming for you. Did you hear it? Your fever has already set the world ablaze, as if everyone is ready to crown you in the very next second. His voice carried a grin, his narrow eyes flashing sharply as if he were savoring the afterglow of the frenzy, intoxicated like a drunkard. He was a bizarre man, completely out of place in modern jujitsu society. I thought my name only circulated among curse users. I didn't expect you to know it too, Mahito said, stepping into the room. Jogo and Hanami stayed quiet this time, relinquishing all authority to Mahito. They followed him in and closed the door behind them. I take in all sorts of sorcerers who can't survive in mainstream jujitsu society. Unfortunately, proper sorcerers rarely want to come running to me. It's only the curse users, suppressing their vicious natures to make a quick buck, who are more than happy to flock here. Dealing with curse users so often means I get my hands on intel only they are privy to, and you are the centerpiece of that intel, King of Curses. Hikari shot a brief glance at Jogo and Hanami but paid them no mind. Beside him, Kirara Hoshi stood up from the sofa, retrieved a bottle and glasses from the liquor cabinet, and placed them on the low table. Kirara looked nervous, asking with a slight tremble in their voice. Rumor says you can force ordinary humans to evolve into sorcerers, and push existing sorcerers to evolve even further. They say you can freely reshape a human body to perfectly adapt to its evolved form. Is that true? Mahito sat down across from Hikari, observing Kirara closely. Kirara had an incredibly feminine appearance and style. A loose top wrapped tightly around their chest, showing noticeable curves. There was no Adam's apple, they wore black leather pants, and their skin was as fair as jade. They had a beautiful pair of heterochromatic eyes, left eye purple, right eye green. Their black hair was styled into neat bangs and side locks, with the long hair at the back left flowing free. Likely due to their innate technique, they had distinct cross-shaped piercings just below their lower lip, for in total. Despite being such a stunning beauty, unfortunately, Kirara was officially designated male. Mahito suddenly smiled. You want to become a woman? Completely and perfectly. Can you do it? Kirara's heterochromatic eye sparkled with desperate hope. Kirara leaned eagerly toward Mahito, accidentally brushing against Jogo and Hanami. Jogo glared in disgust, and Kirara quickly and cautiously backed away. Easily, Mahito said. Kirara looked so overjoyed they almost jumped in the air. Hikari spoke up coolly, Kirara hopes to become fully female, without any flaws whatsoever. The first time she heard about you was through a warning sent by Mr. Gojo. Among the incoming students at Jujutsu High, someone was flawlessly gender-swapped by you. Shoko Yeri personally verified that your procedure was so perfect it would put every modern medical expert to absolute shame. He used feminine pronouns when referring to Kirara. Mahito noticed this detail. Although officially recognized as male, in the original story Kirara possessed distinct female characteristics, leading to rampant fan speculation that Kirara had undergone gender reassignment surgery. It seemed that theory held significant weight. Mahito asked curiously, "You knew I was coming? A cursed spirit working alongside curse users. This was the first piece of intel that surfaced about you. You are recognized by Jujutsu Society as the very first recorded instance of an intelligent cursed spirit. In the entire history of Jujutsu, there has never been a precedent for a cursed spirit like you. Your existence caused an earthquake throughout the Jujutsu world. Naturally, intel on you is top priority. I was only notified because Mr. Gojo knows I can pull first-hand intel straight from the curse user demographic." Hikari sat up from his slouch, leaning forward with immense interest. He looked at Mahito and continued. "Since I knew you were eager to cooperate with curse users, I figured you would inevitably drop by my turf. This is one of the few places curse users can gather openly. If you're looking for curse users, there's no better spot than here. From that moment on, Kirara has been anxiously awaiting your arrival. I just didn't expect you to show up this fast." "Fast?" Mahito asked. "You should only dare to show your face here once you possess the strength to challenge Mr. Gojo. That's not just my assessment, it's Mr. Gojo's as well." Hikari looked genuinely puzzled at this point. He asked curiously, "I watched your fight with Awasaka. While it was an excellent bout and your learning speed is spectacular, you are still leagues away from being a match for Mr. Gojo right now. What gives you the nerve to appear before me? Do you not know I'm a suspended third-year student at Jujutsu High? Or did you think just because I'm suspended, I cut all ties with the school?" Mahito started laughing. "Let me be direct," Mahito said. Hikari extended a hand in a go-ahead gesture. "Kinji Hikari." Mahito placed both hands flat on the table, as if bracing himself against an emperor's desk. "The current Jujutsu Society must look like a massive eyesore to you, doesn't it? Are you interested in joining me to completely crush this boring, rotting Jujutsu world into dust?" Chapter 15, 5. Want to try me? 2,683 words. In the original work, only 4 special grade Jujutsu sorcerers were publicly acknowledged. In the eyes of the Jujutsu world, a special grade was vastly stronger than a grade 1, but exactly how massive was that gap? There was actually a very clear benchmark for a special grade sorcerer, spoken from the mouth of Kenjaku himself. Every single special grade sorcerer possessed the individual capacity to overthrow an entire country on their own, and that included superpowers like the United States. Meanwhile, a grade 1 sorcerer only needed to guarantee they could defeat a special grade cursed spirit. It was quite literally a night and day difference. The 4 publicly recognized special grade sorcerers were: Yuta Okotsu, possessed the highest volume of cursed energy in the entire Jujutsu world, surpassing even Satoru Gojo. His innate technique was Ukopi. As long as certain conditions were met, he could use any innate technique. He was summarized simply: boundless cursed energy, unconditional mimicry. Suguru Geto, his innate technique was cursed spirit manipulation. He could subjugate and control any cursed spirit without limit, including special grades or existences adjacent to them, with 0 cap on the number he could hoard. One man was a literal army. Kenjaku, piloting Geto's corpse, boldly claimed he could conquer the United States and didn't even fear nuclear weapons. Yuki Tsukumo, her innate technique as Star Rage allowed her to imbue herself with virtual mass. She could freely increase her own density to the point where her punches carried the kinetic impact of falling meteors, yet she completely ignored the effects of that mass on her own mobility. She was the ultimate stat stick. Before she died, she removed her limits to manifest a black hole in a bid to take Kenjaku down with her. If it hadn't been for Tengen's barriers and her own underlying will, that black hole would have compressed the Earth into a 2-centimeter glass marble. And finally, Satoru Gojo? A sorcerer who simultaneously awakened the 6 eyes and that limitless technique. Needless to say, he was the strongest of the modern era. You're telling me these things were human? How the hell could monsters like this be classified as human? Mahito didn't believe for a second that his current self could fight any of those 4. Let alone his current self, even the absolute peak Mahito from the original manga would have been instantly annihilated by any of those for special grade anomalies. Hikari's assessment was entirely correct. Logically speaking, Mahito should have stayed hidden and farmed experience until he was strong enough to trade blows with a special grade before coming out to cause chaos. Popping his head out while he was still basically a Digiegg was just asking for a special grade to show up and exterminate him. From a general perspective, anyway. The entire Jujutsu Kaisen manga spanned nearly 300 chapters, which felt long, but if you closely tracked the in-universe timeline, you'd be horrified to realize the entire story took place over the course of roughly half a year. Half a year. The manga explicitly stated the story began in June 2018. And the manga was incredibly clear about exactly when the final climax took place. December 24, 2018. Just thinking about that condensed timeline made Mahito feel like ants were crawling under his skin. How could he not desperately grind his levels? How could he dare stop moving? Forget stopping, he was terrified that if he didn't level up frantically enough, 6 months from now he wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Mahito's own research had bottlenecked. He didn't have the time to slowly accumulate technical data. He needed to evolve as violently fast as possible. Since normal growth wouldn't cut it, he had to resort to shortcuts. He needed a special grade template. Grade 1s had lost all value to him. The 4 disaster curses, including himself, had already been thoroughly mapped out. Now, he was desperately thirsting for a special grade sorcerer. Kinji Hikari was his target. Just like how the 4 Heavenly Kings always secretly had a 5th member, if there were 4 publicly acknowledged special grades, there was bound to be a hidden one. Kinji Hikari was that hidden 5th. The uncrowned special grade. Just how strong was he? 2 special grade sorcerers had directly vouched for him. Satoru Gojo, Hikari and Yuta are sorcerers who will one day stand on par with me. Yuta Okotsu, when he's on a roll, Hikari is stronger than me. How did you think he managed to run this underground fight club? This was no legal business, and curse users flocked here constantly, including vicious killers like Jiro Awasaka who rivaled or even slightly surpassed traditional Grade 1 sorcerers. Did he manage them through standard business administration? Hell no. He managed them with his fists. Mahito wanted him desperately. Compared to Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon, Hikari's capabilities were vastly superior. While the intelligent special grade curses were fiercely loyal and lacked ulterior motives, they were too rigid. They made fantastic frontline generals, but they couldn't be field marshals. To build an empire, you needed field marshals. Kinji Hikari, the uncrowned special grade, was the man Mahito had chosen to be his field marshal. As for Kenjaku, Mahito would kill him sooner or later. Most importantly, Hikari was the only special grade Mahito was entirely confident he could defeat right now. It wasn't that Hikari was weak, quite the opposite. Hikari's innate technique combined with his domain expansion made him virtually invincible. Even original manga peak Mahito would have likely been beaten to a bloody pulp by him. But the current Mahito wasn't the original Mahito. The current Mahito was confident he could utterly counter Kinji Hikari. It was a complete matchup advantage. That was precisely why he was sitting here. Crushing someone physically birthed the ambition to conquer them mentally. Mahito was radiating absolute confidence, determined to claim Kinji Hikari. Hikari slammed his fist onto the table. Are you underestimating me, curse? *R, right on cue. Jogo couldn't hold back anymore. Acting as Mahito's bodyguard, he fiercely stepped forward. What's your tone, relic? Jogo spat venomously. Sitting before you is a candidate for the divine throne, one who can grant evolution to humans and curses alike. If you don't want to be discarded in the new world, you'd better. Mahito raised a single hand. Jogo swallowed the rest of his sentence. His expression twisted in frustration, but he clamped his mouth shut. Hikari didn't even spare Jogo a glance, his deadly glare locked entirely on Mahito. His voice was a low rumble, like a tiger preparing to pounce. I do find the current Jujutsu society utterly repulsive, but I haven't fallen so low as to turn against my own teacher. Did you think just because a bunch of curse users hang out here, I'm one of them? Don't insult me. Yes, I was suspended from Jujutsu High, I run an illegal fight club, I harbor curse users to turn a profit, I break society rules by openly telling non-sorcerer VIPs about Jujutsu, and I even have a warrant out for me. He enunciated every word like a hammer strike, but I am still a registered Jujutsu sorcerer. A curse wanting to team up with me to destroy the Jujutsu world? What a fucking joke. He called it a joke, but there was no trace of a smile on his face. His eyes were locked dead onto Mahito, his cursed energy boiling as if he were ready to rip Mahito's head off in the next second. It was true. Even though Hikari had been slapped with a warrant and had broken numerous major taboos, he wasn't genuinely a curse user. His warrants was essentially just an order to drag him back for disciplinary confinement because he stubbornly refused to admit he was wrong. It wasn't the same type of lethal execution warrant issued for actual curse users. He truly was a registered Jujutsu sorcerer. Mahito had been fully prepared to throw hands within 5 seconds of walking through the door, knowing his condescending opening line would deeply offend a traditionalist delinquent like Hikari. But he hadn't expected Hikari to actually hold back his punch. His immediate thought was that Hikari was holding back for Kirara's sake, enduring the insult to secure his partner's dream. But Mahito's sharp eyes quickly caught the fluctuations in Hikari's soul. Hikari was acting perfectly like a powder keg about to blow, but deep down, his soul showed zero actual intent to strike. This wasn't restraint, it was calculation. He was bluffing. This was the first time Mahito had encountered a true verbal blade. Before this, even that ancient fox Kenjaku hadn't played him like this. Right. Mahito suddenly understood. Because Hikari had no idea Mahito possessed eyes that could read the very shape of the soul. So Hikari was using his own street-smart methods to probe Mahito, trying to squeeze out more intel. Should I play along? Mahito mused. Splash. Seemingly oblivious to the suffocating tension, Kirara smoothly and casually poured the liquor. They placed 2 glasses down, one in front of Hikari and one in front of Mahito. Kirara asked casually, so, if we asked you to use your technique for me, what would you require in return? After a beat, they added. Oh, by the way, if you're going to ask me to whisper in Kinchan's ear and try to change his mind, I'll have to decline. Even though I really want your technique, Kinchan is vastly more important to me. Whatever Kinchan decides, I'll follow unconditionally. Mahito glanced at Kirara and smiled. Looking back to Hikari, he said, you've got a good woman. Kirara beamed with pride. Hikari furrowed his brow. Did the bluff not work? Or is this king of curses genuinely certain he can beat me? Or does he just not know what my technique is? But that doesn't make sense. I rarely fight in the arena, and whenever I do, I make sure to traumatize my opponent. But those curse users desperately begging for evolution certainly wouldn't keep my technique a secret from him. Mahito interlaced his fingers and rested his elbows on the table, propping his chin on his hands. Kinji Hikari. Innate technique unknown, supposedly related to luck or gambling. But compared to your unrevealed technique, your domain expansion is far more famous. Domain expansion, idle death gamble. Modeled entirely after the legal gambling game, pachinko. As long as you line up 3 identical symbols, you hit the jackpot. Upon hitting the jackpot, you receive a specific bonus reward. Hikari remained dead silent. Mahito continued with immense amusement, the rules themselves are simple, but what isn't simple is the reward. Since it's based on pachinko, the odds of winning should mirror the actual game. But you rely on your unknown innate technique to manipulate probability, ensuring you hit that jackpot with a 100% certainty. And the grand prize is... Mahito paused, delivering the final words with heavy emphasis, infinite cursed energy. Behind him, both Jogo and Hanami let out low gasps. Mahito wasn't finished. From the exact moment you hit the jackpot, for 4 minutes and 11 seconds, you possess infinite cursed energy. Furthermore, if you take any damage during this period, your body reflexively triggers reverse cursed technique to heal you. In other words, for those 4 minutes and 11 seconds, you are literally immortal. After the 4 minutes and 11 seconds end, the domain dissipates, but because you had infinite cursed energy during that time, your reserves remain completely full, allowing you to instantly cast your domain expansion all over again. Spamming domain expansions in an endless loop. This was something not even Satoru Gojo or Ryomen Sukuna could pull off. But Kinji Hikari could. Jogo and Hanami were struck entirely speechless. Jogo even felt a sudden, chilling dread creep down his spine. No wonder this man hadn't given him a single glance since they walked in. Jogo had assumed it was blind human arrogance, but it wasn't arrogance, it was absolute confidence. Hikari was absolutely confident that a special grade cursed spirit like Jogo was no different than a pebble on the side of the road or an ant near a pond. They were genuinely in completely different dimensions. Wasn't this literally, by the strictest definition of the word, invincibility? How were you supposed to fight something like this? Hikari slumped back into the sofa, a smirk spreading across his face. Looks like you've done your homework. Saves me the breath. King of curses, you're standing in my arena. I'll respect the rules I set myself. You haven't caused any trouble for me or my club, so I'll guarantee no one harms you while you're here. He crossed his arms, his tone turning deadly calm. But I'm also not going to just let your little insult slide. I'll give you a chance, use your technique to grant Kirara's wish, and I will leave you with an avenue of survival, letting you walk out of here alive. Jogo immediately wanted to scream at the man's audacity, but this time Mahito didn't need to intervene. Hanami quickly grabbed Jogo's arm to hold him back. Before this, Jogo and Hanami hadn't bothered to research the owner of this underground club at all. Honestly, they never believed a lone human could pose a genuine threat to them, so they had blindly followed Mahito here. Just like how they had blindly followed Kenjaku's suicide plot to attack Satoru Gojo. If Mahito hadn't fallen from the sky, they would still be foolishly trailing behind Kenjaku. Now that they had Mahito, they felt even less need to worry about that small details. But now, this small detail had become a potentially fatal threat. At this point, they could only leave it in Mahito's hands. Mahito suddenly asked, "Want to try me?" Hikari paused. Mahito slowly extended his hand, placing it palm up on the table. He said, "Want to test if my technique works on you?" Mahito looked up, his heterochromatic gold and blue eyes gleaming as if they could illuminate a person's very soul. Idle transfiguration, heterochromatic projection, emotional ignition. Hikari's heart violently pounded in his chest. His eyebrows shot up like drawn swords as he stared directly into Mahito's eyes, his hands twitching with the urge to move. He was heavily tempted, not by Mahito's evolution nonsense, he didn't buy that for a second. Any sorcerer who had reached his level of strength possessed infinite confidence in their own potential. Even if her evolution existed, Hikari believed he could achieve it on his own without Mahito's help. What tempted him was the chance to uncover the true nature of the King of Curses technique. This was a golden opportunity. But his overwhelming, borderline irrational self-confidence didn't completely cloud his judgment. Before Mahito had arrived in his office, Hikari had already received the report on Jiro Awasaka's condition. He knew Awasaka was currently lying in the infirmary with zero external or internal injuries, completely unable to wake up. That was unquestionably Mahito's technique. With a technique that bizarre, he didn't want to just blindly make physical contact. What's wrong? Worried my technique will work on you. A faint, starlight-like glow surfaced in Mahito's heterochromatic eyes. The corners of his mouth hooked up, his tone perfectly composed, "Then I'll take a step back. I will allow you to use your domain expansion. If you can land even a single hit on me, I'll agree to your request." Silence. A drop of cold sweat simultaneously rolled down Jogo and Hanami's faces. Kirara handed Hikari his glass. He took a deep breath, grabbed the glass, and downed the liquor in one shot. Asterisk, it's a provocation, asterisk, Hikari thought. Asterisk, I can't fall for it. I need to stay calm, calm, fuck this, asterisk. I'm going to rip your fucking tongue out, King of Curses. He slammed his hands together to form a hand sign, roaring in absolute fury, just as you wished. Here is the domain expansion you wanted so badly. Idle death gamble. Chapter 16, 6. A War on Two Fronts. 2,411 words. A train abruptly materialized in front of everyone. The group, who should have been confined to a cramped surveillance room, had inexplicably been swallowed into an unknown space. Domain expansion, idle death gamble. It was a train station. A phantom man stood anxiously at the ticket gates, his eyes peering into the station's interior. Under the influence of the sure hit effect, the rules of Hikari's domain and cursed technique were forcibly dumped directly into Mahito's brain, asterisk private pure love train star. The indicator board would randomly display one of 7 character types, heroine number 1 through 3, male number 4, heroine no. 5 and 6, and finally, the protagonist, number 7. When the animation sequence began, it randomized the numbers from 1 to 7. If 2 consecutive randomized slots landed on the same character, it was called a rishi. The rules were completely identical to Japan's national cultural treasure, pachinko. Mahito glanced at the indicator board. Heroine number 1. Heroine number 1. Even though it was supposedly completely random, the board seemed to have lost all sense of probability, hitting heroine number 1 twice in a row. 2 identical heroines had appeared. Rishi. The third panel on the indicator board was spinning. All that remained was for the train to pull into the station and determine whether the phantom male protagonist would be able to meet his crush. If the protagonist's love interest and the heroine number 1 displayed on the board were the same person, it was a jackpot. As a side note, purely from a statistical standpoint, the odds of hitting the jackpot were 1 to 239. But judging by the current situation, the probability of hitting a jackpot was 10,000%. You're in peak condition, Hikari, Mahito said. Isn't this exactly what you wanted, King of Curses? Kinji Hikari took a deep breath and shrugged off his black fur coat. Underneath, he wore a tight white t-shirt that perfectly accentuated the striations of his muscles. As he breathed slowly, his muscles rippled, looking like a wild panther gathering power. Mahito, I'll assist you. Jogo took a few steps forward, intending to rush to Mahito's side. This is a duel between kings. There's a limit to being a buzzkill, curse, Kirara Hoshi suddenly interjected. Jogo tried to advance, only to realize that no matter what he did, he couldn't reach Mahito. In an instant, he noticed the distance between him and Mahito was growing further and further, until he was eventually squeezed into a corner. Cursed technique, love rendezvous. With a casual wave of Kirara's hand, Jogo found himself inexplicably rooted in place, unable to advance. Jogo's heart skipped a beat. Asterisk a spatial cursed technique, asterisk. It wasn't spatial teleportation, but spatial asterisk control star. He could run normally, his legs were moving, but no matter how fast he sprinted, he couldn't get any closer to Mahito. It was as if he were walking down an endless hallway, forever unable to reach its end. As expected of Kinji Hikari's right-hand man, to possess a spatial technique. If this were paired with Hikari's invincibility, wouldn't enemies be completely unable to flee, doomed to be beaten to a bloody pulp? Mahito was in danger. Hanami realized this too. Since they couldn't move freely, what about their cursed techniques? She let out a low roar, preparing to unleash her innate technique, but just then, Mahito raised his hand. Hanami clenched her fists, her fingertips digging so hard they nearly pierced her palms, but she ultimately suppressed her technique. Jogo was growing anxious. He roared, Mahito, I can fight alongside you as a tool. Just like when a curse manipulation user controls cursed spirits, it's considered part of the sorcerer's own strength. This doesn't violate your king versus king binding vow. You should use me. Hikari's pupils constricted. Use you? What does that mean? Can you turn special grade cursed spirits into tools? What kind? Weapons? Equipment? Or is it Shikigami manipulation? Mahito sighed. It was exactly as he had expected. Although these intelligent cursed spirits were indeed loyal and held no ulterior motives, their mentalities were no different from children. It was no wonder these children, wielding such immense power, were led around by the nose by Kenjaku in the original story. Who knows, Mahito replied casually, raising his wine glass and taking a small sip. The train had arrived at the station. The train doors suddenly slid open. The animation sequence of Vidal Death Gamble had reached its climax, and the answer was about to be revealed. Steam billowed, and emerging from within was Heroine number 1. The indicator board spun. Heroine number 1. Heroine number 1. Heroine number 1. Jackpot! Infinite cursed energy. Then I'll just beat the answer out of you myself. Hikari roared. Cursed energy boiled. Music suddenly drifted through the domain. It was the theme song of the private Pure Love train. As long as this theme song was playing, Kinji Hikari possessed infinite cursed energy and an unrestricted reverse cursed technique. The duration of the theme song was exactly 4 minutes and 11 seconds. 4 minutes and 11 seconds of absolute invincibility. Boom! Hikari smashed his fist into the low table, shattering it completely. The splintered wood exploded outward like shrapnel rain. Mahito launched himself backward from his seated position, the splinters grazing his cheek. Hikari burst through the storm of debris, one hand already clenched into a fist, and threw a devastating punch. Mahito chucked his wine glass, intercepting Hikari's fist. The punch, coated in infinite cursed energy, pulverized the glass instantly, sending the spilled wine scattering like falling cherry blossoms. Hikari's fist slammed into the floor where Mahito had just been. With a deafening boom, the entire room violently convulsed. A crater erupted around Hikari's fist, spiderwebbing outward, climbing the walls, and ultimately shattering the light bulbs. Glass rained down from above. Mahito retreated rapidly, slamming his back through the door to burst it open. It's too cramped in here. Let's find somewhere a bit more spacious. Hikari pursued, with Kirara following close behind. It wasn't until they exited the room that the spatial technique branded onto Jogo and Hanami was lifted. They rushed out after Kirara, but the moment they stepped into the hall, their footing faltered for a second. An earthquake! Hikari was throwing heavy punches at Mahito down the hallway. He advanced step by step, each footprint crushing the floorboards, carrying vast cursed energy and overwhelming physical force. Mahito was knocked backward by the shockwaves. Hikari's cursed energy had a jagged, serrated edge to it, every strike felt like a spiked club swinging with wild abandon. Mahito had already transmuted his skin into steel, but the corrosive cursed energy still caused throbbing pain. Mahito moved like a ghost, his toes lightly tapping the ground, while Hikari stomped the earth like a rampaging behemoth. Mahito continuously flipped and vaulted through the corridor. Hikari's fists danced like furious dragons, sticking close to Mahito and refusing to let him escape his attack range. He roared as he punched, and every time a fist missed and struck the wall, it left a massive, cratered impact surrounded by spreading fissures. He was practically dismantling the entire hallway single-handedly. Mahito kept falling back until he suddenly vanished, slipping into the emergency stairwell. Hikari charged in right after him. Kirara instantly understood where Mahito was heading, the roof. This old multi-story parking garage had an incredibly expansive roof. Because it was originally designed to park cars, the massive, wide-open space was perfect for both combatants to unleash their full power. Mahito wanted a fair fight with Hikari up there. Kirara pulled out a phone and dialed the staff, clear out the guests. Cancel all the underground fights for tonight and evacuate. Make it clear to the customers that Kinchan is entertaining a very dangerous guest, and staying here could cost them their lives. Human wave tactics were useless in high-tier Jujutsu battles. Keeping the staff here now would only serve to hand the 3 curses free hostages. The same went for the customers. Rather than risking them being used as leverage, it was better to clear the area immediately. Jogo and Hanami surged past Kirara, charging into the emergency stairwell. Didn't I tell you not to interrupt Kinchan's fight? Kirara suddenly flared up. Spreading their arms wide, the space in front of Jogo and Hanami seemed to fold and stretch outward. By the time the curses realized what was happening, they had already been pushed far away from the emergency doors. Technique release, Love Rendezvous. A distinct mark was branded onto the emergency door, the Southern Cross motif of Love Rendezvous. Jogo and Hanami were jolted awake, they felt the sensation of being marked as well. The cursed technique had successfully tagged everyone present. From this moment on, Kirara held absolute control over the pacing. They looked at Jogo and Hanami with a leisurely, self-satisfied grin. Jogo spun around, glaring viciously at Kirara, and let out a low, rumbling roar. Old human, you've pissed me off. Eruption. Jogo didn't hold back, he intended to kill Kirara in a single strike. Blazing hellfire roared to life beneath him, surging forward to swallow the entire hallway. Glass and plaster slowly melted under the extreme heat, and the explosive flares even burst out of the corridor, spewing out the windows like a soaring fire dragon, illuminating the night sky. This was Jogo fighting at full power in his base state. He knew exactly how dangerous spatial control was. Unable to physically reach Kirara, his only hope was that the overwhelming torrent of his innate technique would incinerate the sorcerer instantly. Kirara stood completely still as the flames washed over them, emerging without a single scratch. Jogo's pupils dilated in shock as the hellfire actually rolled back on itself. The searing current crashed back onto Jogo like a fiery tidal wave. He instantly dispelled his technique, but the scorching heat still managed to singe the hem of his clothes, leaving a charred black spot like a blemish on pure white paper. The entire hallway was radiating steam, the air visibly distorting from the heat. Kirara raised a hand and lightly brushed their drooping bangs. The tips of their hair had curled from the heat. Even though the fire technique hadn't directly struck, the sheer physical phenomenon of the intense heat was enough to touch them. Kirara smiled, but the smile held absolutely no cute charm. It was the smile of a Jujutsu sorcerer in combat, ferocious, sharp, and akin to a drawn bayonet. Man, it's been a while since I fought a special grade curse. Taking on 2 at once is making me a little nervous, Kirara said, beaming. Since my technique doesn't have direct offensive power, it's a bit of a hassle to use. But if we really throw down, I wonder what'll happen? Jogo clicked his tongue violently. Sorcerers with spatial techniques were an absolute nightmare, he literally couldn't even damage them. Jogo exchanged a glance with Hanami, who gave a slight shake of her head. The moment Jogo had attacked, Hanami had tried to slip away to Mahito while Kirara was distracted, but she had failed. Even if Kirara wasn't actively paying attention, the technique was still in effect. The worst-case scenario had happened, Jogo and Hanami were pinned down here. Mahito, you have to hold on. I'll be there soon. Jogo took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Kirara. Until Kinchan settles things with your king, I'm not letting you leave this spot. Kirara formed a one-handed hand sign, readying for battle. There was a very strange grading system within the Jujutsu world. A sorcerer's grade was always evaluated one tier higher than a curse's. In other words, a grade 2 sorcerer was not matched against a grade 2 curse, but rather a grade 1 curse. Before their suspension, Kirara Hoshi's rank was grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, which corresponded exactly to a special grade cursed spirit. Jogo breathed slowly, forcing himself to calm down. Even though he understood clearly that he was absolutely no match for Kinji Hikari, this grade 1 sorcerer, Kirara, was a different story. Although a grade 1 sorcerer theoretically matched a special grade curse on paper, there was a fundamental misunderstanding here. There were vast power gaps even among special grades. The only reason Jogo was classified as a special grade cursed spirit wasn't because his power stopped at special grade, it was because the Jujutsu world's classification system for curses maxed out at special grade. In the original story, there was a scene where Jogo clashed head-on with Kento Nanami. Nanami was a highly experienced, immensely powerful grade 1 sorcerer who was fully prepared for combat. Yet, in the next instant, Jogo closed the distance, lightly touched him, and nearly burned him to death in a flash. A lethal one-hit kill. The unprecedentedly intelligent cursed spirit brewed his fury, letting it radiate outward slowly. He formed a hand sign, staring dead at Kirara. His explosive voice fell deathly quiet, and the cursed energy around him released in a slow, methodical rhythm. The massive reserves of cursed energy converted into waves of oppressive heat spreading in all directions, as scorching as a volcano on the verge of eruption. Jogo had an epiphany. This was absolutely not the kind of fodder sorcerer he was used to crushing. Before this, other than Kenjaku, no other sorcerer had ever managed to apply this kind of pressure on him. He had been supremely confident, only for reality to violently knock him down. Hikari was one thing, but he hadn't expected the lackey to possess this level of strength too. Mahito was in danger right now. He couldn't afford to be bogged down here. Hanami, don't intervene. You need to save all your strength to help Mahito, he told her. Hanami hesitated for a moment but ultimately suppressed her urge to fight, standing quietly to the side. The truth was, Hanami and Jogo's abilities had terrible synergy. Fighting together yielded diminishing returns. Not engaging was the most tactically sound decision. Hanami understood this logic. She didn't throw a fit, but obediently complied with Jogo's request. Then, Jogo looked back at Kirara, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. I need to conserve some cursed energy to help Mahito, so, 1/10. I'm going to exterminate you using only 1/10 of my power. You're welcome to try, curse, Kirara retorted. Here I come, old human. Jogo roared. Both sides moved at the exact same time. Chapter 17:7. Infinite Cursed Energy. 4018 words. Mahito burst through the iron doors to the roof, only to be met immediately with a fist practically half an inch from his face. Mahito's shoes suddenly swelled and burst. What emerged from the ruined fabric wasn't a human foot, but the hoof of a gazelle. His entire leg had morphed into the anatomy of a gazelle's hind leg. The moment his hoof struck the ground, Mahito vanished from Hikari's line of sight. Hikari's eyes went wide. The gazelle hoof materialized right beside his face. Bam! The hoof cracked Hikari directly in the skull, sending him flipping sideways through the air. He dug both hands into the roof's concrete, his fingers gouging the surface, skidding laterally for a full 5 meters before stopping. His face was practically destroyed by the sudden strike, cheekbone shattered, facial muscles shredded into pulp. But in less than 0.2 seconds, amidst a hiss of evaporating cursed energy, his face flawlessly regenerated. The unrestricted release of cursed energy shattered his body's internal limiters. To prevent the overflowing power from outright destroying his flesh, his body was forced into an automatic, continuous state of reverse cursed technique. No matter how devastating the injury, he would heal instantly. He was, quite literally, immortal. But immortality only guaranteed survival. Mahito lunged forward, launching himself into the air mid-sprint. Suspended in the sky, he executed a flawless rider kick, bringing all his weight and immense physical force crashing down on the half-crouched Hikari. At the critical moment, Hikari adjusted his stance, crossing both arms in a guard to block the incoming dive kick. *crack. The crisp sound of bone snapping echoed in Hikari's ears. Hikari was launched backward like a child's kickball, tumbling violently across the concrete before crashing into the chain-link fence at the roof's edge. The fence was instantly obliterated, but in that split second, Hikari recovered. He clamped one hand onto the ledge of the roof, his fingers digging into the concrete to arrest his fall. *crack, snap. His shattered arms had already healed to perfection. He looked up. A gazelle hoof hovered right in front of his eyes. The hoof slowly drained of color and shifted, returning to the shape of a human foot resting right next to his hand. He looked higher. Mahito's grinning face stared down at him. A devastating stomp. Asterisk, what the hell is up with this guy's body? Asterisk, Hikari didn't have time to process it. Just before Mahito's foot crushed him, he preemptively let go of the ledge. But this wasn't a surrender. Right as he dropped, he stomped viciously against the exterior wall, using the reactive force to vault himself backward and upward into the sky like a soaring eagle. Mahito looked up. Mid-air, Hikari spread his arms and legs wide, adjusting his posture to plummet back down like a meteor. Blazing cursed energy raged across the surface of his skin. At this moment, he had truly become a falling meteor, a meteor of pure cursed energy. Infinite cursed energy was absurdly overpowered. It allowed him to ignore all physical limitations and forcefully exert strength far beyond his body's maximum threshold. If any other sorcerer dared to channel their power like this, they would tear themselves apart instantly. But Hikari, armed with infinite cursed energy and an endlessly cycling automatic reverse cursed technique, could do it as effortlessly as breathing. Mahito violently spread his arms. Just before the cursed energy meteor struck, his arms morphed into massive wings. He flapped them powerfully, using the massive wind pressure generated by the falling meteor to surf backward, allowing the catastrophic strike to slam into the roof without harming him in the slightest. A deafening explosion ripped into the sky. A massive chunk of the roof was pulverized. This was the roof of a multi-story parking garage designed to hold dozens of cars, yet the blast radius of Hikari's crash engulfed over a quarter of the entire structure. If Mahito had taken that direct hit, even if he had transmuted his body into solid iron, he would have been smashed to dust. Amidst the storm of flying shrapnel, Mahito morphed his wings back into arms and landed safely. The debris whipped around them like a hurricane. Hikari's infinite cursed energy continued to pour out tirelessly, surging like a tsunami. Asterisk, he's stronger than I thought. Asterisk, Mahito mused. Logically, cursed energy reinforcement had a hard ceiling. The human body simply couldn't handle omnidirectional, unlimited output. Every special grade sorcerer had to be meticulous when reinforcing their bodies. Most of the time, rather than over-reinforcing their flesh, it was safer and more efficient to channel that energy into a powerful cursed technique output. This rule applied even to the absolute pinnacles of the JJK universe, Satoru Gojo and Ryomen Sukuna. In the original story, Grade 1 sorcerer Momo explicitly stated that whether it was baseline physical stats or physical reinforcement via cursed energy, neither could scale infinitely. The most obvious example was Yuta Okotsu. Yuta boasted the highest cursed energy reserves in history. In sheer volume, no one in the Jujutsu world came close. His base physical strength wasn't anything special, but the surging cursed energy wrapping his entire body made every single one of his strikes lethal, and mitigated incoming damage to the absolute minimum. Combined with his proficiency in reverse cursed technique, he could utterly crush opponents through sheer brute force, without even needing an innate technique. Yet, even Yuta Okotsu openly admitted that he could run out of cursed energy. But Kinji Hikari was different. He had no ceiling. The cursed energy reinforcement granted by his infinite reserves allowed him to push his physical limits endlessly. Even if his body began to tear itself apart from the stress of the reinforcement, it didn't matter. The overflowing infinite cursed energy would automatically trigger the reverse cursed technique, healing the damage before his body could physically break down. It was flawless. So perfect it made Mahito dizzy just thinking about it. This was overwhelming statistical superiority. This was infinite cursed energy. Satoru Gojo had once judged that if they developed normally, both Yuta Okotsu and Kinji Hikari would one day rival him. Before now, Mahito hadn't quite understood that. If Yuta Okotsu's infinite potential came from his ability to unconditionally copy techniques, what did Hikari have besides a bottomless gas tank? How could he possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with a future Yuta and Gojo? But now, Mahito understood Gojo's assessment. It wasn't just about rivaling him. If Hikari continued to grow, once his body fully adapted to the flow of infinite cursed energy, it was unimaginable what kind of superhuman he would become. Special grade sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo needed her cursed technique to punch through a circulating barrier, but eventually, this guy might be able to do the exact same thing with raw physical force alone. Asterisk, good thing I came here. Asterisk, Mahito thought. The decision to confront Kinji Hikari before he fully matured was absolutely the right call. Through the roaring storm, Hikari's bellow was deafening. Don't hide, Lord of Curses. Face me. Mahito breathed slowly, ripping off the remains of his shredded white shirt and tossing it aside. He dropped to all fours. In time with his breathing, his body began to warp. Hikari emerged from the dust storm. His upper garments were completely gone, his bare torso covered in bloody gashes that vanished into flawless skin the next second. Not a speck of dust clung to him, as the sheer force of his erupting cursed energy blew the grit away, highlighting his heavily muscled physique. Have you ever fought a wild beast infused with cursed energy, Hikari? Mahito howled. It was truly a howl, not a human voice, but the roar of a beast. He charged on all fours. Mid-sprint, thick white fur sprouted rapidly across his flesh. His skull elongated, fangs bared, and black stripes painted themselves across his forehead, forming the character Forge King. Idle transfiguration, white tiger. He had transformed into a massive white tiger, standing a meter tall at the shoulder and over 3 meters long. Its long white tail whipped wildly through the air, cracking like a whip. The tiger roared, the sound echoing like thunder. Its paws cratered the concrete floor upon impact. Mahito's idle transfiguration had perfectly replicated even the overwhelming mass of the beast. The only discrepancy was the tiger's eyes, one gold, one blue, the heterochromia Mahito could never erase. Hikari's pupils constricted as the white tiger slammed into him. Its claws shredded his torso, and its jaws clamped down hard on his throat, ready to rip his head clean off. A normal tiger had a bite force of roughly 500 kilograms, but one reinforced by cursed energy via idle transfiguration was infinitely deadlier. Snapping a frail human neck was nothing. But at the critical moment, Hikari jammed both hands into the tiger's maw. The fangs had already punctured his carotid artery, blood erupting like a violently geysering volcano. The reverse cursed technique instantly clotted the wound, but the tiger's teeth remained buried deep into his neck, physically blocking the flesh from closing completely. The white tiger pinned Hikari to the ground. It was an incredibly disadvantageous position to generate force from, yet Hikari managed to leverage his muscles using raw cursed energy. It was a technique a normal human without cursed energy could never hope to learn in a lifetime, but armed with infinite reserves, Hikari did it on pure instinct. Against all odds, he was slowly prying the tiger's jaws open. But in the next instant, the jaws rapidly shrank. The sudden loss of resistance caused Hikari's straining arms to violently thrust outward, grasping at empty air. Staring back at him was Mahito's infuriating, grinning face. Mahito had morphed back to his human form in a split second. Pinning Hikari down with one hand, Mahito used his free hand to viciously pummel Hikari's face. Hikari tried to counterattack, but Mahito's fists ruthlessly and precisely battered his temples. Trapped in a state of severe concussion, Hikari couldn't mount an offense and was reduced to a human punching bag. Infinite cursed energy only granted him invincibility, not immunity to pain. Mahito had seized upon this weakness, using infinite concussive trauma to counter his immortality. As he mercilessly beat Hikari, Mahito was simultaneously trying to channel idle transfiguration into him. But exactly as he had anticipated, he couldn't warp Hikari's soul at all. No, strictly speaking, it wasn't that he couldn't warp it, the technique simply failed to activate. Aside from physical healing, the infinite cursed energy seemed to blanket Hikari's soul in an impenetrable defense. The moment Mahito's cursed energy invaded Hikari's body, it was immediately swallowed and violently expelled by Hikari's raging torrent of energy. The lingering trace amount that survived was less than a tenth of Mahito's usual output. If Mahito dared to use that pathetic remnant to modify his soul, Hikari could purge it from his system at will. Now Mahito completely understood how Hajime Kashimo must have felt in the original timeline. Kashimo's fighting style revolved around implanting electrical charges into his opponent, a lethal tactic that had never failed him. But against Hikari, right as he was about to blow Hikari's head off with an electrical discharge, Hikari realized the danger and simply sneezed the cursed electricity out through his nose. The sheer absurdity of forcefully expelling foreign cursed energy had left the battle-hardened ancient sorcerer completely dumbfounded. Mahito was facing the exact same wall. His cursed energy was building up inside Hikari's body, but it was entirely unusable. The moment he tried to activate it, Hikari would violently purge it. His absolute shock-kill technique had been completely neutralized through sheer brute force flushing. "You're one tough nut to crack, Hikari!" Mahito mocked loudly. Veins throbbed widely on Hikari's forehead. Mahito sharply noticed the shift and immediately leaped backward. Hikari's fist swung upward in a devastating uppercut. Even though he was still heavily concussed, the prolonged trauma had seemingly allowed his reverse cursed technique to accumulate experience. During this savage brawl, his automatic healing had evolved. It was exactly like when Kashimo tried to kill him with chlorine gas, without understanding the chemical mechanics at all. Hikari's automatic reverse cursed technique had instinctively evolved to write an antitoxin protocol. Following the exact same logic, his automatic healing had now registered the condition of a concussion. From this moment on, as long as he was in his immortal state, Hikari would never suffer from dizziness again. Come on, Lord of Curses. Let's keep going. Hikari scrambled to his feet, lunging at Mahito with an astronomical surge of cursed energy. Mahito vaulted backward through the air, spreading his arms wide as feathers erupted from his skin. Idle transfiguration, giant eagle. His entire body morphed into a massive bird of prey. Hikari's punch hit dead air, and the eagle retaliated, sinking its massive talons into Hikari's spine, nearly ripping his vertebrae clean out. But the boiling cursed energy regenerated the flesh instantly. Hikari whipped around to strike, only to find the eagle's talons replaced by the snapping jaws of a black wolf. Idle transfiguration, black wolf. The black wolf leaped, tearing into Hikari's flesh. Hikari went to kick the wolf away, but mid-roll, the wolf morphed again. A python. The massive snake coiled tightly around Hikari's legs, sinking its fangs deep into his kneecaps. Tiger, eagle, wolf, snake, bull, crocodile, rhino, bear. In terms of pure combat experience, Hikari vastly outclassed the relatively newly born Mahito. But that experience couldn't buy Hikari any advantage here. Against an opponent capable of endless, instant metamorphosis, Hikari simply couldn't establish a rhythm. Every time he readied a counter, Mahito had already warped into a completely different beast, resetting the engagement entirely. Despite fighting with everything he had, Hikari could barely maintain a stalemate. There was simply no other opponent in the world quite like this. Mahito was utterly absorbed in the brawl, fighting with 100% of his capability. His mastery over idle transfiguration grew sharper by the second, his transformations becoming a dizzying blur. Hikari tried multiple times to grapple his morphed forms but grasped at nothing. Through this endless shifting, Mahito was drawing closer and closer to the true core of his being. His final transformation was a bear. The largest brown bear on Earth, a Kodiak bear. Rearing up on its hind legs, it towered over 3 meters tall, weighing a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Enveloped entirely in cursed energy, the bear's massive paw came crashing down like a hurricane. Hikari crossed his arms to block, but the bear's swipe swatted him away with catastrophic force. Hikari was launched into the sky, spinning out of control like a top whipped by a leather belt. The bones in his arms rapidly cycled between shattering and healing mid-flight. He cartwheeled through the air before violently impacting shoulder first, tumbling 2 or 3 full rotations across the concrete before finally skidding to a halt. He lay pinned to the ground, panting heavily, and looked up. The brown bear's fur rapidly receded, morphing back into Mahito's original human form. Not a single scratch marred his body. His highly defined, muscular physique rose and fell slowly with his breathing. Sweat traced the deep cuts of his muscles, practically glowing under the moonlight. Diamond-shaped, teardrop-like markings had appeared on his cheeks. Hikari sharply caught the detail. Those markings hadn't been there before, they only surfaced when Mahito reverted to his base form. Was this a hint to the underlying mechanics of his cursed technique? The theme music abruptly cut out. The immortal state had expired. 4 minutes and 11 seconds were up. But Mahito didn't press the advantage. He looked down at Hikari from his elevated vantage point and asked flatly, "Have you had your fun yet, Hikari?" Hikari stood up, steadying his breathing. As he rose, he rolled his neck, the cervical vertebrae popping with a crisp asterisk crack 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 star. Despite being completely suppressed during the exchange, Hikari didn't look the least bit anxious. Everyone endowed with immortality shared the exact same bad habit, they inherently relied on their invincible bodies to face-tank their opponent's opening strike. Precisely because they couldn't die, they didn't care about losing the initial clash. The real fight, the counterattack, always came after. Hikari was no exception. And now, he was ready to strike back. He had fully acclimated to Mahito's endless transformations. Now, the real battle of life and death would begin. My technique is probability fluctuation, Hikari declared. Technique revelation. As long as probability is involved, I can record the number of failures. No matter the type of gamble, I can force a success within 30 rolls, Hikari explained. Not only that, but my technique is directly tied to my physical state. If I'm in peak condition. He thrust both hands forward, forming his hand sign. I can see certainty through sheer luck. Domain expansion, idle death gamble. The entire rooftop was engulfed by the train station. The animation sequence for idle death gamble began anew. Hikari grinned, looking like an absolute demon. Too bad for you, I'm in peak condition right now. I'm predicting the jackpot odds are 10,000%. The indicator board displayed the first spin, heroine number 3. The second spin, heroine number 3. Rishi. The phantom male protagonist rushed onto the platform, gasping for breath. The final spin. Bursting through the doors from the opposite side, the female character was heroine number 2. Heroine number 3. Heroine number 3. Heroine number 2. A miss? Hikari's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He could explicitly feel that he was in peak condition. How could it not be a jackpot? But the boiling cursed energy regenerated the flesh instantly. Hikari whipped around to strike, only to find the eagle's talons replaced by the snapping jaws of a black wolf. Idle transfiguration, black wolf. The black wolf leaped, tearing into Hikari's flesh. Hikari went to kick the wolf away, but mid-roll, the wolf morphed again. A python. The massive snake coiled tightly around Hikari's legs, sinking its fangs deep into his kneecaps. Tiger, eagle, wolf, snake, bull, crocodile, rhino, bear. In terms of pure combat experience, Hikari vastly outclassed the relatively newly born Mahito. But that experience couldn't buy Hikari any advantage here. Against an opponent capable of endless, instant metamorphosis, Hikari simply couldn't establish a rhythm. Every time he readied a counter, Mahito had already warped into a completely different beast, resetting the engagement entirely. Despite fighting with everything he had, Hikari could barely maintain a stalemate. There was simply no other opponent in the world quite like this. Mahito was utterly absorbed in the brawl, fighting with 100% of his capability. His mastery over idle transfiguration grew sharper by the second, his transformations becoming a dizzying blur. Hikari tried multiple times to grapple his morphed forms but grasped at nothing. Through this endless shifting, Mahito was drawing closer and closer to the true core of his being. His final transformation was a bear. The largest brown bear on Earth, a Kodiak bear. Rearing up on its hind legs, it towered over 3 meters tall, weighing a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Enveloped entirely in cursed energy, the bear's massive paw came crashing down like a hurricane. Hikari crossed his arms to block, but the bear's swipe swatted him away with catastrophic force. Hikari was launched into the sky, spinning out of control like a top whipped by a leather belt. The bones in his arms rapidly cycled between shattering and healing mid-flight. He cartwheeled through the air before violently impacting shoulder first, tumbling 2 or 3 full rotations across the concrete before finally skidding to a halt. He lay pinned to the ground, panting heavily, and looked up. The brown bear's fur rapidly receded, morphing back into Mahito's original human form. Not a single scratch marred his body. His highly defined, muscular physique rose and fell slowly with his breathing. Sweat traced the deep cuts of his muscles, practically glowing under the moonlight. Diamond-shaped, teardrop-like markings had appeared on his cheeks. Hikari sharply caught the detail. Those markings hadn't been there before, they only surfaced when Mahito reverted to his base form. Was this a hint to the underlying mechanics of his cursed technique? The theme music abruptly cut out. The immortal state had expired. 4 minutes and 11 seconds were up. But Mahito didn't press the advantage. He looked down at Hikari from his elevated vantage point and asked flatly, "Have you had your fun yet, Hikari?" Hikari stood up, steadying his breathing. As he rose, he rolled his neck, the cervical vertebrae popping with a crisp asterisk crack 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 star. Despite being completely suppressed during the exchange, Hikari didn't look the least bit anxious. Everyone endowed with immortality shared the exact same bad habit, they inherently relied on their invincible bodies to face-tank their opponent's opening strike. Precisely because they couldn't die, they didn't care about losing the initial clash. The real fight, the counterattack, always came after. Hikari was no exception. And now, he was ready to strike back. He had fully acclimated to Mahito's endless transformations. Now, the real battle of life and death would begin. My technique is probability fluctuation, Hikari declared. Technique revelation. As long as probability is involved, I can record the number of failures. No matter the type of gamble, I can force a success within 30 rolls, Hikari explained. Not only that, but my technique is directly tied to my physical state. If I'm in peak condition. He thrust both hands forward, forming his hand sign. I can see certainty through sheer luck. Domain expansion, idle death gamble. The entire rooftop was engulfed by the train station. The animation sequence for idle death gamble began anew. Hikari grinned, looking like an absolute demon. Too bad for you, I'm in peak condition right now. I'm predicting the jackpot odds are 10,000%. The indicator board displayed the first spin, heroine number 3. The second spin, heroine number 3. Rishi. The phantom male protagonist rushed onto the platform, gasping for breath. The final spin. Bursting through the doors from the opposite side, the female character was heroine number 2. Heroine number 3. Heroine number 3. Heroine number 2. A miss? Hikari's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He could explicitly feel that he was in peak condition. How could it not be a jackpot? Cursed technique reversal, Mahito sighed softly. Soul creation. This was the brand new cursed technique reversal Mahito had acquired as a half-cursed spirit. Exactly as his theory had predicted, if his original innate technique was to modify and deform souls, then the reversed application of that technique would result in forging souls. Ergo, soul creation. The diamond markings on his cheek slowly vanished, as if erased by a phantom eraser. This was Haruta Shigemo's innate technique, miracles. Haruta could stockpile everyday, mundane moments of good luck. When danger struck, he consumed these stored miracles to maximize his survival probability. The diamond marks on Mahito's cheeks represented that exact stockpiled luck. And just now, to counteract Hikari's peak condition, Mahito had burned through all of it at once. In truth, the fact that Hikari still managed to roll a Rishi after Mahito had entirely depleted his luck was what truly shocked Mahito. He had tested this before, when he maintained the luck storage and pushed it to maximum capacity, he could walk away completely unscathed even from a direct hit by Jogo's maximum meteor. Just how astronomically high was Hikari's based condition to still pull off a Rishi under those crippling probability debuffs? Mahito's cursed technique reversal, soul creation, allowed him to infinitely record the souls he observed. If those souls possessed an innate technique, the technique was recorded alongside them. As long as Mahito willed it, he could extract and wield them. Though it came with the heavy restriction of only being able to manifest one innate technique per activation, it was more than enough. Victory and defeat were often decided in a single, fleeting instant. As expected, caught completely off guard, Hikari had been played. The domain expansion nesting doll is over, Hikari, Mahito said, his smile widening. I win. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 18:8. Love Rendezvous. 3,249 words. Ember insects. Jogo formed a hand sign. Suddenly, a swarm of purple mosquitoes burst from his volcano-like head. Carrying an astonishing amount of cursed energy, the insects circled above him before violently surging forward. The sheer heat distorted the air in the hallway, leaving visible ripples in their wake. Like miniature heat-seeking missiles, the scorching wave and murderous intent stabbed directly at Kirara Hoshi's eyes. Useless! Kirara shouted. He remained rooted to the spot, completely motionless, yet entirely prepared for battle. Long before the ember insect reached him, he felt their lethal threat, but he still didn't flinch, planted as firmly as a pine tree. Just as expected, the ember insects never reached him. The purple mosquitoes, acting on Jogo's command, suddenly pulled a hairpin turn and rocketed right back at their master. Jogo's single eye widened. He instantly unleashed his next prepped move. Ember insects. A second wave of insects erupted from his head, crashing head-on into the returning swarm. The two waves collided mid-air, detonating in a massive explosion. Kirara and Jogo simultaneously threw their arms up to shield their eyes. A ferocious wave of heat blasted outward. Amidst the deafening roar, the hallway walls finally gave way, exploding outward. Flames and magma spewed through the shrapnel, and the shattered concrete began to melt. From the outside of the multi-story parking garage, it looked like a volley of miniature flaming meteors shooting out into the night, the mere aftershock of the ember insects. The very next second came the flames. With a furious roar, Jogo unleashed a torrent of fire. This was his most proficient technique. The searing temperatures whipped the surrounding air into a localized storm, pushing the flames forward. Simultaneously, Jogo took a step. The flames and the curse advanced at the exact same time, a dual assault. Jogo's body moved forward. He lifted his right foot, took a step, and confidently planted it. His body maintained its balance as he shifted his weight, bringing his left foot forward to complete the motion. Both physically and perceptually, Jogo had undeniably taken a step forward. His flames tracked with him, advancing like an infinite, towering wall of fire. As the outer edges of the inferno kissed the floor and walls, the concrete composite began to liquefy. The heat far exceeded its melting point, breaking down the solid state and rendering it into a glowing, gold and red magma. It was as if a volcano were flowing through the corridor, threatening total annihilation. Jogo carried a suffocating aura of majesty, stepping forward like a sovereign. But suddenly, he froze. Because both he and his fiery technique were stuck dead in their tracks. The raging inferno had nearly incinerated all the oxygen in the hallway. A howling wind rushed in through the blasted gaps in the walls, a backdraft feeding the thermal currents, whipping the cursed energy flames into a frenzy. The fire burned silently, illuminating Jogo's twisted, furious face. "Didn't I tell you?" Kirara said flatly. "It's useless." "I'm not done yet." Jogo roared. He violently swung his fist toward the left wall. Even before his knuckles made contact, the sheer thermal energy melted a massive hole through the concrete. Roaring, Jogo unleashed his cursed technique, sending a colossal pillar of fire geysering from outside the wall, exactly like a volcanic eruption. Kirara mocked him loudly. "Where are you aiming?" Suddenly, an astonishing wave of heat hit Kirara from the side. He whipped his head around. A serpentine dragon made of pure fire had materialized outside the hallway window. The immense thermal radiation was already melting the glass. The flaming dragon opened its maw, harboring enough heat to vaporize steel. The slightest touch would reduce anything to ash. So the flames hadn't missed, it was a flanking attack from outside the building. If a frontal assault didn't work, he would strike from the side. Even a rare spatial control cursed technique couldn't be omnipotent, there had to be a blind spot. Jogo had deduced that since he couldn't push through the front, he would tear through the flanks, bypass the defense, and bite the sorcerer in half for a one-hit kill. The speed of the fire technique exceeded even Kirara's reflexes. It was already upon him before he realized it. In the next fraction of a second, he would be swallowed whole and reduced to cinders. Or so it should have been. The flaming dragon's open jaws did not swallow Kirara. Just as it closed in, it violently swerved, crashing into the space right in front of him. With an earth-shattering boom, the entire front section of the hallway detonated. Amidst the roar, the massive fire dragon, radiating terrifying heat, whipped completely around. Its new target. The cursed spirit, Jogo. What? Jogo's expression instantly warped in shock. This was impossible. A Jujutsu sorcerer had to consciously activate their technique. Even innate, passive techniques required it. Jogo was certain Kirara hadn't had the time to react to the fire dragon. It was a sneak attack. It should have been a guaranteed hit. Yet, despite that, the fire dragon completely missed Kirara and lunged at Jogo just like before. Jogo desperately formed a hand sign to cancel his cursed technique, but the flaming dragon was too fast and too fierce. The practically tangible beast of fire slammed into him, swallowing him in his own cursed flames. It happened so fast that Hanami, who had been watching from behind, didn't even have time to react before crying out in shock. Kirara threw his hands up to shield his face. The thermal wave expanded outward like a massive tsunami. Even though he had preemptively reinforced his hands with cursed energy, he still felt the searing agony of burns. Despite the massive distance between them, the sheer kinetic heat was enough to damage him. Forget taking a direct hit, even getting slightly closer would have turned him to ash. Kirara subconsciously licked his lips. The overwhelming, continuous heat radiation had already left them cracked and bleeding. He couldn't even fathom how hot the center of the hallway was. If not for his cursed energy reinforcement, his clothes would have spontaneously combusted, leaving him with full-body burns. As the shockwave subsided, Kirara lowered his hands, suddenly staring in disbelief. Because Jogo was completely unharmed. The Earthborn curse stood rooted in place, hand still holding a sign. Less than half a meter in front of him was a perfectly delineated arc. Outside the arc, the concrete was a molten, glowing red sludge. Inside the arc, the floor was charred black, but Jogo himself didn't have a single scorch mark on him. He actually reacted to that? That's completely absurd, Kirara muttered. Jogo, let me, Hanami couldn't help but say. Jogo took a deep breath. No, Hanami. You must conserve your cursed energy to deal with the limitless cursed energy. But? No buts. Jogo barked. Even if I die, you are forbidden from interfering. Let me make this perfectly clear, even if I perish here, you will not waste a single drop of cursed energy on this old human. When I die, you will step over my corpse and keep moving. Every ounce of your cursed energy must be offered to Mahito. You will do nothing else. Not just Hanami, but even Kirara, their enemy, was stunned. A curse actually declaring its willingness to die for a cause. Kirara couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't help but interrupt, "Are you really a curse?" "What's wrong, old human?" Jogo sneered. "Did you think I'd cling to my pathetic life? Or did you think I wouldn't go all out?" Kirara sighed softly. "I underestimated you, cursed spirits." "Not cursed spirit." "Jogo," the curse roared. "Well then, Jogo, you should have a general understanding of my cursed technique by now. No matter what you do, you cannot approach me or that security door. Once my technique is deployed, it operates independently of my will. You cannot kill me, and you cannot break my technique. What will you do now?" Kirara flashed a confident smile again. Yes, what should he do? Jogo didn't immediately attack, instead, he thought critically. From the very beginning, he had tried multiple ways to break through, all ending in failure. Moving forward himself, failed. Physical projectile attack, Ember insects failed. Direct cursed energy flame attack, failed. Simultaneous attack with himself and his flames, failed. A high-speed flanking attack from a blind spot, failed. After testing all these variables, the only concrete data was that Kirara seemingly couldn't move from his spot, nor could he initiate an active attack, he could only rely on counterattacks. In other words, as long as Jogo didn't act, Kirara couldn't launch an effective offense against him. But even this forced conclusion was full of holes. Because their fundamental objectives were entirely different. Jogo and Hanami needed to rush to Mahito's aid, meaning they were desperate to break through. Kirara, on the other hand, only needed to stall them. He didn't need to waste cursed energy attacking at all. Maintaining the current stalemate perfectly achieved his goal. It wasn't that Kirara couldn't attack, he simply didn't need to. Normally, when facing this caliber of enemy, Kirara would have immediately used domain expansion. But he needed to reserve enough cursed energy to back up Kinji against Mahito, so that was off the table. Therefore, Jogo easily reached a conclusion, he was out of options. Jogo glanced at the security door. A distinct cursed energy mark glowed on its surface, Gakrux. This had to mean something. If he could decipher its meaning, he could break the deadlock. So, what exactly did this mark signify? Jogo closed his single eye, calmed his mind, and began to think. Right. Reading. Jogo's mind was completely blank. Fat. A soft snicker echoed out. Jogo instantly snapped his eye open in irritation, glaring forward. Kirara was covering his mouth, head turned to the side, his shoulders trembling slightly as if fighting to hold something back. Jogo deadpanned, "If you want to laugh, just laugh." Where ha 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 ha. Kirara burst into howling laughter. The volcano on Jogo's head erupted with literal fire. His face twisted into a demonic snarl. "You bastard! I'll burn you to ashes. I won't leave a single scrap of your corpse." But seriously, Kirara wheezed, shaking violently as he finally suppressed his laughter. "That completely clueless look on your face, it's just... I know we're in a life-or-death battle right now, but I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. He, ha 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 ha. You bastard!" Jogo raged impotently. "Look closely, Jogo," Hanami suddenly interjected. Jogo blinked. "What is it?" "Observe. Think." Hanami stared intently at Kirara's body, speaking in an incomprehensible language that somehow bypassed the brain and translated directly to meaning. "Look. Your cursed technique is not entirely useless." Kirara's laughter abruptly died. Jogo focused his gaze and immediately spotted the difference. Minor burn marks. Right on Kirara's skin. But that didn't make sense. Jogo's flame techniques hadn't hit Kirara once, not even a grazing blow. Where did the burns come from? He should be completely unscathed. And then, suddenly, it clicked for Jogo. "You can only repel my cursed energy, but your technique has absolutely no effect on the pure physical phenomena triggered by my cursed energy. Am I right?" Kirara sighed. "What a shame. I thought we could just stand here until the end of time." Jogo violently kicked the floor. A chunk of shattered concrete shot toward Kirara like a bullet. Kirara didn't even flinch, he merely glanced at the rock. Mid-flight, the debris sharply veered off course and hurtled back at Jogo. Jogo casually caught it in his palm, melting the stone down to glowing magma in an instant. It's not just cursed energy, it also applies to objects imbued with my cursed energy residue. If an ordinary human threw a rock with zero cursed energy, it would likely hit you. But I am a curse, a creature of pure cursed energy. Anything physical I touch will inevitably retain my residue, making physical attacks useless against you. What an incredibly troublesome spatial control technique. Despite saying it was a shame, a sinister grin stretched across Jogo's face, revealing pitch-black teeth. Fire cursed technique, maximum output. Release? If physical objects carrying my residue won't work, what about energy transfer? Energy devoid of cursed energy residue? Can you control that too? A raging inferno suddenly erupted around him, but this time, he didn't launch it. He let the flames burn steadily in place, and then, he cranked up the temperature. Kirara felt his eyelids grow heavy. He blinked softly, and a drop of sweat fell from his eyelashes, instantly vaporizing into steam. His mouth went completely dry. His lips felt like sandpaper. When he pressed them together, the dry skin split. The skyrocketing temperature filled the entire hallway with a hazy distortion. Looking through the heat mirage, Jogo's figure warped unnaturally as the light refracted. Thermal radiation. A pure physical phenomenon. Human flesh subjected to temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Celsius will begin to liquefy before it even catches fire. For some reason, this morbid fact surfaced in Kirara's mind. His head began to spin. Sweat soaked his shirt, but he couldn't feel the stickiness. Perhaps it was purely psychological, but he felt as though sweat wasn't even allowed to exist in this environment, evaporating the exact millisecond it formed. He silently ramped up his cursed energy reinforcement. Noticing this, Jogo smirked. It's working, he declared. It was indeed working, and much faster than Jogo had anticipated. Although Kirara was a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, he was actually quite poor at physical reinforcement. His innate technique excelled at kiting, stalling, and support. He was never suited for frontal brawls. Usually, Kinji handled the vanguard while Kirara restricted enemy movements and provided critical backup. He was exceptional at kiting. If an enemy couldn't deduce the rules of his technique, they would be reduced to impotent rage, just like the curse in front of him. Because of this, he rarely needed high-level cursed energy reinforcement. But now, this fundamental flaw had pushed him into a fatal corner. He had a terrifying realization. If this keeps up, I'll pass out from heat stroke, and my cursed technique will automatically deactivate. Even worse, if I force myself to stay conscious, I won't be able to keep up with the rising temperature. I'll spontaneously combust and roast to death. Kirara felt a profound sense of absurdity. No enemy had ever tried to break his technique this way. It was the first time he'd encountered such a purely brute force method. It was like standing inside an erupting volcano, the entire world acting as a colossal furnace, turning all of creation into ash. I see, Kirara rasped. The blistering heat had already scorched his throat, every word sent agonizing spikes of pain into his chest. So you are the manifestation of humanity's fear of the earth. Begging for your life. Jogo split his face into a dark, jagged grin. No, just an observation, Kirara said quietly. Suddenly, he brought his hands together in a sign. My innate technique is called Love Rendezvous. Jogo furrowed his brow. Revealing one's hand, a binding vow to boost the technique's efficacy. But at this stage, what could revealing it possibly change? I can place markers on the people or objects I touch. There are 5 markers in total, corresponding to the stars in the Southern Cross constellation. All markers must be assigned before the technique fully activates. What I mark isn't the physical person or object itself, but their cursed energy. Therefore, any cursed technique generated by that cursed energy is treated as part of the exact same entity. This was why all of Jogo's varied cursed energy attacks were utterly ignored. Because no matter what form the attack took, its foundational building block was Jogo's cursed energy. Any phenomenon triggered by Jogo's cursed energy was legally recognized by the technique as Jogo himself. Both Jogo and Hanami instantly recalled the moment Kirara had poured drinks for Mojito. He had lightly brushed against them. Jogo had even glared at him back then. That was exactly when the markers had been planted. Kirara had been preparing for this fight from the very beginning. A marked target can interact with unmarked objects, or with targets bearing an adjacent marker. Targets with the same asterisk marker will magnetically attract one another, while a marked target cannot approach someone with a non-adjacent marker. If you want to reach me, you have to physically touch the markers in the correct adjacent order to close the distance. Targets with the same marker attract each other. This explained why Jogo's ranged attacks instantly boomeranged back to him the moment they gained a little distance. Kirara suddenly pointed at Jogo's waist. Your marker is right there on your waist. Your companion's is on the back of their calf. Jogo instinctively paused his thermal output and pulled aside his clothes. Sure enough, a glowing cursed energy sigil was branded into his skin, a crux. Hanami lifted a leg and looked at the back of the calf, finding a corresponding mark, Timai. If you know anything about astronomy, you'd recognize my markers at a glance. Kirara waved away a haze of heat and smiled. These names are all derived from the Southern Cross. A constellation looks flat from Earth, but it has immense depth. The distances between the stars vary wildly. You see, you and your companion can approach each other freely because the Crux and Kimai are adjacent stars. You can interact however you want. But if you try to approach a star you aren't adjacent to, like me. Kirara held up a hand, revealing a tiny cursed energy imprint on his fingernail. Because he wore brightly painted nail polish, it was completely invisible unless you were looking for it. With this minuscule trick, he had played them all for fools. Engraved on the nail was Jinan. You might not know this, but the Crux and Jinan are not adjacent. Therefore, you cannot approach me no matter what you do unless you can find the connecting star between us, Mimosa. Of course, I've hidden Mimosa very, very well. It hasn't been found yet. That's why the technique is called Love Rendezvous. Operating on the rules of the constellation, you can only move along designated paths. To reach your destination, you must trace the correct route. And finally, Kirara said softly, even cursed energy residue is treated as the caster himself. Jogo already knew this. When he threw the rock at Kirara, it was repelled specifically because it carried his residue. This thermal radiation filling the hallway, while it's a physical phenomenon created by raising the temperature of your cursed fire, your cursed energy residue is still irreversibly blended into it. Normally, I wouldn't be able to manipulate residue this microscopic, my precision just isn't high enough. But with the boost from revealing my hand, I can do it. Jogo's pupil shrank to a pinpoint. He instantly understood what Kirara was about to do. Kirara roared, feel the heat radiation you created with your own body. This is my love rendezvous. In a flash, millions of microscopic, the Crux, sigils materialized in the air. It was the previously invisible cursed energy residue, burning quietly with immense heat. And now, the love rendezvous technique synchronized every single trace of that residue, pulling it toward Jogo like a collapsing star. Heat waves, blinding light, and a catastrophic explosion erupted all at once. Chapter 19:9. Maximum, Advent. 3,883 words. Boom! The catastrophic shockwave from the localized explosion threw Kirara violently backward. The kinetic force slammed into his chest like a massive sledgehammer. He flew through the air for at least 2 or 3 meters before hitting the ground, tumbling end over end like a ragdoll before finally skidding to a halt. His ears were ringing violently. This was the first time he had ever weaponized his technique like this. Not even he knew it would pack such a devastating yield. Merely superheating a fire technique could create such godlike destruction? Kirara could never have imagined it. Just the shockwave alone was enough to injure him. If he hadn't been frantically reinforcing himself with cursed energy, the blast would have sent him straight to the ICU. Asterisk, grouping this curse into that special grade category is a total mistake, asterisk. While Kirara still couldn't fathom Jogo going toe-to-toe with a true special grade anomaly like Kinji Hikari, an ordinary grade 1 sorcerer would be completely butchered by this curse. This single entity, Jogo, had entirely skewed Kirara's perception of what a special grade curse was capable of. Kirara forcefully regulated his breathing, trying to calm his violently hammering heart. He pushed himself off the floor, his entire body screaming in agony. He didn't know if it was internal bruising or severe contusions, but he didn't have the luxury of checking. He forced himself to stand. Eyes wide, he stared at Jogo's position. Thick black smoke obscured the blast zone. This was completely outside Kirara's realm of knowledge. He understood that massive concentrations of heat could cause explosions, but where was the black smoke coming from? Was this the curse's physical form combusting? Or was it some bizarre chemical reaction he didn't comprehend? Had Jogo been blown to pieces? Was he dead? Or was he still clinging to life? Impressive! Jogo's voice echoed from within the pitch-black smoke. You really, almost killed me. Kirara's heart plummeted. His strategy hadn't worked. Jogo's voice was far too calm. There was no rage in it. Based on their prior interactions, if the attack had critically wounded him, Jogo should have been screaming bloody murder. Instead, he was as tranquil as a frozen lake. The first thing to become visible was the crater. Kirara suddenly recalled how Jujutsu headquarters described special grade curses. In layman's terms, a cluster missile. And what lay before him was the exact aftermath of a cluster bombing. The corridor had been entirely obliterated. The area was scorched black, and the thermal wave continued to endlessly radiate outward. A backdraft tore through the massive gap, whipping up a localized gale. No, there was no hallway left. Ceiling, floor, both side walls, everything had been erased. The edges of the blast radius were dripping with molten, golden-red concrete. Amidst the rising heat distortion, that golden-red glow looked like the manifestation of an angry god, radiating infinite majesty. But the problem was, when Jujutsu headquarters equated a special grade to a cluster missile, they meant its overall destructive capacity, not the output of a single attack. The mere aftermath of one of Jogo's techniques rivaled a cluster bomb. Kirara's immediate reaction was overwhelming relief. If he hadn't marked Jogo and Hanami the instant they met, if this had been a standard encounter, he would have been reduced to ash the second he got within range. He had survived purely by luck. Finally, Jogo stepped out from the black smoke. Kirara was stunned speechless. Because exactly half of Jogo's body had been blown clean off. His left arm and left leg were completely gone. Yet, staring into the cross-section of his torso, there were no organs or fat, only charred, smoking flesh. The extreme heat had instantly cauterized the apocalyptic wound. If he were human, he'd be dead 10 times over. But Jogo was a curse, so he lived. He stood tall, his expression unnervingly placid. Kirara felt nothing but pure terror. It was the calm before the storm. You took that hit with zero preparation, didn't you? Kirara asked. Zero preparation meant his cursed energy reinforcement hadn't been activated in time. Whether curse or sorcerer, without cursed energy reinforcement, the physical body is surprisingly fragile. Curses fare slightly better since they are innately composed of cursed energy, giving them a baseline reinforcement advantage. But an unreinforced sorcerer is only marginally tougher than a normal human, nowhere near the realm of superhuman durability. Of course, anomalies like the Sorcerer Killer and Ryaman Sukuna were exceptions to the rule. Indeed, I had zero preparation. But my luck was quite good. Jogo's mouth curved upward. Remember when you were explaining your technique and I pulled my clothes aside? I was far too curious about your cursed technique. I instinctively paused my temperature increase to check for the mark. It really was pure luck. It was luck. If Jogo had kept raising the temperature at that exact moment, the resulting explosion would have absolutely vaporized him. But that slight reduction in output, a hair's breadth, makes all the difference. Suddenly, massive quantities of cursed energy erupted from Jogo's severed half. Kirara watched in horror as the missing flesh violently knitted itself back together in a high-speed regeneration. This was the ultimate advantage of cursed spirits, as beings of cursed energy. As long as they had reserves, they could infinitely regenerate. Even if they ran out of energy and were reduced to a severed head, they could eventually regrow their bodies over a few months. Having half his body blown off wasn't even a critical injury to Jogo. Jogo's newly regenerated foot planted firmly onto the ground. I'll admit it, old human, no, Kirara Hoshi, Jogo said calmly. You are a tremendously capable opponent. I cannot afford to show you an ounce of arrogance. Just realizing that now? Kirara mocked loudly, bracing himself for the assault. It took 1/10 of my total cursed energy, you overperformed, Jogo sighed. Kirara frowned, a horrific premonition gripping his chest. Therefore, Jogo clasped his hands into a sign, speaking slowly, I will use everything I have to kill you. Absolute terror exploded in Kirara's mind. The oceanic volume of cursed energy surging from Jogo didn't manifest as fire, it expanded in all directions like a shockwave, forcefully attempting to paint over reality itself. Kirara recognized exactly what this sensation was. That was why he was so terrified. This was domain expansion, Jogo intoned quietly. Coffin of the. A deafening crash violently interrupted the domain's activation. Something plummeted from the ceiling above with meteoric force. Jogo's domain shattered before it could fully form as an overwhelming, sinister cursed energy aggressively hijacked the space, spreading outward like a tidal wave and whipping up a storm of concrete dust. Kirara and Jogo saw it at the exact same time. Mahito, locked in a picture-perfect dropkick, planted both feet squarely into Kinji Hikari's abdomen. Hikari looked like a broken ragdoll, utterly defenseless as Mahito drove him downward. That initial crash was Mahito slamming Hikari through the floor into the level below. And then the next level. And the next. Floor after floor after floor. They plummeted all the way from the roof straight into the subterranean depths. In the blink of an eye, Mahito and Hikari vanished from sight. Jogo was ecstatic. Mahito is going to win. Kirara couldn't process it. Impossible. Kin is losing. A secondary, earth-shaking boom echoed from the absolute bottom of the complex as Mahito and Hikari hit the foundation. The entire parking structure trembled like a tuning fork. Kirara immediately lunged toward the massive crater to jump after them, but Jogo merely took a single step forward, and Kirara froze, locked in place as if jogging on a treadmill. Jogo cracked a massive grin and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. It looks like you're trapped in your own spatial control. The tables have turned. Now I'm the one stalling you, keeping you from interfering in Mahito's fight. Jogo was right. As long as Love Rendezvous was active, everyone, including the user, was bound by its spatial rules. Kirara's cursed energy marker and Jogo's marker were not adjacent, meaning they physically could not close the distance to each other. There was only one way left to jump down that crater. Jogo locked his single eye onto Kirara. So? Are you going to release your spatial control? Should I release it? Kirara thought frantically. If he dropped the technique, Jogo would instantly unleash his devastating fire techniques and incinerate him. Jogo had repeatedly declared his intent to kill, he was absolutely waiting for Love Rendezvous to drop. I can't release it, Kirara reasoned. Even if I get down to Kin, my technique is built for support, not a frontal brawl of this magnitude. I wouldn't be able to fight at my full potential anyway. But if I drop it right now, I'm dead. If I don't drop it, I can bet on Kin rallying and turning the tables on the King of Curses. If I drop it, I get roasted alive in a fraction of a second. The power gap between Jogo and me is just too massive to dodge. Conversely, as long as I don't drop it, Jogo won't waste his cursed energy on a domain expansion since the King of Curses currently has the upper hand. He still wants to save his strength to help Mahito later. Therefore, Kirara concluded, the absolute best move right now is to wait. Under no circumstances can I release the technique. That was what he thought. And then, he took a step forward, Love Rendezvous, release. Like hell I'm gambling with Kin's life, he roared, flaring his cursed energy reinforcement to its absolute maximum as he threw himself down the crater. The logic was brutally simple, if he couldn't dodge, he wouldn't dodge. He'd tank it with raw cursed energy. As long as he didn't die, as long as he didn't black out, as long as he could still use his technique, even if he lost limbs, even if third-degree burns crippled his body, he would help Kin. This was true resolve. You. Caught entirely off guard, Jogo haphazardly hurled a wave of fire, but Kirara had already vanished into the pit. Jogo was furious. If he had been fully prepped, he never would have given Kirara the opening. He never expected Kirara to be so decisive, so suicidal. In his eyes, the old humans were painted in the colors of lies and deceit. When faced with death, they would always succumb to fear and betray their ideals without exception. But today, Kirara Hoshi had taught him a lesson, even an old human born of lies could act with the same righteous conviction as a cursed spirit. Hanami. Follow me. We cannot let Mahito's battle be interrupted. Even if it costs our lives, we will pave the road to Mahito's victory. Jogo bellowed, hurling himself into the massive crater. With a thunderous crash, the dropkick that had pierced straight from the roof to the underground fight club finally came to a halt. Mahito stood atop Hikari's chest. A massive shockwave blasted outward from their epicenter, shaking the subterranean arena like a localized earthquake. Dust and debris violently kicked up, blinding the entire cavern. Hikari let out a frenzied roar, thrusting a hand up to grab Mahito's leg, but Mahito had already kicked off his chest. Retreating rapidly, Mahito transfigured his arms into massive wings, violently flapping them to disperse the choking dust cloud. They had fallen through an untold number of concrete floors, smashing through every level, yet the catastrophic impact hadn't critically wounded Hikari. He pushed himself up from the rubble, his cursed energy boiling off him like steam. His immense cursed energy reinforcement had mitigated the overwhelming majority of the damage, though his body still throbbed with pain. The repeated impacts and the final cratering blow had likely shifted his internal organs. But that wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was So you've even got a technique to blind people, Hikari gritted out. In their brief exchange, Hikari had suddenly lost his vision. If he hadn't possessed such absurdly thick skin, that sudden blindness would have cost him his life. Mahito hadn't held back in the slightest. Mahito knew perfectly well that a special grade combatant like Hikari couldn't be underestimated. From the very beginning, he had gone completely all out, mercilessly beating a man while he was down. I thought we had already settled this, Mahito exhaled slowly, waving away the last of the dust. His tone was dead calm. How much time do you have left before you can expand your domain again? Whenever a Jujutsu sorcerer deploys a domain expansion, there is a subsequent period where they cannot use their innate technique. This phenomenon is known as cursed technique burnout. It is an absolute rule of reality, one that not even Satoru Gojo or Ryomen Sukuna can bypass. But Kinji Hikari was the sole exception in the world. While it still took a short amount of time, he could chain domain expansions continuously, even if he didn't hit a jackpot. 30 seconds, Hikari answered. Mahito blinked. He had expected Hikari to stall or lie, but Hikari had delivered the raw truth with total sincerity. I'm guessing the technique you used to block my jackpot isn't free. You must have to prep it in advance, otherwise you would have used it during my first domain expansion instead of waiting for the second round. Which means, if I just survive these 30 seconds, I can turn this whole thing around. Hikari's lips curled into a manic grin. But I'm not gonna do that. You aren't. Because, man, wouldn't that just be way too boring? Hikari suddenly roared, his voice booming like thunder. Amidst the boiling aura of his cursed energy, he threw his head back and laughed. My fever is running hot. You've used every ounce of your brute strength and exhausted your intellect. Since you're that desperate to beat me, the only way I can answer is with the exact same level of passion. Thud. Hikari planted his feet firmly into the earth. He dropped into a horse stance, chambering one fist at his waist and aiming the other straight at Mahito. A traditional martial arts posture. He had finally discarded all his preconceived notions. He was treating Mahito as a true, worthy rival. He roared into the cavern, bring it on. Let me see the real king of curses. Didn't I literally just beat the crap out of you? Mahito wanted to quip, but he held his tongue. He took a slow, deep breath and formed a hand sign. Idle transfiguration activated soundlessly. His body began to swell, morphing and expanding. A massive shadow began to cast itself over Hikari. Although Hikari was blind, his cursed energy perception was hyper-tuned. He slowly tilted his head upward. A gargantuan entity was taking up the entirety of the underground arena. Just to see the top of it, he had to crane his neck to the ceiling. Suddenly, two brilliant lanterns ignited in a dust cloud. In Hikari's cursed energy vision, these two lanterns looked like swirling vortexes of cursed energy, inhaling vast amounts of power before exhaling it back out, pulsing rhythmically. Hey. I know you can turn into all sorts of wild beasts, but you can turn into this too. Hikari's face registered genuine shock, like he was looking at a fairy tale. Those weren't lanterns. They were a pair of heterochromatic eyes, massive, glowing, heterochromatic reptilian eyes. A single gold and a single blue eye cut through the fog. In Hikari's perception, oceanic ripples of cursed energy were radiating outward from the creature. The colossal beast floated within this sea of cursed energy, carrying the overwhelming mass of a 10,000-ton dreadnought. The serpentine leviathan violently shook its body, blasting the dust away. Its serpentine form was armored with overlapping fish scales. As it moved, the scales produced a low, thrumming hum, slicing the air and wrapping the beast in tendrils of shattered currents that looked like celestial clouds. 5 clawed eagle talons, attached to tiger-like palms, reached out from the mist. Antlers branching like ancient trees crowned its majestic head, while a lion's mane cascaded down its neck. A pair of long, ethereal barbels floated on the wind. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a demon, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, ears like an ox. The secular depiction of a dragon, the head of a horse and the body of a snake. A dragon. A mythical beast straight out of legend. Throughout the history of Jujutsu, there have been various imaginary vengeful cursed spirits. Among them were dragons. The deceased special grade curse user, Suguru Geto, had possessed a dragon-type curse known as the Rainbow Dragon. That imaginary vengeful spirit boasted the highest defensive durability of all of Geto's spirits, surpassing even true special grades in raw armor. In this country, the dragon motif definitively stood at the absolute pinnacle of power. And the rainbow dragon had merely been a grade 1 imaginary spirit. But what Hikari was looking at now was the ultimate manifestation of the dragon, recreated by Mahito. The absolute pinnacle of power and the ultimate mythological form. This was a special grade mythological imaginary cursed spirit, dragon. Hikari could barely believe what his cursed energy perception was feeding him. It was as if a myth was playing out right in front of him. Blinded, he couldn't see the creature's true physical majesty, but his perception traced every overwhelming detail. Hikari heard the grinding of scales shifting. In a fraction of a second, an astronomical surge of cursed energy blasted outward. The entire underground arena violently quaked, as if the very world was shivering in terror. My cursed technique is called idol transfiguration, the dragon suddenly spoke. Its voice was impossibly deep, ancient, and resonant, like the song of a distant leviathan. Technique disclosure. Through mere physical contact, I can alter the shape of a soul, thereby manipulating the physical body. It's the same principle behind my transformations into beasts. By altering the shape of my own soul into that of a beast, my physical flesh is dragged along to match it. And when I transform, all my physiological traits, my instincts, my movements, match the beast exactly. Even without Mahito explicitly stating it, Hikari understood the terrifying secret of soul evolution. Of course. You can also alter human souls, pushing them closer to a higher plane of existence, forcing their physical bodies to evolve along with it. That's how you turn normal people into sorcerers, and how you push existing sorcerers past their limits, right? Correct, the dragon rumbled smoothly. And, as you can see, if I further transmute my own soul, pushing it as close as possible to the beasts of mythology, this is the result. Suddenly, the ancient dragon let out a long sigh. Hikari instinctively threw his arms up to guard, but the sigh wasn't aimed directly at him. It grazed past his side, a torrential stream of hyper-concentrated power, like an unstoppable cursed energy cannon. With a catastrophic boom, the arena wall behind him, along with the entire exterior retaining wall of the parking structure, evaporated. Shrapnel and dust instantly swallowed Hikari from behind. It was Dragon's breath. Maximum, Advent, the dragon intoned, its voice echoing like a tolling bell. Maximum. Excluding domain expansion, this was the absolute pinnacle of a cursed technique. If domain expansion was a realm exclusive to geniuses, then a maximum technique was the ultimate reward for agonizing, meticulous mastery of one's innate technique. Unlike a domain, a maximum didn't carry guaranteed hit properties, it simply pushed the raw effects of the cursed technique to its absolute, theoretical ceiling. Kenjaku had referred to them as the supreme art of Jujutsu. Idol transfiguration was the ability to freely reshape the soul to drag the body along with it. Its maximum output was the literal recreation of mythological entities. Quite literally, the advent of a myth. Hikari had never expected to witness a maximum technique from a curse. The sheer shock of it surpassed even the destruction of his own domain. Having his domain countered was one thing, he could chalk that up to a bad matchup. But achieving a maximum technique required an undeniable level of obsessive dedication and study. It proved that the intellect of the curse before him far exceeded his wildest estimations. The dragon lowered its majestic head. Its shifting, heterochromatic eyes pinned Hikari in place. The voice echoed like distant Buddhist chanting. Kinji Hikari. I will offer you one final chance. Submit to me. Suddenly, a shadow crashed into the dirt. Kin. I'm here to help, someone screamed. Kirara Hoshi. He had plummeted straight down from the crater. Hikari turned his head. His eyes were useless, but his cursed energy perception vividly painted the horrific injuries covering Kirara's body. Half of Kirara's form was coated in cursed energy that flickered like dying embers, a sign of catastrophic burns. He was practically incapable of moving, yet he had still dragged himself down here to share Hikari's burden. Hikari smiled from the bottom of his heart. Don't think you can escape that easily. Jogo roared from the sky above. Jogo and Hanami slammed into the ground right next to the dragon, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Jogo looked up at the colossal beast and ground his teeth. Apologies, Mahito. I failed to hold the human back. No, it's fine, the dragon said softly. Because Hikari won't let him interfere anyway. Kin. Kirara frantically tried to speak. But Hikari barked, that's enough. Kirara froze. This is our fight. Right, King of Curses? Hikari asked. Indeed. It has been our fight from the very beginning, the dragon replied. Now it was Jogo's turn to panic. Mahito, Jogo. The dragon's voice told, shaking the earth to its core. This battle is between him and me. Jogo froze. Hanami stepped forward and gently pulled Jogo back. Hikari exhaled slowly. Take a breather, Kirara. This won't take long. Kin. Do I really have to spell it out for you, Kirara? Hikari suddenly roared. Look at yourself. Do you honestly think you have the right to step into a fight between me and the King of Curses? Kirara stared, stunned. He looked up at Mahito's draconic form, then back to Hikari. Feeling the agonizing pain racking his entire body, he finally collapsed against the dirt in defeat. Yeah. I get it. Good. Hikari exhaled slowly. He dropped back into his stance, flaring his cursed energy perception to its absolute limit, steeling himself for the end. Sorry to keep you waiting, King of Curses. Tokaji Prefecture? Boss of the former underground fight club at the multi-story parking garage. Kinji Hikari. Let's do this. The dragon let out a booming laugh. The sound cascaded outward like a hurricane, echoing endlessly through the subterranean cavern. This formal introduction made it feel like an ancient samurai duel, drawing a genuine laugh from the depths of Mahito's soul. The manifestation of humanity's curse upon humanity. Mahito. Let's do this. Hikari and Mahito both mentally clicked their stopwatches. 17 seconds of the 30-second burnout had passed. Only 13 seconds remained. The countdown begins. Chapter 20, 10. Countdown. 3,159 words. This was the final round. Both Mahito and Kinji Hikari were acutely aware of this fact. 13 seconds, this was the window that would decide the victor. In 13 seconds, Hikari would be able to expand his domain again, restarting the endless nesting doll of infinite cursed energy. Everything that needed to be said had been said. The resolve had been set. Now, there was only one thing left to do. Fight! 13 seconds on the clock. The dragon suddenly opened its maw. Deep within its throat, a miniature sun ignited. It was a massive convergence of cursed energy, rapidly compressing and gathering. Lowering its majestic head, the dragon aimed this miniature sun directly at Hikari. Yet, Hikari's first reaction wasn't to dodge or flee, he charged straight at the gathering sphere of light, roaring like a stampeding bull. Solar discharge. Dragon's breath. The dragon let out a long sigh. A colossal pillar of light erupted from the miniature sun in its throat, blasting forward. The entire underground arena shuddered as if heaven and earth themselves feared the dragon's exhalation. The sheer density of the cursed energy bombardment felt like divine wrath. Even before making contact, Hikari's instinct screamed that a direct hit would instantly vaporize him, leaving not even ashes behind. His heart hammered like a frantic drumbeat. He could vividly picture himself being reduced to human vapor. Absolute terror threatened to hijack his mind, but in that very moment, he was actually smiling. Grinning ear to ear, he extracted cursed energy from the depths of his fear, transmuting terror into raw courage. A fraction of a second before the dragon's breath struck, he violently slid across the ground into a baseball tackle. The torrent of cursed energy roared inches above his body, the staggering heat and gale-force winds whipping his hair wildly like seaweed in a storm. Riding the momentum of his desperate slide, Hikari skidded right up to the dragon's face. He launched himself upward from beneath its chin, fists tightly clenched. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging and muscles swelling, he threw a devastating punch. The next instant, he was swatted away by the dragon's claws. The dragon's eagle talons and tiger palms raked across Hikari. The beast had never intended to hit him with the dragon's breath. It knew perfectly well that when it came to fighting giant monsters, Hikari's experience far exceeded its own. Hikari was a seasoned Jujutsu sorcerer, the number of curses he had beaten to death likely outnumbered the ones he had merely seen. Low-intelligence cursed spirits generally followed the rule of bigger equals stronger, so Hikari was undoubtedly more adept at hunting giants than tracking beasts in a forest. But his past experience in hunting giant curses proved to be his undoing. The dragon had deliberately held back its breath attack, waiting for Hikari to close the distance. And just as predicted, Hikari took the bait. The moment Hikari was airborne and committed to his strike, the dragon swiped its claws, perfectly intercepting him midair. A completely unblockable counter. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, having your guard up versus being caught off guard are two entirely different worlds. Hikari never expected to be the one ambushed. He barely had time to brace himself before the dragon's claws slammed into him with catastrophic force. He was launched backward like an artillery shell, vomiting blood mid-air, blood thick with chunks of his own internal organs. The lethal agony short-circuited his brain. He smashed into the arena's outer wall, but the momentum didn't stop there. He crashed cleanly through the concrete, tumbling violently into the multi-story parking garage's open plaza. Kirara Hoshi screamed, moving to intervene, but a sudden wall of fire completely cut off his line of sight. Jogo glared at him with lethal intent. Hanami slammed both hands into the ground, and a dense ring of timber erupted from the earth, completely sealing Jogo and Kirara inside. Standing on the edge of the barrier, Hanami gave the dragon a slight nod. "Leave this to me," Hanami said. 1 second passed. 12 seconds left. The dragon didn't waste a single glance on Kirara. Confident that its allies could easily handle the spatial sorcerer, it focused entirely on Hikari. Shifting its visual perception, the dragon peered through the smoke and the shattered arena wall, locking onto Hikari's battered form as he tumbled across the plaza like a skipping stone. It took a deep breath. The atmospheric cursed energy fused with its own innate reserves deep within its throat. Its lion-like mane writhed and whipped wildly despite the lack of wind. Half a second later, the dragon opened its massive jaws and unleashed another torrent of energy. Dragon's breath. The solar beam-like flood of cursed energy pierced straight through the parking garage remaining walls, rocketing toward Hikari. But Hikari was already back on his feet. He sprinted frantically outward just as the dragon's breath obliterated the exact spot he had been lying in. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending shockwaves expanding outward in frantic, concentric rings. Hikari instantly shifted all his cursed energy reinforcement to his back. The shockwave clipped him, sending him tumbling violently forward as if struck by a cluster bomb, skipping across the asphalt. As Hikari scrambled to stand, he suddenly stumbled. He had gone deaf. His ears had been sealed. 2 seconds passed. 11 seconds left. The dragon finally moved. It violently bulldozed through the ruined outer walls, spilling into the plaza. Its serpentine body seemed large enough to swallow the entire square. It didn't slither, a localized current of cursed energy buoyed it in flight. As its talons lightly brushed the earth, agonizing gouges were ripped into the pavement. The dragon lunged at Hikari, swiping its claws without a hint of hesitation. Hikari, having just gotten to his feet, had absolutely no time to dodge. He had assumed the arena walls would slightly obscure the dragon's line of sight, completely unaware that the dragon's eyes possessed X-ray perception. Because of this, he didn't anticipate the lethal speed of its combo. The moment he managed to steady his footing, the talons were already in his face. He was already blind. His eyes perceived absolute nothingness. His ears were deaf, completely devoid of sound. But the crushing pressure of cursed energy washing over his skin warned him of the incoming strike. He frantically gathered his cursed energy to guard, but the dragon's claws simply snatched him up and violently pile-drived him straight into the concrete. And it wasn't over. The dragon didn't stop flying. Gripping him tightly, it dragged Hikari through the asphalt at breakneck speed. The catastrophic impact and the sheer crushing pressure of the earth continuously ground Hikari down. Even with maximum cursed energy reinforcement, the agonizing friction began to tear him apart. Without his jackpot, Hikari lacked the automatic reverse cursed technique. He felt his internal organs churning violently while his external wounds rapidly multiplied. He was on the verge of passing out, but he held on. He felt his entire body burning up, unable to tell if it was adrenaline or his own battle-crazed fever suppressing the pain. He reached out, grabbed one of the dragon's massive talons, and snapped it backward with every ounce of his strength. The dragon let out a staggering roar, violently hurling Hikari away. It lowered its head. One of its claws had been broken. These were dragon's talons. Their hardness far exceeded even its scales, yet Hikari had still managed to snap one. If Hikari had landed a direct punch, even this mythic draconic form would have suffered severe damage. 3 seconds passed. 10 seconds left. The dragon stared at its broken claw. The bones audibly snapped back into place, and in an instant, the claw was completely healed. No, this wasn't healing. Because the technique maintained the shape of the soul, the physical body would automatically mold itself to match the soul's blueprint no matter how severely it was damaged. As long as the dragon transformation remained active, idle transfiguration would automatically anchor its form. Unless Hikari could attack the soul directly, the dragon's body would never sustain true damage. Hikari crashed into the distance with a sound like rolling thunder, cratering the ground upon impact. He lay in the center of the pit. He tried to scramble up immediately, but his footing gave out, and he nearly collapsed again. He shook his head, blood spilling from his lips, which he forcefully swallowed back down. The reason he couldn't stand straight was simple: he was blind and deaf. Human ears are far more crucial to equilibrium than most realize. Losing hearing drastically affects the sense of balance, not to mention he was currently blind. An untrained person wouldn't even be able to walk straight, let alone fight. They'd have to slowly trail their hands along a wall. Yet, even severely handicapped, Hikari hadn't lost his combat capability. His cursed energy perception remained fully functional. Even without eyes or ears, he was as fast as ever. The real issue was his internal and external injuries. The internal trauma disrupted his cursed energy circulation, while the external wounds hampered his mobility. He took a deep breath, trying to force his body to recover, only to realize he couldn't smell anything. His nose had been sealed. He remembered Jiro Awasaka. During a fistfight with Mahito, Awasaka had suddenly frozen in place, his cursed energy reinforcement unconsciously vanishing. This had to be the true nature of Mahito's technique. Upon contact, Mahito was stripping away his 5 senses. First the eyes, then the ears, then the nose. What was next? The tongue? The sense of touch? And eventually, the inability to refine cursed energy altogether, effectively isolating his consciousness? Hikari reached a grim epiphany: he couldn't take another direct hit from the dragon. Every attack stripped away another layer of his perception. Eventually, he would be reduced to a fish on a chopping block, entirely at its mercy. Suddenly, an eruption of cursed energy spiked in the distance. Dragon's breath. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the more senses he lost, the sharper his cursed energy perception became. He could feel the dragon taking a deep breath from afar. The attack was imminent. A split second before the breath fired, Hikari leaped out of the massive crater. He hit the ground running. Just as expected, the dragon's breath arrived instantly, obliterating the exact crater he had just evacuated. But it wasn't over. This time, the dragon's breath was a continuous beam, not a single burst. The breath swept across the battlefield like the side of the Grim Reaper. Hikari let out a monkey-like screech, his legs spinning like tires as he sprinted for his life. The sweeping beam chased hot on his heels, threatening to swallow him whole at any moment. For seconds passed. 9 seconds left. The dragon took to the sky, continuing its breath attack from high above. The staggering volume of cursed energy triggered atmospheric anomalies, the very sky seemed to darken. The dragon soared through the oppressive clouds, its breath relentlessly tracking Hikari. Through his cursed energy perception, Hikari saw the dragon in the sky. Ignoring the lethal risk of a direct hit, he abruptly changed direction, sprinting directly underneath the airborne beast. If he kept running away, the beam would eventually catch and vaporize him. He understood this perfectly. He had to counterattack, not just stall for time. Hikari manipulated the flow of his cursed energy with surgical precision, reinforcing his leg strength to the absolute limit. He sprinted faster and faster in a tight circle. For the dragon to track him, it only needed to turn its head, and logically, turning its head should have been faster than Hikari running a wide circle. Yet, Hikari was running so fast that the dragon's neck couldn't physically keep up. 5 seconds passed. 8 seconds left. Hikari finally reached the exact center beneath the dragon. In that exact moment, the dragon cut off its breath attack. The cessation of the roaring beam allowed the deafening explosions of the devastated terrain to finally catch up. The 2-second sweep of the dragon's breath had radically altered the landscape, gouging out a serpentine trench over 300 meters long. The expanding shockwaves hadn't stopped. The violent winds mixed with cursed energy launched shrapnel and dust into the sky, whipping up a literal sandstorm. From within the blinding dust storm, Hikari suddenly launched himself straight up. It was time to counterattack. The dragon was at least 200 meters in the air, yet Hikari cleared the distance in a single, explosive leap. The dragon's eyes tracked Hikari, then the beast violently banked to the side. Hikari's airborne status meant he had no leverage to change direction mid-air, effectively turning him into a sitting duck. The dragon violently whipped its tail at Hikari. Hikari crossed his arms over his face to guard. The tail slammed into his arms with an earth-shattering crack, the kinetic shockwave rippling infinitely outward. Hikari was swatted down like a perfectly struck tennis ball, plummeting back to earth with an explosive crash. He took the absolute full brunt of the impact. Despite maximizing his cursed energy defense, he felt his bones dislocate and his internal organs rupture. Unable to hold it back, he opened his mouth and vomited a torrent of blood mixed with pulverized tissue. He had miscalculated. He thought that by reaching the dragon's blind spot directly underneath it, his sudden leap would act as a perfect ambush, leaving the dragon unable to react. He hadn't accounted for the dragon's flawless dynamic vision and impossible agility. It didn't move like a behemoth of that size should. Dynamic vision, reflexes, raw strength, explosive power, and flexibility, the dragon was utterly flawless in every category. Hikari now intimately understood what it meant to face a higher dimensional organism. 6 seconds passed. 7 seconds left. The crushing pressure of a falling meteor descended from the heavens. The dragon abruptly U-turned into a vertical dive. It didn't use its breath attack. Based on the last few seconds of data, the dragon concluded that a ranged breath attack would never hit Hikari. It had to close the distance and fire at point-blank range to secure the kill. The dragon's dive. Ignoring his agonizing injuries, Hikari immediately scrambled to dodge, but as he moved to stand, he swayed dizzily. Although completely useless in a fight, he noticed that the sensation in his mouth had vanished. He felt a foreign object on his tongue and spat it out, realizing it was a chunk of his own organ, but he couldn't taste the blood. It was as if his tongue were purely decorative. Following his eyes, ears, and nose, his tongue had now been sealed. Suddenly, the colossal body was upon him. He had missed the final window to escape the dragon's blast radius. The dragon let out a low, whale-like call that sounded like the tolling of an ancient bell. The sound was practically tangible, a wave of sonic pressure that pinned Hikari down, making it impossible to stand. He could do nothing but brace as the dragon's horn slammed directly into his body. Dragon's roar. For a fraction of a second, the world went dead silent. And then, eruption. The blast radius exceeded 100 meters. A cursed energy storm whipped into a hemispherical cyclone. Inside the dome, cursed energy ricocheted violently. The entire plaza was pulverized into dust. The asphalt rained upward from the ground, the debris instantly atomized by the cursed energy detonations until it was reduced to microscopic powder. The ground caved in continuously. Amidst the churning earth and stone, the blast radius continued to expand. The entire multi-story parking garage shuddered violently until half of the structure completely collapsed. Finally, the hemispherical storm lost its containment, and a catastrophic shockwave swept outward, seemingly racing toward the edge of the world. When it was over, an abyssal crater had been carved into the earth. The dragon let out a triumphant roar from the center of the pit, the bell-like resonance echoing endlessly. The cursed energy storm blew away the remaining dust and debris. Hovering over the abyss, the dragon lowered its head, its heterochromatic eyes glowing like divine spotlights as it peered down at the bottom of the crater. 7 seconds passed. 6 seconds left. At the bottom of the pit, a barely intact Hikari gasped frantically for air. Despite throwing every ounce of his being into his cursed energy defense, his body had been practically incinerated. The cursed energy burns and the localized storm of death had left him covered in catastrophic lacerations. The wounds cut straight to the bone. He didn't even know how many bones were broken, his spine was completely unresponsive, likely shattered. His brain was mush. The terror of death clung to him like a second skin. He was gasping heavily, practically panting, but he had lost all perception of the outside world. He was covered in agonizing wounds, yet he couldn't actually feel his body. It felt like sinking into the crushing depths of the ocean, his entire being compressed by unimaginable pressure. He was drowning in a pitch-black abyss, frantically struggling. His only remaining anchor to reality was his cursed energy perception. His sense of touch had vanished. His body had been sealed. I made a mistake, he thought numbly. I should have abandoned a full body guard and made a binding vow, sacrificing an arm to maximize my defense just to survive that hit. In the original timeline, Hikari had survived a catastrophic underwater explosion by sacrificing an arm for a localized defense boost, walking away without a scratch elsewhere. Had he made that call here, he likely would have survived the blast intact. But that was impossible. In the original story, he made the perfect call because he was able to accurately gauge the incoming attack's yield before it hit. But right now, all his physical senses were dead. He was flying blind on pure cursed energy perception. If he had time to adjust to this state, he might have been able to fight back. But he didn't have the time. 8 seconds passed. 5 seconds left. He struggled desperately, trying to force himself to stand, but suddenly, he stopped. Stripped of his 5 senses, he looked at the world solely through cursed energy. In that world, a massive talon was descending from the heavens. He wanted to get up and dodge, but because he had lost all sense of touch and proprioception, he couldn't even command his legs to stand. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying claw descended upon him. The dragon's talon reached down and gently tapped Hikari on the forehead, like a deity gracefully blessing a mortal. Hikari immediately collapsed to the ground. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and finally, the mind. This was the purification of the 6 roots. 9 seconds passed. 4 seconds left. Kinji Hikari plummeted into the abyss. Chapter 21, 11. Binding Vow. 2,425 words. Sendai. A secluded beach. Suddenly, space was torn cleanly in half, and a door materialized from the rift. The door opened from the outside, and a visibly annoyed Jogo stepped through. Behind him walked Mahito, in exceptionally high spirits, followed by Hanami. And joining their entourage, Kinji Hikari and Kirara Hoshi. Hikari shaded his eyes with his hand, looking up at the sky, and clicked his tongue. This is your secret base? Looks less like a secret hideout and more like some fancy tourist resort. Are we even still in Japan? He asked. His body was completely restored, every catastrophic wound completely erased. Immediately following the battle, he had popped his domain expansion, allowing his body to regenerate at a visible rate until he was back in perfect condition. He wore his signature fluffy coat over an undershirt, trailing casually behind Mahito. Kirara Hoshi, however, was entirely focused on her own appearance. The cheeks that had just been charred, the arm that had been roasted to charcoal, the hair that had burned away. Everything was completely restored, and not through the physical healing of reverse cursed technique, but through a restoration at the level of the soul. As long as the shape of the soul was maintained, the physical body would automatically mold itself to match. There wasn't a single burned scar left. She hadn't understood a single word of Mahito's theoretical explanation, but the results were undeniable. No, she was fully Urshiga now. Kirara curiously grabbed her own chest, beaming with absolute joy. She had become a complete woman. From now on, she could walk with her head held high. Medically speaking, she was even capable of bearing children. Having kin's children. Asterisk he he. He he he. Wee he 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 dot asterisk. Asterisk puff dot asterisk she felt dizzy, literal steam rising from her head like a blushing manga heroine. Hikari tried his hardest to ignore it, but couldn't help clicking his tongue loudly. Asterisk damn it. I thought I was gonna punch Mahito's cursed technique out of him, but the king of curses ended up punching his cursed technique into me, asterisk. Of course we're in Japan, Jogo grumbled sourly. Though none of us actually know the exact coordinates. This place belongs to Kenjaku. To prevent leaks, Kenjaku hasn't told me where this is. Asterisk a secret base only accessible through spatial portals, asterisk. Asterisk well, even if I wanted to find a way to leak this location to Gojo, I couldn't. Asterisk Hikari sighed internally. Asterisk they're seriously airtight. Asterisk. Kinji Hikari? Kirara Hoshi? Have you two defected as well? A metallic voice suddenly spoke. Everyone's attention snapped to the source of the voice. The first thing they saw was Kenjaku, bearing his signature cranial stitches. He was sitting on a cheap white plastic chair at a white plastic table, a large beach umbrella casting shade over him. Despite sitting on a sunny resort beach, he was still fully dressed in traditional Buddhist monk robes. A monk chilling at a plastic resort table on a private beach, it was quite the surreal painting. He raised a hand in greeting toward Mahito. Yo, Mahito. Looks like the plan went off without a hitch. I didn't actually expect you to successfully recruit Hikari and Kirara into your ranks. Hikari sneered. I'm just interested in the future the Lord of Curses is painting. So you're equal partners then? Kenjaku asked curiously. Hikari's face darkened, but he stayed quiet. Mahito walked over to Kenjaku, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. They're subordinates. Because I beat him. Though, there are conditions. I promised Hikari I wouldn't make him fight Satoru Gojo, and I won't order them to do anything completely impossible. It was always impossible to force Hikari to fight Gojo anyway. And having finally acquired such a powerful general, it would be stupid to throw him away on suicide missions. For Mahito's faction. That barely counts as a condition, Kenjaku marveled. Mahito, you've grown terrifyingly fast. To think even Kinji Hikari is no longer a match for you. I can't even fathom what heights you'll reach in the future. Are you scared? Mahito asked. No, I am genuinely delighted, Kenjaku replied. Because the stronger you get, the easier it is for me to achieve my own goals. Kenjaku beamed warmly. Mahito stepped beside Kenjaku and looked down at the object resting on the white plastic table. It was a metallic disc, resembling both gold and wood, roughly the size of a human ear. Carved into its surface was a crude wooden puppet face. A nearly imperceptible trace of cursed energy lingered on it. Having been tutored by Kenjaku, Mahito immediately recognized what it was. A cursed corpse. Mahito spoke with genuine interest. This is a remotely operated cursed corpse, isn't it? In theory, a puppet master shouldn't be able to operate one from too far away, but I suppose any sorcerer who catches my teachers I wouldn't be bound by such trivial limits. It's Kokichi Muta. Hikari stepped up, staring down at the metal disc with a mocking smirk. He's a Kyoto student. A heavenly restriction user. Born completely paralyzed, stripped of the right to move freely. In exchange, he gained world-class, ultra-long-range manipulation capabilities and cursed energy reserves that eclipse normal sorcerers. I didn't expect you of all people to side with curses, Kinji Hikari, Kokichi Muta said. Hikari's eyes flashed, and he shrugged casually. Man, I've been sick of those conservative geezers for ages. They literally slapped a bounty on my head. Is it really that hard to believe I'd side with the curses to flip the current Jujutsu world upside down? I heard you highly respect Satoru Gojo, Kokichi pressed. You heard the boss a second ago. He promised I wouldn't have to directly fight Gojo. Hikari shrugged again. Aside from Satoru Gojo, the rest of those old fossils can rot. I wouldn't lose a second of sleep over killing them. Kokichi bought it. He bought the bullshit completely because he was fully aware of the bad blood between Hikari and the Kyoto conservatives. Just as Hikari said, he had an active execution warrant on his head. After being pushed that far, did they honestly expect him to roll over like a good little dog? Hikari's temper was infamous. Siding with curses was unexpected, but entirely logical for his character. What about you, Kokichi? Hikari stared at the disc, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I hear you're buddy-buddy with the Kyoto students. You gonna betray them? That is exactly the binding vow I intend to make with you, the metallic disc replied. I will act as your spy and provide you with intelligence, but you are strictly forbidden from harming the Kyoto students. Well, the man himself is here now. You can negotiate with him directly, Kenjaku said, gesturing openly to Mahito. The wooden face on the disc shifted its gaze to Mahito. Where's Dagon? Mahito asked Kenjaku. Kenjaku shrugged and pointed toward the ocean. He prefers the water over land. Probably playing with a school of fish down there right now. Mahito casually snapped his fingers. From the empty air, the outline of an object slowly but firmly materialized. Material, plastic. Color, white. Style, chair with a backrest. In an instant, a white plastic chair that perfectly matched the setting dropped securely onto the sand in front of the puppet face. Mahito sat down. A pair of sunglasses had somehow appeared in his hand. He put them on and leaned back in the chair. The metal disc emitted a slightly trembling mechanical voice. Was that a construction technique? I was told your technique wasn't construction, but healing. No, to be precise, soul evolution. I anticipated that your abilities might be more comprehensive, perhaps covering the entire domain of the soul. But I never imagined you could utilize abilities outside the realm of the soul. Do you possess multiple innate techniques? Throughout history, aside from Ryomen Sukuna, is there truly another entity capable of wielding dual techniques? Mahito was genuinely surprised. He slid his sunglasses down the bridge of his nose, peering over the rim at the metal disc with deep interest. Very few people know that Ryomen Sukuna possessed two different techniques. Even when I browsed the biographies of famous Jujutsu figures, it wasn't recorded. If my teacher hadn't taught me, I would have assumed it was physically impossible for anyone to possess more than one. Yet, you know this. You didn't just stumble upon this in a textbook, you actively sought it out and asked around. Why are you so interested in Ryomen Sukuna? The metal disc didn't answer immediately. Instead, it asked, one question for one question. A Q&A was indeed the optimal way for both parties to read each other. Mahito didn't refuse, he nodded in agreement. One question for one question. Kenjaku clapped his hands, adding the stipulations. If you cannot or choose not to answer, you must respond with silence. If you are guessing or speculating, you must state so beforehand. You may not provide ambiguous answers or use leading rhetoric. Kokichi said, a binding vow. Mahito replied, a binding vow. Ending with a final, mutual confirmation to conclude the Q&A. This is the vow, Kenjaku finalized. As soon as the words hung in the air, both Kokichi and Mahito felt the distinct, metaphysical weight of the pact settling over them. The binding vow was established. Witnessing the pact being formed so casually, Hikari's eye twitched. Asterisk, what the hell do you guys think binding vows are? Some unbreakable corporate contract? Don't underestimate vows. How many historical masters of binding vows died inexplicably because they misjudged the direction of the backlash? Even now, there are countless mysteries surrounding them. Anyone with an ounce of common sense in the Jujutsu world knows the safest way to handle binding vows is to avoid using them whenever possible. Asterisk. Hikari was right. Binding vows were incredibly dangerous tools for sorcerers. Even in the original story, their usage was exceedingly rare. Kenjaku was the most infamous practitioner of them. Over 1,000 years, he had forged an unimaginable number of vows, suffering virtually zero backlash. If his methods were made public, it would trigger a massive academic earthquake in the Jujutsu world. His secret to manipulating binding vows boiled down to a single principle. Sincerity, Kenjaku said, holding up a single finger. Binding vows are terrifying things. But if you look deeper, you realize that the vow itself isn't terrifying, it's the two parties making it. Ultimately, a self-imposed vow is different from a vow with another person. If you break a self-imposed vow, the worst that happens is you lose whatever power you gained. But if you break a vow with another person, heaven only knows how it will exact the toll. Hikari was dumbfounded. So you know all that, yet you still. That penalty only occurs when one of the parties enters the agreement with malicious intent, Kenjaku said, withdrawing his finger and tucking his hands into his wide sleeves, smiling warmly. If both parties are completely sincere about the vow, then the vow acts merely as a reminder. Those historical masters you mentioned who suffered the backlash of their vows? At the end of the day, it was because they arrogantly believed they could play word games and exploit loopholes within the vow structure. They lost their reverence and sincerity toward the other party, and they reaped what they sowed. There exists a traditional contract known as a gentleman's agreement. This gentleman's agreement requires no written documentation, no witnesses, and exacts no collateral. When two gentlemen strike this pact, it is conceptually impossible for them to break it. Because at the moment of the agreement, both parties possess absolute faith that the other will not break it, and absolute conviction that they themselves will not break it. Staking their personal honor, both parties recognize the contract as absolute. This type of binding vow was a gentleman's agreement. As long as both bound parties genuinely intended to fulfill the contract, actively work toward it, and refrain from pulling any tricks or playing word games, that binding vow would exact zero penalties. This was the optimal application of binding vows, and the fundamental reason why Kenjaku had never suffered a vows backlash in over 1,000 years. Sincerity was the ultimate solution to binding vows. Just like the vow they had just made. Both Kokichi and Mahito genuinely wished to use this Q&A to better understand each other.